Ethiopia, a country shaped by deep history and enduring resilience. For thousands of years, its people have chosen to confront and master this land with strength and determination, despite geological instability, intense heat, erosion, and shifting terrain. Heat rises from deep beneath the Earth's crust. Mineral-rich deposits push to the surface in vivid, striking colors. On this land, identity is not abstract. It is visible, carried on the body, expressed through ritual, and reinforced through daily practice. Even the boundary between human and nature is no longer fixed. It is narrowed, regulated, and maintained with precision until distinction collapses. This is Ethiopia, a land defined by identity, shaped by history, and sustained through enduring resilience. The Omo Valley extends as a stark, untamed corridor where time holds its ground. Along the silt-heavy banks of the Omo River, more than 20 indigenous tribes endure in near unchanged form, their identities shaped by isolation and sustained through cycles of heat, dust, and seasonal floods. Here, culture is not preserved, it is maintained with precision, lived without interruption. The Mercy carve identity into flesh, stretching lower lips with clay plates that widen over years, transforming bone and skin into monolithic symbols of status and endurance. Each disc demands gradual force, a slow negotiation between pain and permanence, until the human face becomes an architectural surface. Among the Hamar, adulthood is not declared but proven through motion. Young men sprint across the arched backs of cattle, barefoot, balancing on a living, shifting bridge of muscle and horn. Failure fractures honor, success binds lineage. The ritual compresses risk, balance, and communal memory into a single, precarious passage. The Karo sculpt the body as canvas. White chalk, red ochre, and charcoal trace geometric patterns across torsos and faces, designs that amplify musculature, distort symmetry, and weaponize visibility. Ornament is not decoration but coded language, signaling rank, vitality, and readiness within a harsh ecological theater. Across the valley, materials remain elemental. Gourds, beads, metals, and hides assemble into intricate adornments, each piece hand-shaped, each surface bearing the imprint of terrain and resource scarcity. No industrial repetition, no uniformity, only variation driven by environment, technique, and inherited knowledge. Culture here is constructed like terrain itself, layered, adaptive, and relentlessly exposed to extremes. Generations encode these cycles into ritual, embedding geography into the human form, until identity and landscape become indistinguishable, fused under sun and unyielding geological pressure. The Danakil Depression collapses below sea level into a volatile basin of fire and salt, where the earth fractures into fields of acid and mineral, and heat surges beyond survivable limits. This is one of the hottest inhabited regions on Earth, where temperatures exceed 50 degrees Celsius. At Dalol, geothermal pressure forces mineral-rich water upward through fractured crust. Sulfur, iron, and salt oxidize instantly upon exposure, forming hypersaturated pools in neon yellow, toxic green, and corrosive orange. These formations are unstable, their chemistry constantly shifting, dissolving, and rebuilding the crust in continuous reaction. Nearby, Erta Ale sustains a permanent lava lake, one of the few on the planet. Molten basalt circulates within an open crater, its surface breaking and reforming as trapped gases escape from below. The Afar interpret this volatile furnace as a gateway to the underworld, where the Earth's interior remains exposed and active. Yet within this extreme environment, extraction continues with controlled precision. The salt itself forms through relentless evaporation. Seasonal waters flood shallow basins, then vanish under unbroken sun, leaving behind dense crystalline layers that thicken year after year. This cycle repeats with mechanical consistency, generating one of the most extreme natural production systems on the planet. No machinery, only heat, pressure, and time. The Afar cut rectangular slabs directly from hardened ground, using simple tools, shaping each block through repetitive, controlled strikes. These formations, known as white gold, are loaded onto camel caravans and transported across vast In the Danakil Depression, the basin lies more than 100 meters below sea level, intensifying heat retention and evaporation rates. Surface temperatures of the ground can exceed air temperature, accelerating crystallization. Salt extraction follows a seasonal schedule tied to flood cycles, with peak activity during drier months. Caravans can stretch for kilometers, forming one of the last large-scale manual trade systems where volume, distance, and labor remain strictly limited by environmental constraints. Harar rises behind fortified walls, a dense, ancient Islamic city where over 80 mosques compress into a labyrinth of stone and shadow. By day, it is austere and enclosed. By night, its boundaries dissolve into something far more primal, where humans and predators converge. Encircled by fortified stone walls built in the 16th century, the city compresses space into a dense network of passageways barely wide enough for two bodies to pass. Over 80 mosques punctuate this confined grid, their minarets rising above flat rooftops, anchoring a rhythm of ritual that has persisted for centuries. The architecture is defensive and inward-facing, designed to contain, to conceal, to control movement through restriction. Beyond these walls, the ecosystem mutates and the boundary collapses under the weight of the wild. Each night, hyenas move toward familiar points along the edge of the city, following a pattern established over generations. Local residents carry pieces of meat and approach with measured intent, maintaining a precise distance, close enough to sustain the interaction, yet controlled enough to manage risk without breaking the fragile trust built over time. The meat is placed on sticks, sometimes even held between human teeth, creating a moment of direct, calculated proximity. This act is not merely feeding, it is ritual. For the people here, hyenas are not simply scavengers. They are seen as agents that absorb malevolent forces, consuming what is unseen, unwanted, and potentially harmful. At the same time, this practice reinforces a controlled familiarity. By sustaining this interaction, the animals remain accustomed to human presence, reducing the likelihood of aggressive encounters or deeper intrusion into the city's interior. It is neither domestication nor dominance, but a structured coexistence where belief, necessity, and survival converge into a single, deliberate act. Located in the highlands of northern Ethiopia, Lalibela is a complex of 11 monolithic churches carved directly into volcanic rock during the 12th, 13th centuries under King Lalibela. The site was developed as a symbolic religious center, often described as a representation of Jerusalem. The churches were constructed using a subtractive method, where rock was removed from the top downward to create entire structures from a single block. Each church is isolated by deep trenches and connected through a network of tunnels and narrow passageways. Interiors, facades, and structural elements were all shaped from the same mass of stone. Bete Georgis, the most well-known structure, is carved in the shape of a cross and descends below ground level with its roof aligned to the surface. The precision of layout and structural stability suggests advanced planning and understanding of geology, despite the absence of documented blueprints or modern tools. Drainage systems and water channels indicate effective environmental adaptation, allowing the site to endure over centuries. Lalibela remains an active center of worship within the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Religious practices follow long-established traditions with clearly defined rules and symbolism. Visitors and worshippers are required to dress modestly. Women typically wear a white shawl known as a netela, and all individuals remove their shoes before entering sacred spaces. Each church is believed to house a tablet, a sacred replica of the Ark of the Covenant, representing the presence of God. As a result, physical contact with church surfaces, such as kissing walls or doorways, is a common devotional act. During religious services, participants wear white garments symbolizing purity. Rituals involve extended periods of chanting and prayer. Clergy often use long prayer staffs to support themselves during prolonged standing. Blessings are received by kissing crosses or religious texts presented by priests. Religious belief at Lalibela extends beyond formal rituals. Holy water is widely regarded as having healing properties, and pilgrimage remains a central practice, especially during major religious festivals. The site reflects a continuous integration of architecture, ritual, and belief within a unified religious environment. Lake Tana expands in quiet magnitude. the primordial source of the Blue Nile, where a continental artery begins. Across its surface, more than 30 islands and peninsulas function as isolated religious sites. Many host monasteries established between the 13th and 17th centuries, constructed with concentric layouts using stone, earth, and timber. Forest cover acts as a protective barrier, limiting visibility and reducing external interference. Access is often restricted by doctrine. Some monasteries enforce gender-based exclusion, imposing a complete ban on women. Within these structures, time is arrested through preservation. Manuscripts, handwritten on animal parchment, contain biblical texts layered with centuries of interpretation. Ink derived from soot, iron compounds, and plant extracts. Low light levels, combined with thick walls and limited airflow, slow material degradation. Handling follows strict protocols, minimizing contact and exposure. Religious paintings cover the interiors symbolic and saturated in color. Figures are rendered with frontal orientation, enlarged eyes, and compressed perspective. These images function as doctrine, maintaining consistency rather than adapting to external artistic influence. Architecture reinforces isolation. Thick walls stabilize interior conditions. Narrow entrances regulate movement. Minimal light limits exposure. Sound is absorbed, contained, reshaped into low reverberations that merge with ritual. Water defines separation across Lake Tana. Movement depends on small, narrow boats following fixed routes shaped by wind direction, shallow zones, and submerged vegetation. Navigation is not freely adjusted. It is constrained by long-established paths that remain consistent over time. Shorelines and islands are not uniformly accessible. Variations in water depth, sediment buildup, and seasonal fluctuation create natural barriers. During periods of lower water levels, certain routes become impassable, further isolating specific monastery and settlements. As the source of the Blue Nile, Lake Tana operates as both a connector and a boundary. While it enables controlled movement between points, it simultaneously maintains separation by limiting speed, capacity, and accessibility. Ethiopia stands as a complete system shaped by pressure, precision, and permanence. Every structure, every movement, every ritual emerges as a direct response to these conditions, refined through repetition and preserved with discipline. Nothing is random, nothing is excess. Human identity is not separate from this environment. It is constructed by it. The body, the built space, and the surrounding terrain operate as interconnected elements within a single, controlled framework. Even the boundary between the natural and the human is no longer fixed, but continuously negotiated and maintained. This is Ethiopia, where extremes are not resisted, but absorbed and structured. A place defined not by adaptation alone, but by transformation under relentless geological and cultural force. Welcome to Hormuz. A journey from within the very bones of the earth itself. Harsh, precarious, untamed. Discover one of the most singular and surreal landscapes on the planet. A land shaped by salt, fire, and time, where red beaches stain the shore and valleys unfold in impossible color. Here, people endure with the land, turning mineral-rich soil into sustenance and reading the sea through instinct passed across generations. Life does not escape this terrain. It grows from it, fragile, resilient, and inseparable from stone and tide. In this shifting world, survival becomes memory, practice, and quiet defiance against time. This is not just a destination. This is Hormuz, felt, endured, and understood. A shoreline where the earth itself turns to blood. This is Red Beach of Hormuz. Silence. Grain by grain, the land dissolves into the sea. A coast unraveling into crimson. An ancient rupture, a monolithic surge of mineral and time. Iron exposed, unshielded, unyielding. A landscape not shaped, but revealed. Here, the land exhales color. Hematite saturates every particle of sand, staining the tides as they advance and retreat. Each wave pulls red into the water, dispersing it in fleeting veils before the sea reclaims it. The shoreline refuses permanence. It shifts, erodes, reforms, precarious, raw, untamed. Beneath it lies a salt diapir, ancient halite, forced upward through weaker rock by relentless pressure. Over millions of years, buried minerals surfaced, folding iron, clay, and sulfur into exposed layers. What appears otherworldly is simply geology laid bare, an unfiltered cross-section of the Earth's interior. Life does not resist this terrain, yields to it. Mineral-rich soil becomes sustenance. Red earth is gathered, refined, transformed into spice, consumed as part of continuity rather than exception. Along the coast, fishermen read the water through instinct, tracing where color thins, where depth begins, where movement hides beneath the surface. Nothing here remains still. Wind carves, heat fractures, moisture binds and dissolves. The ground itself exists in cycles, subtle, constant, unending. And within that instability, something endures. Red Beach is not defined by color alone, but by what that color records. Time compressed into matter, survival embedded into ritual. Here, existence is not imposed upon the land. It is negotiated with it. The red eventually fades from view. What remains is understanding that even the most volatile ground can sustain life when it is not conquered but understood. From that red, the land unfolds further. Color does not end at the shore. It ascends. It fractures. It multiplies. It A valley carved not by a single force, but by convergence. Layer upon layer, exposed without mercy. Pigments colliding in bands of impossible contrast. Here, the terrain becomes a spectrum written in stone. Iron oxides burn in crimson and rust. Copper traces green through exposed ridges, and clay minerals settle into muted violets and pale blues. Each hue is not aesthetic, but chemical evidence, mineral signatures preserved through immense geological time. The valley forms within the same salt diapir system. Ancient halite forced upward through weaker rock lifts buried layers into view. Erosion refines the exposure. Wind strips softer sediment. Sudden floods carve channels through brittle strata. Sunlight hardens what remains, fixing color into stark, unblended clarity. Nothing merges, everything resists harmony. Ridges rise like torn fabric across the terrain. Slopes collapse without warning. Fine grains shift beneath pressure, making every step uncertain. The ground feels unstable, suspended between formation and decay, never fully settled. Yet, movement persists within this instability. Paths appear through repetition, not design. Those who cross this valley move with precision, reading texture, slope, and color as indicators of stability. Knowledge here is not recorded. It is inherited through experience, refined across generations. Heat radiates from mineral surfaces, carrying the scent of dust and salt through still air. Sound fades quickly, absorbed by fractured geometry. Distance distorts itself, expanding and collapsing within the layered terrain. Rainbow Valley is not spectacle, it is exposure, a convergence of pressure, time, and erosion made visible in pure form. Each layer holds a fragment of the Earth's interior, forced upward and revealed without concealment. And like the red shoreline before it, this valley does not exist for permanence. It exists as process, unfixed, unresolved, and continuously becoming. As color fractures into form, the land begins to hold its shape. Nothing here was carved with intention, yet everything stands as if it were. Forms emerge from absence. Mass holds against collapse. Silhouettes gather where material refused to fall. A landscape shaped by loss, not creation. This is the Valley of Statues. Here, erosion becomes architecture. Towers of rock stand isolated across the terrain, carved not by design, but by time and resistance. Softer layers have long since given way, stripped by wind and sudden rain, leaving behind vertical remnants, columns, arches, distorted figures suspended between formation and collapse. Each structure is defined by what is missing. The valley is built from sedimentary layers lifted by salt-driven forces deep beneath the island. Over time, differential erosion sculpts the terrain. Harder rock endures, while weaker material disintegrates. What remains appears deliberate, almost constructed, yet no guiding force shaped it. From one angle, a towering mass resembles a sentinel. From another, it fractures into abstraction. Light moves across rough surfaces, stretching shadows, deepening voids, transforming solid rock into shifting perception. Wind governs everything. It threads through narrow corridors, carrying abrasive grains that wear against exposed stone. Over centuries, this constant friction sharpens edges, hollows surfaces, and refines contours. The process is slow, but absolute. Still, presence persists. Movement through the valley is measured. Paths form through repetition, not planning. Those who pass between these structures read the terrain with restraint, aware that stability here is temporary, never guaranteed. The air grows dense within these formations. Sound lingers, then disappears. Distance compresses between towering shapes, creating enclosure within an otherwise open expanse. The Valley of Statues is not a monument. It is a moment. A fleeting balance between resistance and erosion, where stone holds its form just long enough to resemble intention, before returning, inevitably, to dust. From exposed stone, the island withdraws inward, into a space where pressure becomes silence. Darkness gathers before form reveals itself. Light fractures along unseen surfaces. Space contracts, then opens without warning. A world not carved, but lifted from within. This is the Salt Goddess Cave. Here, the island reveals its hidden core. The cave exists within a massive salt diapir, ancient halite forced upward through surrounding rock by immense geological pressure. Unlike limestone caverns shaped by water, this space is extruded. Salt rises, folds, and stretches, creating voids between its own contorted layers. The walls hold movement frozen in time. Crystalline surfaces ripple in solid waves, translucent in places, catching and scattering the faintest light. Veins of white, amber, and pale rose cut through the structure, iron, clay, and mineral residue suspended within the salt, like preserved currents. Every surface records a force that has not yet ended. Moisture reshapes everything. Condensation forms along the ceiling, dissolving salt grain by grain before it falls and reforms. Stalactites emerge not from accumulation, but from erosion and recrystallization. The cave is not stable. It is in constant transition. Sound fades into the structure. It softens, absorbed by mineral surfaces, returning only as distant echoes. Movement becomes deliberate. Each step fractures crystals beneath, shifting the ground without resistance. And still, passage continues. Those who enter move with restraint, guided by familiarity rather than control. The space demands awareness, not dominance. The air is dense with mineral presence, cool, enclosed, suspended outside the instability above. Time stretches here, caught between formation and dissolution. The Salt Goddess Cave is not emptiness. It is pressure made visible, a hidden interior of the earth, forced upward and revealed in silence, where matter refuses permanence and remains suspended in continuous becoming. From the silent interior of salt, the island rises again, this time shaped not by pressure, but by those who remain. Footsteps return to the surface. Voices echo through narrow corridors. Lives unfold within walls, shaped by heat and wind. A settlement defined not by structures, but by people. This is Laft Village. Here, survival is carried in memory. Wind towers, badgers, draw air into homes, but it is human understanding that gives them meaning. Generations have learned how to build with the wind, not against it, shaping spaces that breathe with the environment. Knowledge is not written, it is lived. Fishermen move before dawn, reading tides through subtle changes in water and light. Their routes shift with seasons, guided by instinct refined over lifetimes. Nets are cast not by chance, but by an awareness inherited, practiced, repeated. Water is gathered with care. Tala wells descend into the earth, storing rain in quiet reservoirs. Their construction reflects patience and foresight, an understanding that survival depends not on abundance, but on timing. And within the village, people hold the rhythm of place. Movement follows the sun. Work begins in cool hours, pauses under heat, resumes as light softens. Conversations gather in shaded spaces where air circulates and time slows. Life is not rushed. It is measured against the environment itself. Families remain close to the land. Skills pass through observation, not instruction. Children learn by watching, by repeating, by inhabiting the same patterns that sustain those before them. Culture is not preserved, it continues. Laughter exists through its people, not as individuals separate from the land, but as part of it, adapting, enduring, refining. There is no separation between life and environment here, only alignment. And in that alignment, something persists, not just survival, but identity shaped quietly over generations. Hormuz is not defined by its colors, its minerals, or even its rarity. It is defined by the quiet resilience of those who remain. On an island where the land is unstable, where resources are scarce, and where nature offers no guarantees, life continues, not through force, but through understanding. Generation after generation, people here have chosen to stay in conversation with their environment, shaping a way of life that asks not for control, but for balance. Hormuz reminds us of something easily forgotten. Survival is not always about overcoming the world, but learning how to exist within it. And perhaps that is its greatest lesson. That even in the most unforgiving places, beauty is not just something you see, it is something you live. Long after the colors fade from memory, it is this quiet harmony between people and land that endures. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. One of the world's most dangerous straits is also home to some of its most resilient communities. The Strait of Hormuz is known as a global choke point where tension, trade, and power collide. But beyond that narrative, there is another story unfolding quietly along its shores. Across its islands and coastal villages, people have learned to live within one of the most demanding environments on Earth. Here, life is shaped not by control, but by adaptation to heat, salt, isolation, and the constant presence of the sea. This is a place where survival is not an exception, but part of everyday life. Hormuz Island stands out immediately for its extraordinary geology, where the land appears in layers of red, yellow, orange, and white. Along the coast, red waves wash against mineral-rich shores. Shimmering sands catch the sunlight, and salt caves cut deep into the hills. Few places in the Strait of Hormuz feel so intensely shaped by color, stone, and salt. What makes this island even more unusual is how deeply the land enters daily life. For generations, locals have used mineral-rich soil in traditional cuisine, especially the red earth known as gelak. It is added in small amounts to certain dishes, not only for color and flavor, but also because many believe the soil provides minerals that are beneficial to health. Even the houses show how people have learned to live with this harsh environment. They are often low, compact, and built with thick walls to reduce heat and protect against strong coastal winds. Simple, rounded forms help limit exposure to sun and sand, making each home a practical response to the island's climate. Clothing carries the same connection between survival and identity. Men usually wear loose, light garments that allow air to move around the body in extreme heat. Women are far more striking, often dressed in vivid colors and wearing the traditional face mask known as the burqa. These masks are not only decorative, but also protect the face from sun, wind, and dust. In Hormuz, color is not just something seen in the landscape. It is eaten, worn, painted, built around, and carried into music, where an open and expressive community turns a harsh island into a living culture. Hengam Island lies just off the southern coast of Kashm, where the boundary between land and sea feels almost indistinct. Here, dolphins appear regularly in the surrounding waters, moving freely through the same space where local fishermen begin their day. They often travel in small groups, surfacing close to the water and sometimes following boats, especially in the early morning when the sea is calm. For the people of Hengam, dolphins are more than a natural attraction. They are seen as an indicator of balance in the marine environment, a sign that the ecosystem remains healthy and undisturbed. Their presence makes the boundary between humans and the ocean here feel remarkably close. The island remains a traditional fishing community where daily life has changed little over time. Fishing, movement, and small-scale trade follow the tides, wind patterns, and seasonal shifts rather than fixed schedules. Life on Hengam is minimal and practical. Clothing is simple and functional, designed for heat, work, and movement, with less emphasis on color or ornament compared to places like Hormuz. Hengam represents a balance between human activity and ecological limits, where people do not attempt to control the environment, but move within it. Larak Island lies quietly in the Strait of Hormuz, a small and sparsely populated island with only a few hundred residents. Its isolation is immediately felt, with limited access and a way of life that has remained largely unchanged over time. What makes Larak stand out is something that only appears after dark. At night, the sea can begin to glow with a soft blue light caused by bioluminescent plankton drifting through the water. With every movement, waves, footsteps, even fish beneath the surface, the light responds, spreading across the shoreline in shifting patterns. Daily life remains simple and largely self-sufficient. Fishing is the primary source of livelihood, supported by small-scale livestock and limited trade. Clothing and routines are practical, with little emphasis on distinction from surrounding regions. The community tends to be reserved, with limited interaction with outsiders. This distance is shaped not only by geography, but by a way of life that depends more on the island than the outside world. In Larak, everything moves at a slower pace. Laft is a historic coastal village on Keshem Island, located along the Strait of Hormuz, where daily life has long been shaped by climate, water scarcity, and maritime conditions. Compared to more isolated communities, Laft is relatively open, with some interaction through tourism, Yet it still maintains strong ties to traditional Gulf Islamic culture and local craftsmanship. Very long before electricity existed, residents developed wind catchers as a practical solution to extreme heat. These towers are built in different forms, with 4, 8, or even 12 openings, most commonly in square shapes. Their structure allows wind from any direction to be captured and directed downward into living spaces, creating natural ventilation. Without relying on mechanical systems, they regulate indoor temperature and make habitation possible during the hottest months. The people here not only have to adapt to the heat, but also face the constant challenge of scarce freshwater resources. Laft developed the Tala wells, an ancient system dating back to the Sasanian period. These wells are called golden wells by the locals because to them, water is as valuable as gold. There are said to be 366 wells, symbolically representing each day of the year, ensuring a continuous and balanced water supply. Through these wells, residents were able to store and manage water carefully, supporting long-term settlement in a dry coastal region. Along the waterfront, Laft maintains a traditional shipbuilding practice centered on the construction of Lenge wooden vessels. These boats are built entirely by hand, without formal design plans, relying on knowledge passed through generations. Shipbuilders shape each structure based on observation, proportion, and balance, adjusting the hull, keel, and weight distribution throughout the process. In Laft, nothing exists by chance. Every tower, every well, and every boat reflects a long history of adaptation, where survival depends not on abundance, but on understanding the forces of nature. Kumzar is one of the most isolated communities in Oman, located at the northern tip of the Musandam Peninsula. The village is completely cut off from the mainland by rugged mountains and the sea, with access possible only by boat. This isolation has shaped a distinct cultural identity unlike anywhere else in the country. The people here speak Kumzari, a rare language blending Persian, Arabic, and Balochi influences. Even traditional clothing reflects this cultural mixture, differing noticeably from typical Arabian styles. Life in Kumzar is deeply connected to the sea. Fishing remains the primary source of livelihood, and daily routines follow the rhythm of tides and weather. The community is generally reserved and has limited interaction with outsiders. However, with time, a quiet and genuine sense of hospitality begins to emerge. Local traditions, especially maritime folk music, remain closely tied to coastal life. In Kumzar, geography has not only shaped how people live, but also who they have become. The Strait of Hormuz presents one of the most extreme environments for coral survival. Water temperatures can rise significantly, salinity levels are unusually high, and strong currents constantly reshape the marine conditions. In most regions, these factors would severely limit coral growth or prevent it entirely. Yet, in this narrow stretch of water, coral reefs continue to exist. Over time, they have adapted to tolerate heat and salinity levels far beyond typical thresholds. These reefs form the foundation of a wider marine ecosystem. Sea turtles are also commonly found in these waters, using the reefs as feeding grounds and navigation points during migration. Life here does not develop easily, but it persists. It is not the most abundant ecosystem, but one where survival has been refined over time. What exists here is able to withstand conditions that most other marine environments cannot endure. The Hara mangrove forest lies along the shallow coastal waters of southern Iran, forming a unique ecosystem that exists between land and sea. Twice a day, the tides rise and fall, submerging the forest before revealing it again, creating a landscape that is constantly changing. At the center of this system is the Avicennia marina tree, a species adapted to survive in saltwater. Its roots filter out salt as it absorbs seawater, while excess salt is expelled through its leaves. This allows the trees to grow in conditions where most plant life cannot survive. The forest also serves as an important stop along major migration routes. Birds such as flamingos, herons, and pelicans gather here seasonally, using the area for rest and feeding during long journeys. Beneath the water, life continues within the roots. Small fish, shrimp, and crabs move through the submerged network, finding shelter in an environment shaped by tides and salinity. It is not defined by abundance, but by the ability to exist within strict natural limits. The Strait of Hormuz is often seen as a place of tension, conflict, and global importance. But beyond that, it reveals something quieter and far more enduring. Across its islands and coastlines, people have learned to live within limits set by nature, not overcome them. Heat, salt, isolation, and scarcity are not obstacles, but conditions that shape daily life. What emerges is not a story of struggle alone, but one of adaptation, knowledge, and continuity. Each community reflects a different response to the same environment, yet all share a deep connection to the land and sea. In a world that often moves toward excess and control, this region offers a different perspective. Here, balance matters more than expansion. And, perhaps, in these quiet places, we are reminded that survival is not about resisting the environment, but learning how to exist within it. Stop. This place should not exist. It feels primordial. Here, the earth convulses with quiet violence. Ground radiates heat, dry, relentless, unyielding. Mountain chains surge upward, born from collisions older than memory itself. Deserts unravel into vast, scarred expanses, carved by winds that never rest. Iran is not shaped by history. It is forged by pressure, fracture, fire, and time. Long before empires rose, tectonic force lifted, broke, and scorched this land. Beneath every city, a harsher truth endures. Survival here is not assumed. It is learned through stone, heat, and altitude. This is not a crossroads of civilizations. It is a living theater of the planet. This is Iran. At the foot of Sahand, Kandovan rises like a petrified swarm. Cone-shaped towers of volcanic stone, each one hollowed into shelter, each one still alive. The geology, a village carved straight into the frozen violence of an ancient eruption. Kandavan's power begins in catastrophe. The rock here was born from Sahand's pyroclastic flows, layers of ash, pumice, and volcanic fragments compressed into soft ignimbrite, more than 100 meters thick in places. Time did the first cutting. Water erosion opened grooves and narrow passages, isolating the mass into steep, tapering cones. Human hands completed the assault, excavating chambers deep into the stone and turning erosion itself into architecture. These dwellings, known locally as Karahan, are not decorative curiosities. They are engineered voids inside porous rock, spaces shaped by necessity, insulation, and topography. Many units rise across multiple levels, with stairways, storage cavities, and living rooms pressed into the interior of the cone. Entrances often face south to catch warmth and light, while the surrounding stone tempers extremes, holding coolness in summer and shelter in winter. But what makes Kandovan extraordinary lies not only in its geology. How humans stepped into that cold heart of stone and transformed it into a home. Legend has it that 7 centuries ago, to escape the brutal advance of Mongol invaders, the first settlers fled to this valley. They realized the only way to survive was not to confront, but to vanish into nature. A unique feature of this volcanic material is its temperature regulation. Incredibly warm in winter, yet naturally cool like air conditioning in summer. Though tourism has grown, the soul of the village still lies with the diligent elders and the deep Middle Eastern hospitality. The people of Kandovan may not be wealthy in a material sense, but they possess a luxury we have lost, an absolute connection to their roots and where they belong. Kandovan is what happens when eruption, erosion, and human endurance lock into a single form. It is neither cave nor village alone, but a monolithic act of adaptation. Masule clings to the green mountains of northern Iran like a village suspended between earth and cloud. Its ochre houses climb the slope in impossible layers, where one roof becomes another path, and the mountain dictates every wall, stair, terrace, and fragile line of human survival carved into mist and stone. Masule is not a village placed on a mountain. Here, the roof of one house becomes the courtyard of another, and the mountain itself dictates every line, every threshold, every precarious step carved into stone. It is a settlement absorbed by gradient, rain, fog, and rock. Built high in the Alborz range of Gilan, it rises in steep terraces where architecture replaces streets with roofs, stairways, and narrow ledges. Every house is locked into the slope with severe precision. The roof of one home becomes the courtyard of the next, creating a vertical anatomy of movement where life unfolds upward instead of outward. Its yellow clay facades are not merely beautiful. They are practical, stark, and unmistakable against the dense mountain mist. Walls, balconies, wooden frames, and stone foundations are arranged to resist moisture, weight, and relentless terrain. Nothing here feels ornamental. Everything answers the mountain's pressure. Nature in Masule is not just scenery, it is a part of its breath. No engines, no industrial rush. Masule only has footsteps, the rhythmic clip-clop of donkey bells, and the whisper of the mountain wind. There is a story of the women here, spending their days weaving colorful handicrafts, not just to sell, but to keep the village vibrant amidst the mist. The people of Masule have a wondrous love for flowers. Vibrant geraniums are always placed on windowsills, like a warm greeting to any traveler passing over their rooftop. The locals treat the mist like an old friend. This is a tiered world, half real and half dream, where every turn seems to hide another spectacle behind the mist. Palangan pours down the mountains of Iranian Kurdistan like a village sculpted by gravity itself. Stone houses descend the valley in dense, uneven tiers, so tightly bound to the slope that the settlement feels less built than fused into the rock. Below, the river cuts through shadow, feeding a landscape both severe and startlingly alive. Palangan exists by the logic of the mountain. Set within a narrow valley of cliffs, springs, and running water, the village rises in stacked terraces of stone, timber, and packed earth. One roof becomes the walkway for the house above it. Stairways, ledges, and walls do not resist the terrain. They submit to it. Everything is shaped by incline, pressure, and the need to hold life in a place where flat ground is almost absent. The architecture feels raw, ancient, and exact, as if the mountain itself had been carved into habitation. Nature gives Palangan its other force. Water moves constantly through this hard landscape, slipping through channels, feeding orchards, dropping over rock, and softening the harshness of the valley without erasing it. Green slopes rise beyond the stone. The air feels colder, sharper, more elemental. In spring, the village seems suspended between cliff and garden, between fortress and refuge. Nature in Palangan is not a backdrop. It is the pulse inside the settlement. The people of Palangan complete that pulse. Kurdish life here carries the weight of inheritance. Communal rhythms, mountain paths, livestock, gatherings, and traditions shaped by altitude and endurance. There is also an older story embedded in the place, with memories of fortification and settlement stretching deep into the past. That history still clings to the valley like mist on stone. Palangan does not feel temporary. It feels carried forward by generations who learn to live with rock, water, and hardship as permanent companions. Abiana burns quietly into the mountains of central Iran, a red village clinging to the slope beneath the barren heights of the Caucasus Range. Its houses, built from iron-rich clay, glow with a deep, rust-colored intensity, as if the earth itself had been lifted, carved, and stacked into a human settlement. Abiane is a village shaped by altitude, isolation, and material honesty. Set high above the surrounding plain, it rises in compact tiers where mud brick walls, wooden lattice windows, and narrow alleys follow the hard geometry of the mountain. The red clay is its defining visual force, drawn from the soil itself and pressed into architecture that feels both fragile and enduring. Against the pale mountain light, the entire settlement appears almost incandescent, a cluster of raw mineral forms resisting wind, dryness, and time. Yet the real power of Abiane lies beyond structure. What makes Abiane truly distinct is not its architecture, but the people still living within that layer of memory. Elderly women wrap themselves in bright, floral headscarves. These vibrant patterns stand out against the deep red walls like small flickers of fire. The village men maintain their traditional dress, simple and weathered in a way that feels entirely natural. Everything is exactly as it should be. Then come the smaller details. On the old wooden doors, two knockers produce two different sounds, one for men, one for women. By the sound alone, those inside know who is standing at the door. A simple convention, yet enough to show that this place still operates through habits passed down across many generations. Abbayane does not feel preserved. It feels inhabited by continuity. Abbayane does not simply endure. It lives through its people. Their faces, clothing, gestures, and rhythms transform this red mountain village into something far more powerful than an ancient settlement. They make it feel tender, luminous, and unforgettable, a place where beauty is not only built, but carried, worn, and quietly protected across time. Coming to eastern Iran, within South Khorasan province, near the Afghan border, Mahunik lies nestled amidst a dry, remote land, fractured by rocky hills. Its low mud houses sink into the earth, their doorways unnaturally small, their proportions unsettling, as if the village was shaped for a different kind of human existence, carved out of isolation and survival. Mahunik is defined by scarcity. Located in South Khorasan near the Afghan border, this village exists within one of the harshest dry landscapes in Iran, where water is limited, vegetation is minimal, and survival depends on precision rather than abundance. The architecture reflects this constraint with brutal honesty. Houses are built low, compact, and inward, using sun-dried mud brick that blends almost seamlessly with the surrounding soil. Walls are thick, openings are narrow, and interiors are deliberately reduced in scale to conserve heat, resist wind, and minimize exposure. The small doorways and low ceilings are not accidental. They are responses to environment, material, and a history of isolation that shaped both body and structure. For generations, the inhabitants of Makunik were known for their shorter stature, a result often linked to limited diet and harsh living conditions. The village adapted around this reality, producing spaces that feel compressed, enclosed, and intensely human. Movement here is slowed, lowered, forced into the rhythm of the structure itself. Life in Makunik once followed strict patterns shaped by necessity and belief. There are stories of a community that lived with extreme simplicity, avoiding excess, resisting outside influence, and sustaining a closed cultural rhythm deep within the desert. Even everyday acts were measured, controlled, and tied to survival in a place where nothing could be wasted. Today, the curse of height has gradually vanished, thanks to new roads and better nutrition reaching the village. The younger generation in Makunik grows as tall as people anywhere else in the world, yet those tiny houses remain, standing as a museum of human resilience. Across Iran, these villages endure like living fragments of another world. Each village carries its own form, its own rhythm, its own silence. Carved into rock, suspended on steep slopes, gathered beside running water, preserved in red clay, or hidden on the edge of the desert, they reveal a landscape where architecture was never separate from survival. These are not ruins of the past. They are inhabited worlds, still marked by weather, by altitude, by isolation, and by the steady persistence of human life. Together, they form a different portrait of Iran, not defined by monuments or cities, but by remote settlements shaped by endurance, ingenuity, and place. And as the road moves on, these extraordinary villages remain where they have always been, weathered, watchful, and unforgettable. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. This is not a place you're supposed to visit. War, collapse, silence. That's what defines Yemen, or at least that's what you've been told. But that's not what you see. Cities still rise from earth and dust. Windows still catch the light at dusk. Voices still move through streets, low, steady, alive. Nothing here asks to be understood. Nothing tries to be seen. In the end, everything endures. Not beyond conflict, but within it. This is Yemen. Socotra is not an island. It is an isolated fragment of primordial earth, severed from continents and preserved in raw, untamed silence. It is a monolithic archive of evolution, where life diverged into forms that exist nowhere else. It is a fragile equilibrium, where survival is etched into every root, every stone, every breath. Mist drifts slowly across the vast Dixam Plateau, where dragon's blood trees rise like ancient sentinels, their wide, umbrella-shaped crowns casting long, deliberate shadows over fractured, wind-scarred limestone. Their deep crimson resin, once carried along early maritime routes, moved across the Arabian Sea as medicine, dye, and ritual substance, marking a connection between isolation and exchange. Beneath them, the land reveals its origin, tectonic uplift, ancient separation from Gondwana, an ecosystem shaped without interruption, without intrusion. Shuab Beach unfolds in luminous stillness, white sand dissolving seamlessly into clear turquoise water. Spinner dolphins arc through the surface in fluid, synchronized motion, signaling an environment still balanced, still intact. Offshore, fragile coral systems extend like submerged architecture, sustaining life within narrow, shifting margins of temperature and clarity. Across the island, caves and dry riverbeds trace the memory of seasonal rain. Within this stark terrain, human life persists through continuity rather than change. Socotra's inhabitants, descendants of seafarers and traders, have lived within this isolation for centuries. They speak a language found nowhere else, carrying knowledge of wind patterns, grazing cycles, and shifting seasons. Goatherds move steadily across stone ridges, following paths shaped by necessity. Structures remain minimal, built from weathered materials, designed to endure climate rather than resist it. Every action reflects understanding refined over generations. Socotra remains untouched, not by absence of people, but by the precision of their presence. Here, history is not recorded in monuments, but in practice. Within this convergence of land, life, and memory, one enduring truth persists. Survival is sustained through balance with the world, fragile yet unwavering. From an island where evolution stands alone, the journey turns inland toward a city where time layers itself. This is not a city. It is a vertical memory of civilization, ancient, compact, enduring. Sana Old City rises from the highland plateau, its towers shaped from rammed earth and stone. Structures ascend, narrow and monolithic, their facades traced with white gypsum lines. Geometry here is not decoration but function, guiding light, strengthening form, defining identity. Windows soften harsh sun through colored glass. Air circulates through tight corridors, cooling interiors with restraint. Architecture does not dominate, it adapts across centuries. Streets compress into shadowed passages, markets unfolding within movement. Voices echo through walls, generations of life. Resources remain scarce, measured, and deliberate. Shibam, where stone once held memory in layered silence, now compressed into vertical necessity. This is not simply a city. It is a dense, monolithic response to survival, rising sharply from the desert floor like an earthen fortress. Dozens of mud brick towers stand tightly bound together, climbing 5 to 11 stories into the harsh, open sky. Behind these walls, life stretches across centuries. Founded over 500 years ago, Shibam grew along ancient trade routes linking the Arabian interior to distant coastal worlds. Merchants arrived, families remained, and generations learned to build upward when the land could offer nothing more. Floodplains encircle the city, sudden and unforgiving. Height became protection. Thick walls absorbed the day's heat, releasing it slowly into the cool desert night. Narrow streets compress into shaded corridors where air circulates, softening an otherwise relentless climate. Children move upward through dim stairwells. Elders rest within quiet, enclosed rooms. Daily life unfolds in vertical layers. Mud brick demands renewal. Wind erodes, rain dissolves, and each repair becomes memory made visible. Shibam does not resist the desert. It endures within it, fragile, deliberate, and continuously rebuilt through human persistence. As vertical forms dissolve into open horizons, the landscape softens, unfolding into a quieter, grounded expression of human presence. This is not a city. It is a foundation of knowledge, ancient, deliberate, and enduring. Zabid stretches across a coastal plain, shaped by heat, humidity, and time. Low structures of mud brick and coral stone sit compact and measured. Whitewashed walls glare beneath harsh sunlight, reflecting heat while protecting fragile interiors. Air moves slowly through narrow, shaded streets. Mosques rise modestly yet continuously, anchoring space with quiet permanence. For centuries, knowledge lived here, spoken, practiced, carried across generations. Water remains scarce, carefully drawn. Life unfolds with restraint, rhythmic and enduring. As the land quiets, the surface breaks open, revealing something far older beneath memory and stone. This is not a well. It is a vertical void, ancient and unknowable. Bahout Well drops deep into Yemen's desert, a near-perfect shaft cut through pale limestone. Its true depth remains uncertain, swallowed by darkness. Moisture clings to cold walls, forming a fragile microclimate. Air rises uneven, heavy with minerals. Legends gather here, yet this abyss is purely geological, shaped by erosion and time. Where the earth once opened into darkness, the landscape rises again, shaped not by void, but by control over water. Marib is not a ruin. This is an engineering legacy, ancient, deliberate, and transformative. Marib stands at the edge of desert expansion, where survival once depended on precision. The Marib Dam, built from stone and earth, redirected seasonal floods into controlled irrigation. Channels extended outward, sustaining agriculture in an otherwise arid basin. Sediment accumulated, reinforcing structure over time. Maintenance became ritual, essential to continuity. Communities formed around water distribution, shaping patterns of settlement and cooperation. And in this system, something endured. Not abundance, but balance, held carefully against the desert. From desert control to stone elevation. This is not a palace. This is a vertical extension of the mountain, precise, balanced, and improbable. Dar al-Hajjar stands anchored to a solitary rock formation, its structure ascending in layered tiers. Built from stone and mud brick, it merges seamlessly with the cliff beneath it. Windows open outward, framing vast highland horizons and distant valleys below. Light enters selectively, controlled against heat and exposure. Gravity defines every line. Weight is distributed through thick walls and narrow foundations carved into rock. And in this elevation, something emerges. Not dominance, but harmony between architecture and the land itself. From stone rising in isolation, the landscape fractures again, lifting a settlement to the edge of collapse. This is not a village. This is a precipice of survival, fragile, suspended, and exposed. Hayd al-Jazil clings to a massive rock outcrop above a dry valley. Mud brick structures gather tightly, their weight balanced against erosion and gravity. Time weakens their foundations as wind and heat slowly strip the surface. The plateau below remains barren, marked by seasonal water flow that rarely sustains life. Access is limited, movement constrained by terrain and height. Homes lean into one another, distributing pressure across narrow space. Abandonment becomes inevitable as structures decay faster than they can be restored. And here, something fades. Not suddenly, but gradually. A settlement suspended between endurance and disappearance. Where cities rise and fall, life continues, threaded through uncertainty, carried by those who remain. This is not a place defined by conflict. This is a continuum of survival, resilient, human, and unbroken. At dawn, men move toward markets, their steps steady despite shifting realities. Fishermen read the sea as their fathers did, casting nets with inherited precision. Children navigate narrow streets, turning stone corridors into spaces of movement and play. Homes endure in mud, brick, and stone, their interiors shaped for shade, for gathering, for continuity. Walls hold heat, but also memory, layers of living carried across generations. Women prepare food, tend to families, sustain the unseen rhythms that hold everything together. Clothing reflects both environment and identity. Fabric flows loosely, protecting against heat, while patterns signal belonging and history. Architecture remains adaptive. Wind towers, thick walls, and enclosed courtyards regulate climate without reliance on excess. And within this reality, something persists. Not stability, but resilience. Life here does not wait for certainty. It moves within it, quietly, deliberately, and without pause. Yemen is not defined by conflict or ruin. It is defined by what endures. Across stone, desert, and wind, life does not vanish. It adapts. It persists. From vertical cities to silent mountain villages, one truth remains. Survival here is built on resilience, not certainty. For generations, people have not conquered the land, but lived within its limits, its rhythm. And in the end, Yemen is not something to explain. It is something to feel in the quiet strength of those who remain. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. Here, life unfolds in impossible beauty. Socotra stands apart, raw, isolated, and untouched by the forces that define the mainland. Oceans surge with hidden abundance, dunes shift under relentless wind, and mountains rise in fractured silence. Nothing here is easy. Everything survives with precision. Harshness does not diminish this place. It defines it. Across land and sea, life does not expand freely. It endures within limits, measured, restrained, and unbroken. This is not paradise. It is something rarer, where fragility and resilience exist as one. Beneath Socotra, the ocean reveals a system both ancient and untamed. A marine world shaped by isolation, suspended between the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. Seasonal currents rise, forcing cold, nutrient-rich water upward, igniting dense biological life. Coral reefs expand into intricate living structures, saturated with color and movement. Schools of fish shift in synchronized bursts, silver and iridescent against fractured light. Predators move within them, reef sharks and rays, silent, precise, embedded in balance. Dolphins break the surface in fluid arcs, bodies cutting clean through open water. Their motion is rhythmic, instinctive, tied to migrations older than memory. Below, seagrass spreads across soft seabeds where sea turtles descend and feed. Marine algae drift in suspended layers, feeding unseen chains that sustain the visible. Isolation preserves this fragile equilibrium. Here, life endures, interconnected, restrained, and quietly resilient against time and change. Detwa is not a lagoon. It is a tidal fracture, raw, exposed, and continuously rewritten by the ocean's breath. A crescent of white sand anchors a field of turquoise stillness. Waters remain shallow, mineral-rich, and unnaturally clear. Beneath the surface, limestone beds define its fragile geometry. When the tide recedes, the lagoon transforms into a living map. Narrow channels divide into shifting paths of sand and water. Juvenile dolphins glide through confined pools, precise and silent. Stingrays dissolve into the seabed, their forms nearly erased. Ghost crabs scatter in all directions, inscribing motion across wet terrain. Every movement is dictated by rhythm, advance, retreat, exposure. Further west, Shoab Beach exists at the edge of access. Reaching it requires passage across open sea, isolating it from land. The shoreline stretches wide, untouched, and intensely white. Water clarity reveals depth without distortion. Limestone cliffs rise in abrupt, monolithic walls, enclosing the horizon. Erosion fractures their surfaces into sharp, uneven plains. Light intensifies every edge, every contrast between stone and sea. Nothing here is permanent, only cycles, precise, indifferent, and absolute. Life on Socotra is not defined by abundance. It is shaped by endurance, quiet, deliberate, and unbroken. Along narrow coastal stretches, fishing villages emerge from stone and salt. Structures remain minimal: wood, fabric, and weathered surfaces resisting constant wind. Boats rest on pale sand, their forms simple, functional, unchanged for generations. At first light, movement begins without urgency. Fishermen push into open water, reading currents through instinct rather than instrument. The sea is not conquered, it is negotiated, tide by tide. Nets return heavy or empty, both outcomes accepted without resistance. Fish are sorted by hand, laid across woven mats under sharp, unfiltered sun. Salt air thickens the process, preserving what cannot be consumed immediately. Nothing is wasted. Everything is measured. Further inland, herders guide goats across fractured limestone terrain. Water is scarce, carried, stored, and guarded with precision. Daily rhythms follow the land's limitation, not its promise. Language, gesture, and routine pass quietly between generations. No record, no archive, only repetition and memory. Here, survival is not dramatic. It is continuous. A practice refined over time until it becomes identity itself. Beyond these rhythms, the land folds inward, concealing what lies beneath. Callison Canyon remains hidden, carved deep within ivory limestone. Narrow walls rise abruptly, enclosing a confined, silent passage. Surfaces shift between smooth erosion and sharp fracture, recording ancient water flow. Light descends, in fragments, controlled and uneven. Below, pools gather in stillness, emerald and deep blue, unnaturally clear. Mineral composition defines their color, depth, and clarity. No current disturbs their surface. Water persists here, shielded from exposure. Temperature stabilizes within this enclosed system. Sound fades quickly. Movement slows. This is not landscape. It is a contained world, precise, silent, and preserved. The Dixon Plateau ecosystem exists within extreme limitation. Life here does not spread freely. It is contained, measured, and precisely adapted. Soil remains shallow, nutrients scarce, water irregular. Dragon's blood trees dominate, their canopy structures, reducing evaporation and shielding ground life. Frankincense and desert shrubs persist in fractured limestone gaps. Fauna moves with restraint. Goats traverse steep terrain with practiced balance. Bird species circle above, using thermal currents rising from heated rock. Insects remain small, resilient, adapted to dryness and exposure. Every organism operates within narrow margins. Growth is slow. Loss is permanent. This is not abundance. It is survival refined into equilibrium. Beyond the shifting tides, the land rises, older, slower, more deliberate. This is not a forest. It is an evolutionary anomaly, shaped in isolation, precise and enduring. Dragon Blood Tree Forest stands across Socotra's plateau, each tree lifting a dense umbrella crown into dry mineral air. Their form is not aesthetic, it is survival, capturing moisture, reducing evaporation, controlling exposure. Thick bark seals in life, while crimson resin flows beneath, a chemical defense hardened over millennia. Soil here is thin, fractured limestone holding little water. Wind moves freely, carrying heat across an exposed terrain with no excess. A herder passes between the trees, guiding goats through narrow paths worn into stone. He does not disturb the land. He reads it. Shade, wind, silence. Nothing grows without reason. Nothing exists without adaptation. And within this still geometry, life persists, measured, ancient, and quietly absolute. White dunes rise along Socotra's southern coast, stark, luminous, and endlessly reshaped by wind. Zahek and Haif emerge where ocean currents collide with monsoon forces, driving immense flows of pale sand inland. Each grain moves in quiet persistence, building sharp ridges and soft depressions that shift without warning. Under relentless coastal winds, the surface never settles, only transforms. The dunes lean into dark limestone cliffs, intensifying the contrast between blinding light and deep shadow. Salt-heavy air drifts across them, carving fleeting patterns that dissolve almost as soon as they appear. Sound is muted here, absorbed by layers of fine sand in constant motion. Nearby, small settlements endure within this unstable terrain, adjusting to limited water and shifting ground. Paths disappear, landmarks fade, and orientation becomes uncertain. Here, the land resists permanence, existing only in transition, restless, exposed, and forever becoming something new. Hajir Mountains rise abruptly from Socotra's interior, jagged and monolithic against an exposed sky. Ancient granite formations fracture under extreme heat, shaping steep ridges and narrow valleys. Clouds gather briefly, releasing scarce moisture that sustains rare endemic plants clinging to stone. Villages settle along lower slopes, where life adapts to isolation and limited resources. Paths wind through rock and shadow, carved by generations. Goatherds move at dawn, guiding animals across precarious ledges with quiet precision. Stories pass between them, of seasons when rain lingered longer, when springs flowed more freely. Children learn the terrain before they learn distance, reading stone like memory. Here, the land stands harsh, elevated, and enduring beyond time. Socotra is not defined by isolation or silence. It is defined by what persists within it. Across ocean, stone, and wind, life does not fade. It adapts. It balances. From fragile reefs to shifting dunes and monolithic mountains, one truth remains. Survival here is shaped by limitation, not excess. For generations, life has not resisted the land, but moved within its rhythm. And in the end, Socotra is not something to explain. It is something to feel in the quiet endurance of a world untouched. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. What if one land could hold two stories, woven together, yet never fully the same? Here, between stone and sky, Israel and Palestine are not just places on a map, but living worlds shaped by memory, identity, and the passage of time. Histories overlap, not in straight lines, but in layers, carried through voices, gestures, and everyday life. Streets echo with presence, with moments both ordinary and profound, where belonging is felt as much as it is defined. This is a land where culture does not stand apart. It lives, evolves, and endures through those who remain, holding on to who they are, even as everything around them continues to change. Faces emerge from dust and light, culture etched not in monuments, but in gesture, in voice, in the way hands break bread. In Israel, a grandmother folds memory into language, Hebrew shaped by exile, each word carrying fragments of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Markets pulse with human rhythm. A vendor calls out, laughter meets argument, identity negotiated in every exchange. Families gather beneath Sabbath light, ritual not as rule but as continuity held against time. In Palestine, a woman threads trees into fabric, patterns mapping villages that now live more in memory than place. Her hands move steadily, preserving what absence cannot erase. In courtyards, bodies stamp dabke into earth, feet striking ground, as if to say, "We are still here." Children run between stone and shadow, inheriting stories before understanding them. Here, culture lives in people, fragile, enduring, human, held together by memory, tradition, and the will to remain. Every glance, pause, and silence carries histories too heavy to fade across generations, whispered softly through breath, through absence, through presence, shaping lives that refuse to disappear. Jerusalem is more than the capital of the Jewish people for over 3,000 years. It is a city where time compresses into stone, where memory lingers in every surface. At its heart stands the Western Wall, ancient and enduring. Small slips of paper are gently pressed into its crevices, carrying whispered prayers, an unbroken ritual repeated across centuries, as if the stone itself listens. Above, the dome of the rock rises in radiant gold, not merely constructed but believed into existence, anchoring the sacred into the sky. It hovers over the city like a quiet certainty, where faith and form become inseparable. Then, life unfolds through these spaces, flowing into Mahane Yehuda Market. Here, the city exhales, vivid, restless, alive. Stalls overflow with fresh fruits, spices, and Middle Eastern delicacies, their colors and scents weaving through the air. Music drifts between narrow paths, voices overlap, and movement fills every corner. The aromas of hummus, falafel, and baklava linger, turning the market into a sensory echo of Jerusalem itself, layered, enduring, and deeply human. The Ark of the Covenant was a sacred object of striking form, acacia wood carefully shaped, overlaid with gold, its surface radiant and deliberate. Two cherubim rose from its lid, wings extended inward, framing a space believed to hold the unseen. And within it lay its deepest meaning. It carried the tablets of divine law, embodying a covenant between a people and the divine, transforming belief into physical presence. Then, in ancient Israel, the Ark moved with the people through wilderness, into battle, into ritual, guiding, unifying, anchoring identity. And yet, it vanished without trace, leaving behind only mystery, silence, and an enduring question that history cannot fully answer. And from sacred absence, the story settles into a place where presence still breathes: Bethlehem. Here, stone softens under human touch. Narrow streets curve gently between weathered, time-worn limestone walls, holding footsteps that move with quiet familiarity. Morning unfolds slowly. A baker lifts warm bread from a dark, soot-stained oven, the scent drifting through alleys like an unspoken, ancient invitation. And within homes, life gathers closely. Families sit together, voices low, hands busy, gestures passed down without instruction, shaped by generations of continuity. Women embroider intricate patterns, each thread deliberate, each color holding memory, patience, belonging. Then, the city reveals its architecture. Arched doorways, thick stone facades, and inner courtyards create spaces of shade and privacy, designed for climate and community alike. Churches rise with monolithic presence, heavy walls, low entrances, domes worn by centuries, structures built not to impress, but to endure. And in Bethlehem, architecture does not stand apart from life. It holds it, shelters it, and quietly preserves its rhythm through time. Tel Aviv pulses with radiant movement beside the shimmering Mediterranean coastline. Golden beaches stretch endlessly while laughing crowds swim, run, dance, and breathe freely. Powerful waves crash rhythmically against warm sand beneath blazing afternoon sunlight. Towering glass skyscrapers rise beside elegant Bauhaus buildings designed for openness and light. Energetic streets overflow nightly with music, spontaneous performances, colorful lights, and irresistible momentum. Contemporary galleries display provocative art that feels immediate, fearless, emotional, and constantly evolving. Fragrant markets and vibrant restaurants unite travelers, families, workers, and strangers around unforgettable flavors. Every avenue invites exploration through texture, sound, appetite, movement, creativity, and exhilarating unpredictability. In Tel Aviv, life feels immersive, untamed, passionate, sunlit, and endlessly awake with possibility. Sea breezes carry youthful freedom through crowded boulevards, where cultures collide gracefully, creating electric memories beneath luminous midnight skies every single evening. The Dead Sea stretches silently through the immense Jordan Rift Valley beneath scorching desert skies. Massive cliffs descend dramatically, surrounding the basin with stark, pale, almost prehistoric isolation and silence. Positioned between Israel and Jordan, the enormous basin sinks 2 miles, 400 meters, beneath sea level. The Jordan River pours steadily southward, carrying restless water into a destination without escape routes. Relentless sunlight evaporates the surface endlessly, leaving crystallized minerals suspended within dense, shimmering salt layers. The water feels heavy, motionless, compressed, and strangely resistant beneath the blazing desert atmosphere above. Jagged mountains rise sharply around the shoreline, creating severe boundaries that appear timeless and immovable. Harsh winds sweep across the mineral-rich landscape, carrying heat, silence, and overwhelming geological grandeur everywhere. Every surrounding surface appears bleached, rugged, sunburned, and sculpted by centuries of brutal environmental pressure. Here, geography feels ancient, unforgiving, isolated, and overwhelmingly absolute beneath skies and merciless desert horizons. Beyond the silent sea, the Judean desert rises harshly beneath blazing, merciless sunlight and endless horizons. Jagged terrain fractures into dust-covered stone, creating immense valleys filled with overwhelming stillness and isolation. The scorching air feels stripped, sacred, weightless, and completely emptied of unnecessary distraction or comfort. A narrow mountain path winds precariously across barren cliffs toward the ancient Mar Saba monastery. Weathered limestone walls blend seamlessly with surrounding rock, appearing eternal, immovable, disciplined, and profoundly isolated. Inside dim corridors, silent monks move deliberately through repetitive rituals shaped by devotion and endurance. Every whispered prayer echoes softly through shadowed chambers where time dissolves into disciplined spiritual contemplation. Daily existence becomes minimal, deliberate, restrained, and detached from worldly distraction, pleasure, noise, and excess. The monastery stands defiantly above the canyon, embodying sacrifice, asceticism, unwavering faith, and profound separation. Endless silence blankets the desert landscape, preserving eternal stillness beneath vast, unforgiving amber skies. And within this vast silence, life does not disappear. It sharpens, adapts, and survives with precise, almost invisible intent. Across the Judean desert, a Nubian ibex balances on monolithic cliffs, its hooves gripping stone with impossible control, moving where gravity feels uncertain. And as light softens, the desert begins to awaken slowly. A barn owl glides through cooling air, silent and pale, while above, an Egyptian vulture circles patiently, tracing invisible currents rising from heated ground. Then, in shifting shadow, a caracal moves, fluid, alert, its presence nearly erased by the terrain itself. And suddenly, the sky fractures. A peregrine falcon dives with explosive speed, cutting through stillness in a single, decisive strike. Nearby, a chameleon clings to a branch, unmoving, its colors shifting subtly, dissolving into the desert itself. Here, survival is not force, but precision, timing, patience, and absolute adaptation in this harsh landscape. Ramallah rises quietly from the desert, carrying resilient energy through crowded, sunlit streets. Cars weave constantly past weathered buildings layered with balconies, signs, cafes, and narrow alleyways. Voices echo rhythmically across busy intersections, creating a restless, intimate, unmistakably human atmosphere. Concrete walls appear modest yet purposeful, shaped carefully through adaptation, endurance, and practical necessity. Contemporary galleries display provocative artwork filled with fractured memory, symbolism, abstraction, and emotional urgency. Music drifts softly through intimate cafes where conversations feel immediate, passionate, honest, and deeply personal. Residents gather daily to speak, argue, create, negotiate, laugh, and imagine meaningful possibilities together. Every street corner carries visible resilience, transforming ordinary routines into expressions of collective identity. In Ramallah, urban life feels vibrant, determined, adaptive, and continuously shaped by unwavering human presence. Under glowing evening lights, the city breathes persistently through sound, movement, memory, and expression. On the eastern edge of Jerusalem, the Mount of Olives rises not as a backdrop, but as a witness. Terraced with ancient graves, its slopes hold centuries of longing, where generations chose to rest facing a promised horizon. Olive trees twist quietly in the wind, their roots deep in soil, layered with prayer and return. From its height, the city unfolds, stone, light, and belief gathered below, fragile yet enduring. Pilgrims pause here, not to escape the city, but to see it whole, held between memory and hope. Each step carries quiet reverence, as if time itself slows among the stones, allowing the past and present to breathe together in a single, suspended moment. Above, silence settles like a final prayer. Their lands is not defined by division or distance. It is defined by what continues within it. Across stone, memory, and time, life does not disappear. It endures. It transforms. From ancient cities to shifting deserts and sacred hills, one truth remains. Existence here is shaped by memory, not simplicity. For generations, people have not stood outside history, but lived within its weight, its rhythm, its continuity. And in the end, this land is not something to resolve. It is something to feel in the quiet persistence of lives that continue despite everything. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. Siberia is not merely cold. It is a brutal, frozen continent where nature still overpowers humanity. Temperatures collapse beyond -50. Steel fractures. Breath crystallizes instantly. Monolithic forests vanish beneath Arctic fog and endless polar storms. Brown bears roam across black taiga wilderness, older than civilization itself. Baikal seals surface through fractured ice, while wolves disappear into blizzards and volcanic silence. Remote villages survive beside frozen rivers and collapsing permafrost. Yakut horse breeders endure through ritual, memory, fire, and instinct passed across generations. From Lake Baikal to Kamchatka, Siberia remains one of Earth's last raw and untamed frontiers still standing. Nothing on Earth evolves gently inside Siberia's isolated ecosystem of ice, stone, and starvation. Bears roam through monolithic taiga forests, tearing apart frozen riverbanks beneath collapsing sheets of permafrost. Their massive silhouettes disappear into cedar fog, following salmon migrations older than human settlement itself. Snow sheep climb precarious volcanic ridges where oxygen thins against brutal winds sweeping across mineral cliffs. Centuries of isolation hardened their bodies into raw instruments of survival, shaped by gravity and frost. Lake Baikal breathes beneath translucent ice, concealing tectonic fractures descending deeper than continental imagination. Baikal seals surface through narrow breathing holes, their dark eyes reflecting an ecosystem sealed from oceans. No predators pursue them beneath these frozen depths, except hunger, winter, and the ancient pressure of cold water. Every creature here survives through adaptation carved slowly by geology, temperature, and unimaginable geographic isolation. Siberia preserves life not through mercy, but through relentless endurance against a world forever untamed. Connected to Baikal's isolated ecosystem, Olkhon Island rises like the exposed backbone of an ancient world shaped by tectonic violence, spiritual tradition, and extreme survival. The island stands above the deepest freshwater lake on Earth, where geological forces continue pulling Siberia apart beneath the surface each year. Across frozen steppes and fractured limestone cliffs, Siberian winds sweep endlessly toward Shaman Rock. A sacred site where Buryat shamans once performed rituals for the spirits of water, weather, and death. Prayer ribbons still flutter against the stone, preserving beliefs older than modern Russia itself. In winter, Buryat fishermen cross translucent ice beside rusted boats, trapped along the shoreline, reading shifting cracks like hunters tracking migration routes. Nearby wooden villages endure brutal cold and isolation, their smoke dissolving into enormous Arctic sunsets. Golden eagles circle above barren ridges, where forgotten horse trails disappear beneath snowdrifts and volcanic grasslands. Olkhon feels untouched by modern rhythm, preserving humanity within a landscape ruled entirely by ice, silence, endurance, and geological time. Yakutsk rises from the Siberian permafrost like a weathered citadel suspended between ice, smoke, and time. Frozen fog devours the streets while brittle timber houses groan beneath Arctic pressure. The Lena River hardens into a colossal white corridor stretching across plains and fractured tundra. Soviet apartment blocks stand monolithic against violent winds, carrying needles of snow through the city. Beneath the surface, permanently frozen ground preserves mammoth tusks, ancient bacteria, and layers of earth. Market stalls display frozen fish stacked like silver stone beneath dim winter sunlight and drifting chimney ash. Dogs curl beside steaming pipes while trucks rattle across roads, warped by expanding ice below. Every structure in Yakutsk balances carefully above thawing permafrost, engineered against collapse and brutal continental winters. Yakutsk survives through adaptation alone, where humanity confronts cold not as weather, but as an ancient living force. Beyond Olkhon's frozen cliffs, the road disappears deeper into Yakutia, where survival becomes an inherited language. Villages emerge from endless snowfields beside rivers, locked beneath meters of ancient Arctic ice. Smoke rises slowly from weathered wooden homes built on permafrost, engineered to resist collapsing ground. Yakut horse breeders wrap themselves in reindeer fur while guiding frost-covered animals through brutal white silence. Children learn endurance beside iron stoves, hearing ancestral epics carried through generations of isolation and winter. Shamans once studied fire, bone, and snowfall patterns here, interpreting nature through spiritual balance and seasonal migration. Frozen fish hang beside timber walls like preserved artifacts, sustaining families during months without fertile soil. Even laughter sounds different in Yakutia, softened by dense air approaching temperatures capable of freezing breath instantly. Yakutia preserves humanity in its rawest form, where culture survives not inside monuments, but within memory, ritual, labor, and the stubborn warmth of people refusing surrender against the oldest winter ever endured by civilization alone. Hidden deep within Siberia's frozen interior, Chara Sands appears like a surreal desert abandoned inside the Arctic wilderness. Golden dunes ripple across the landscape beneath towering snow-covered mountains and dense black taiga forests. Violent glacial winds continue reshaping the sand, carrying mineral grains across this isolated basin year after year. Small rivers cut through the dunes while patches of frozen ground remain trapped beneath the desert surface. Lonely wooden cabins stand beside the dunes, their weathered walls resisting isolation and relentless seasonal storms. Migratory birds cross above the barren landscape, while distant wolf tracks disappear into shifting sand and snow. Chara Sands feels dreamlike and prehistoric, preserving one of Siberia's strangest geological anomalies beneath endless Arctic silence. Beyond Yakutsk, the Kolyma Highway cuts through Siberia like a scar carved into frozen wilderness and memory. This desolate road stretches across collapsing permafrost, black spruce forests, and mountains buried beneath relentless Arctic storms. Rusting bridges tremble above glacial rivers where dense fog drifts through abandoned mining settlements and fractured valleys. Snowstorms erase entire sections overnight, swallowing tire tracks beneath violent winds and endless white silence. Bones remain buried beneath the highway's frozen foundations, remnants of prisoners who once built this brutal corridor by hand. Colima feels less like infrastructure and more like a haunting monument to endurance, isolation, suffering, and survival at the edge of the inhabitable world. Beyond the haunted isolation of the Colima Highway, the Lena River flows across Siberia like a colossal artery of ice and sediment. For thousands of kilometers, its dark currents carve through taiga forests, limestone cliffs, and ancient permafrost plains. During winter, the river hardens into a frozen expanse powerful enough to carry entire convoys across its surface. The Lena pillars rise above the shoreline like monolithic cathedrals, their weathered stone towers sculpted by erosion and prehistoric seas. Fishing boats drift slowly through dense Arctic mist, while migratory birds circle above mineral-rich wetlands and collapsing riverbanks. Every season reshapes the Lena with violent floods, shifting ice, and sediment carried from the deepest reaches of Siberia's untamed interior wilderness. Far beyond the Lena River, Kamchatka erupts from the Pacific Rim like a raw volcanic frontier untouched by restraint. Towering stratovolcanoes release thick ash clouds above valleys, scarred by lava flows, glaciers, and tectonic violence. Brown bears gather beside roaring rivers, swollen with salmon migrating inland from the freezing Pacific Ocean. Steam bursts through fractured ground, where geothermal pressure boils beneath mineral-rich tundra and black volcanic stone. Massive cliffs collapse into storm-dark seas patrolled by orcas, sea eagles, and dense colonies of seabirds. Snowstorms sweep suddenly across the peninsula, swallowing entire mountain ranges beneath brutal Arctic fog and silence. Remote fishing settlements endure between fire and ice, surrounded by landscapes still shaped by Earth's unstable crust. Kamchatka feels prehistoric, preserving a world where geology still moves faster than civilization itself. As Siberia dissolves into the storm-black Pacific, the Kuril Islands emerge, like fractured volcanic sentinels abandoned at the edge of the Earth. Violent tectonic collisions continue reshaping these isolated islands through earthquakes, steaming craters, and collapsing basalt cliffs. Dense ocean fog crawls across jagged shorelines, where colossal waves detonate against black volcanic rock and mineral beaches. Sea otters drift through freezing currents, while immense stellar sea eagles circle above windswept ridges and roaring surf. Fishing villages cling desperately to narrow coastlines, their weathered wooden homes battered endlessly by salt storms and Arctic winds. Generations of islanders survive through cod fishing, seal hunting, and intimate knowledge of shifting tides and volcanic weather. Abandoned lighthouses loom beside rusted military ruins, slowly consumed by moss, ash, and corrosive sea air. The Kuril Islands preserve a raw human existence shaped entirely by isolation, oceanic violence, and the unstable heartbeat of the Earth itself. After the violent isolation of the Kuril Islands, Lake Baikal appears almost extraterrestrial beneath Siberia's immense frozen silence. This colossal rift lake holds ancient freshwater trapped within tectonic fractures deeper than the world's tallest mountains. Translucent ice stretches endlessly across the surface, cracked by thunderous pressure, echoes rising from the abyss below. Baikal seals surface through crystalline openings, while icy winds sweep across mineral-rich cliffs and snow-buried forests. The surrounding mountains preserve fossils, volcanic stone, and geological scars formed through millions of years of continental movement. Lake Baikal feels timeless and monolithic, preserving a fragile ecosystem shaped entirely by cold, depth, isolation, and the immense patience of the Earth itself. Siberia remains one of the last places where Earth still feels ancient, raw, and completely untamed. Frozen rivers continue carving through volcanic wilderness, endless taiga forests, and collapsing Arctic silence. Brown bears, Baikal seals, wolves, and migrating birds survive within ecosystems shaped by isolation and brutal winters. Remote villages endure beside permafrost and blizzards, where survival becomes memory, ritual, and instinct. From the frozen abyss of Lake Baikal to Kamchatka's burning volcanoes, Siberia preserves a world untouched by softness or comfort. Every storm, mountain, and frozen horizon carries the weight of geological time and human endurance. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. For centuries, the Amazon has been described as the lungs of the earth. But beneath that image exists an entire world shaped by survival, memory, and adaptation. Hidden beneath the canopy are rivers that flow through the sky, predators that move almost invisibly through flooded forests, and indigenous communities that have lived with the rhythms of this ecosystem for thousands of years. Nothing here exists alone. Every species, every river, and every cycle of life is connected through a system powerful enough to sustain an entire continent. The Amazon is not just a rainforest. It is one of the last places where the relationship between humans and nature can still be seen at its rawest scale. Flying rivers are one of the most important natural systems sustaining life across the Amazon and much of South America. Rather than flowing on the ground, these rivers exist in the atmosphere, formed through the massive release of moisture from the rainforest itself. Each large tree in the Amazon can release more than 1,000 liters of water vapor into the air every day through transpiration. Across the entire forest, this process generates around 20 billion tons of moisture daily, creating vast airborne corridors of humidity. These moisture flows travel across the continent. These atmospheric rivers eventually return as rainfall across vast regions of South America. Much of the rain falling over the Amazon is recycled moisture generated by the forest itself, rather than coming directly from the ocean. Without this continuous cycle of evaporation and rainfall, large parts of the rainforest would gradually dry out and lose the conditions needed to sustain life. Near the city of Manaus in Brazil, two massive rivers meet and flow side by side without immediately mixing, creating one of the most unusual natural phenomena on Earth. The Rio Negro appears almost black, colored by organic material from decomposing forest vegetation. Its water is warmer, more acidic, and flows relatively slowly. Beside it, the Rio Solimões carries a muddy brown color from sediment transported down from the Andes Mountains. This river is colder by around 6 degrees Celsius, flows nearly twice as fast, and has a much more neutral pH level. Because of these differences in temperature, density, speed, and chemical composition, the two rivers maintain a visible boundary for nearly 6 kilometers before eventually blending together. The scale of the Amazon system itself is equally difficult to comprehend. The river releases more than 200,000 cubic meters of water into the Atlantic Ocean every second, accounting for nearly 1/5 of all fresh water flowing across Earth's surface. At its widest point near the mouth, the river stretches over 300 kilometers across, with enough force to push fresh water far into the Atlantic Ocean. In 1500, members of the expedition led by Spanish explorer Vicente Yáñez Pinzón reported being able to collect and drink fresh water far out in the Atlantic Ocean before even seeing the South American coastline. This reflected the extraordinary scale and force of the Amazon River. And this immense flow of water has helped sustain one of the most biologically diverse ecosystems on Earth, where some of the rainforest's most extraordinary predators continue to survive. Among them is the harpy eagle, the most powerful bird of prey in the Amazon rainforest. With a wingspan reaching up to 2 meters, it is also the largest eagle in the Americas. Its talons can grow over 13 centimeters long, strong enough to crush the skull of prey instantly. Harpy eagles hunt from the highest trees, diving through the forest at speeds of around 80 kilometers per hour, while remaining almost completely silent. Unlike many eagles that hunt fish, they specialize in tree-dwelling mammals such as monkeys and sloths. They reproduce slowly, raising only one chick every 2 to 3 years and relying on untouched primary forest for nesting. In the wild, harpy eagles have almost no natural predators other than humans. Deep within the Amazon rainforest lives the jaguar, the largest big cat in the Americas and the undisputed apex predator of this ecosystem. Its spotted coat blends almost perfectly into the shifting light beneath the canopy, allowing it to remain nearly invisible inside the dense forest. Any animal activity attracts the jaguar's attention. He weighs up whether it could become his next victim. Jaguars will eat everything from fish to deer. He spends most of his time moving silently along the riverbanks, where animals regularly gather to drink, rest, or cross the water. This time, he spots something near the surface. A caiman edging close to the shore. Caimans are not the largest crocodilians, but they possess an incredible bite force. This is a formidable opponent. The jaguar lowers his body, placing each step carefully. Slow, silent, the distance closes. Then, in just seconds, he launches forward with explosive power. Unlike most predators that rely on a prolonged struggle, jaguars kill almost instantly, delivering a bite so powerful it can pierce straight through a caiman's skull in a single strike. After the brutal battle, the jaguar drags his hard-won prize onto the bank, slips back into the dense forest, and slowly enjoys the reward of the hunt. For many indigenous communities, the jaguar is more than a predator. It is seen as a spiritual presence closely connected to the power and consciousness of the rainforest itself. But beneath the rainforest canopy, survival is not shaped by predators alone. Hidden among roots, leaves, and fallen wood, smaller creatures maintain systems just as ruthless in their own scale. Bullet ants are feared by most creatures in the rainforest because of their powerful defense and extremely painful venom. With a body nearly 1 inch long, this species possesses one of the most painful stings on the Schmidt Pain Index. The pain is often described as waves of fire lasting for hours. For the Sate Mawe tribe, however, this pain carries a different meaning. During initiation rituals, young boys place their hands into gloves filled with bullet ants and endure repeated stings for at least 10 minutes to prove endurance and mental strength. If bullet ants represent raw power, leafcutter ants represent discipline and complex industrial organization. They function like a massive biological machine. Worker ants can carry leaf fragments many times heavier than their own body weight, transporting them into enormous underground colonies. These leaves are not eaten directly. Instead, they are used to grow a specialized fungus that serves as the main food source for the entire colony. This agricultural system has existed for millions of years, long before humans developed farming. Within a single colony, millions of ants perform highly specialized roles, sustaining one of the most complex social systems found in the rainforest. Beyond the dense rainforest, life begins to adapt not to trees and soil, but to water that constantly shifts and expands with the changing seasons. Boto dolphins are not born pink. They begin life with gray skin and gradually turn pink as they age. According to local legend, the Boto can transform into a handsome man dressed in white, enter riverside villages, seduce women during festivals, and disappear again before sunrise. Children with unknown fathers are often referred to as children of the Boto. During the rainy season, when river levels rise more than 10 meters, Botos move deep into flooded forests to hunt between submerged trees. Their teeth serve two different functions. The front teeth are used to grip prey, while the back teeth are designed to crush the hard shells of crabs and turtles. To rest while still returning to the surface for air, Botos are able to let one half of their brain sleep while the other half remains awake. For centuries, environments like these were believed to be shaped almost entirely by nature. But scattered beneath the forest and along its rivers, evidence began to reveal a very different history. One of the clearest signs of this is terra preta, an unusually fertile black soil created by pre-Columbian societies between roughly 450 BC and 950 AD. Rather than forming naturally, it was produced by mixing charcoal, pottery fragments, fish bones, ash, and organic waste into the nutrient-poor rainforest soil. As a result, terra preta became 2 to 3 times more fertile than surrounding soil and was even capable of regenerating over time. Today, this soil is estimated to cover between 3 and 10% of the Amazon basin, often concentrated along major rivers, suggesting that dense human settlements once existed throughout the rainforest. The Amazon also functions much like a vast cultivated garden rather than a completely untouched forest. Plants such as cacao and various nut trees became widely distributed with human assistance, gradually turning large parts of the rainforest into a long-term and sustainable food reserve. Centuries later, another resource hidden within the forest would draw global attention back to the Amazon once again. This time, the transformation arrived with industry, extraction, and unprecedented wealth. The wealth of Manaus came from the Pará rubber tree, Hevea brasiliensis. When the bark was cut, it released a white latex that could be processed into rubber. During the industrial era, rubber became an essential material for manufacturing tires, pipes, seals, and insulation for telegraph cables. Because the Amazon held a monopoly over this resource, money flowed into the region at an extraordinary speed, allowing rubber barons to live in extreme luxury. The clearest symbol of this prosperity was the Teatro Amazonas. Built entirely with imported European materials, the Opera House stood as an almost surreal display of wealth, surrounded by dense jungle. However, the wealth of Manaus was built on the suffering of indigenous people. Tens of thousands were enslaved, tortured, and killed during rubber extraction. It is estimated that between 90 and 99% of the indigenous population died from violence and diseases such as smallpox and measles after contact with Europeans. The collapse came suddenly in 1876, when British explorer Henry Wickham secretly smuggled around 70,000 rubber seeds out of the Amazon. They were later cultivated in Southeast Asia, where organized plantations produced cheaper rubber and destroyed the Amazon's monopoly. Manaus quickly fell into decline. Today, the Amazon basin is home to more than 300 indigenous groups, speaking dozens of different language families across the rainforest. Many communities maintain remarkably detailed knowledge of the environment, able to identify hundreds of plant species and track river systems, seasonal floods, and wind patterns through oral tradition passed down over generations. life is closely adapted to the rainforest itself. Some groups build elevated homes to avoid flooding, travel mainly by canoe, and use natural pigments from forest fruits to paint their bodies. Food often comes directly from the surrounding ecosystem, including fish, cassava, fruits, and hunted animals. They often hunt using blow darts coated with poison extracted from toxic rainforest frogs, or paddle through narrow river channels in dugout canoes to catch fish hiding beneath submerged roots and flooded vegetation. However, more than 100 uncontacted indigenous groups are still believed to exist in Brazil. For many of them, isolation is a deliberate choice shaped by historical memories of violence, slavery, and disease during the rubber boom era. Illegal gold mining has poisoned rivers with mercury, affecting both wildlife and indigenous communities. Record droughts and rising water temperatures have already caused mass deaths among aquatic species. At the same time, human-made fires release enormous amounts of carbon that the forest spent thousands of years storing. And yet, the Amazon continues trying to keep itself alive. The forest still generates massive atmospheric rivers that carry moisture across South America. Nutrients are constantly recycled through fallen leaves, roots, fungi, and flood cycles, allowing life to regenerate with extraordinary speed. Even the ancient terra preta soil created by early civilizations continues to restore fertility centuries after its creators disappeared. Every species remains part of this larger system. Harpy eagles still patrol the canopy. Jaguars continue moving silently through flooded forests. Leafcutter ants recycle tons of vegetation every year, while pink river dolphins navigate submerged forests during seasonal floods. Together, they form an interconnected network that has sustained the rainforest for millions of years. The Amazon is still fighting to survive, but its resilience is not infinite. The future of this forest may ultimately depend on whether humanity understands one simple reality. As long as the Amazon continues to breathe, so do we. shaped by extremes, has given rise to a culture that endures quietly yet powerfully through time. Salalah feels like a contradiction made real. In the far south of Oman, where desert should dominate, the land turns unexpectedly green. During the Kharif monsoon, mist rolls in from the Indian Ocean. Hills soften into lush valleys, and waterfalls cascade down cliffs. Camels graze on open grasslands, moving slowly through a landscape that feels closer to Southeast Asia than Arabia. For a few fleeting months, Salalah becomes a different world entirely. But this transformation is only part of its story. Long before travelers came for its beauty, Salalah was known for something far more valuable: frankincense. Harvested from hardy trees that grow in the dry hinterlands, this resin once shaped the economy of entire civilizations. In ancient Egypt, it was used in embalming rituals believed to purify and preserve the body for the afterlife. In Rome, it burned during funeral ceremonies, its smoke carrying prayers for the dead. Across temples and empires, frankincense became a bridge between the human and the divine. Today, its scent still lingers in the air. And in Salalah, nature and history do not exist separately. They rise together, like mist over a land that has always lived between worlds. Wahiba Sands stretches across the southeastern expanse of Oman, a vast desert shaped by wind and time. Named after the Bani Wahiba tribe, who have lived here for generations, this sea of sand extends for nearly 12,000 square kilometers, where towering dunes rise over 100 meters high. Their forms are never fixed, constantly shifting under invisible currents, reshaping the landscape day by day. In this environment, life is built on experience passed down through generations. Bedouin communities have learned how to read the desert, recognizing wind patterns, tracking subtle changes in the sand, and navigating without fixed paths. Daily life is simple but precise, moving between temporary shelters, managing limited water, and adapting to extreme heat during the day and cold nights. In Wahiba Sands, the camel is a lifelong companion to Bedouin families, deeply woven into their daily survival and movement across the desert. More than just transport, it is an animal shaped perfectly for this environment. A camel can travel up to 40 kilometers in a single day across soft sand, and in extreme conditions, it can survive for more than a week without water. Its wide, padded feet prevent it from sinking into dunes, while its ability to regulate body temperature allows it to endure heat that can exceed 50 degrees Celsius. One of the most distinctive traditions of this region is camel racing, a practice that has existed for centuries among Bedouin communities. Originally, these races were a way to test the strength, endurance, and value of camels. But today, it serves as a cultural gathering where desert communities come together, exchanging traditions and maintaining long-standing social connections. Jebel Akhdar, known as the Green Mountain, rises more than 2,000 meters above sea level, where the climate shifts and the landscape begins to defy expectations. Steep mountains drop into deep canyons, and the air turns cooler, carrying a quiet contrast to the dry plains below. On this arid land, people have achieved what once seemed impossible. Lush gardens cling tightly to rocky slopes, forming terraces that carve life directly into stone. This is not a natural oasis, but the result of the ancient Falaj irrigation system, a network of channels that has existed for centuries. Water, scarce and precious, is carefully guided from mountain springs, flowing through narrow stone-lined canals that follow the contours of the terrain. Along these steep slopes, villages cling to the mountainside, their stone houses built into the rock as if they were part of it. Daily life follows the rhythm of the land, where tending terraces, maintaining water channels, and harvesting crops are not just tasks, but traditions passed down through generations. The falage system is deeply woven into this way of life, shaping how people farm, share resources, and remain connected to one another. Jebel Akhdar is also known for its damask roses, grown in small, high-altitude orchards and harvested by hand each spring. These delicate flowers are distilled into rose water, a tradition passed down through generations, used in perfumes, rituals, and everyday life. Nizwa does not present itself as a relic of the past. It feels like a place where history never truly left. More than 1,300 years ago, this city stood as the heart of Oman's early Islamic world, a center not only of political power, but of scholarship, law, and religious thought. And even today, that legacy still moves through its streets. At the center of daily life lies the Nizwa Souk, a long-standing tradition that continues to be preserved by local communities. This practice dates back centuries, when Nizwa served as a key meeting point for trade routes across the interior. For many nomadic families, this is not just a marketplace, but an essential part of life. After long journeys across harsh landscapes, they arrive here to sell livestock, exchange goods, and sustain their livelihoods. Rising just beyond the market is Nizwa Fort, its massive circular tower dominating the skyline. Built in the 17th century, under Imam Sultan bin Saif al-Ya'arubi, the tower spans over 30 meters in diameter. It was designed as one of the most advanced defensive structures of its time. From above, defenders could pour boiling oil, drop stones, and monitor every approach. Hidden passages, narrow staircases, and thick walls turned the fort into a calculated defense system. Muscat does not follow the path of its neighbors. There are no towering skylines or extravagant displays of modern wealth. Instead, the capital remains calm, grounded, and deeply connected to its past, preserving a sense of the old Arabian world that many cities have long left behind. As early as the 1st century, Muscat stood as a key trading hub linking India, Persia, and East Africa. Its strategic location made it a point of interest for competing empires, from the Portuguese to the Ottomans. Yet, despite centuries of foreign influence, the city was never erased. It absorbed these layers of history while maintaining its own identity, shaping a culture that still defines Muscat today. At the heart of this continuity stands the Sultan Qaboos Grand Mosque, one of the most significant architectural landmarks in Oman. Completed in 2001, after 6 years of construction, the mosque was built using over 300,000 tons of Indian sandstone and can accommodate up to 25,000 worshippers. Its design blends traditional Islamic architecture with refined modern craftsmanship. At the center of the main prayer hall hangs a massive Swarovski crystal chandelier, weighing over 8 tons and composed of thousands of intricately cut crystals. Below it stretches one of the world's largest hand-woven carpets, crafted by more than 600 artisans over 4 years, each knot tied entirely by hand. Bima Sinkhole, locally known as Hawiyat Najm, or the Falling Star Well, is one of Oman's most fascinating natural wonders. According to local legend, it was formed when a meteorite struck the Earth thousands of years ago, leaving behind a deep, perfectly shaped crater. The water below is a rare mix of freshwater and seawater, filtered through underground channels, giving it a striking turquoise color that feels almost unreal. Scientists, however, explain it differently, as a natural limestone collapse formed over time. This contrast between myth and science adds to its intrigue. With no large-scale development surrounding it, the site remains quiet and largely untouched, preserving a sense of stillness and raw beauty. The Daymaniat Islands remain one of Oman's best-kept secrets, often described as a hidden jewel of the Middle East. Scattered across the turquoise waters of the Gulf, this protected archipelago consists of 9 small islands, where the sea reveals an ecosystem of remarkable richness. The water here stands out, with its striking turquoise hue. Beneath the surface, coral reefs stretch in intricate formations, creating a vibrant underwater landscape filled with life. Schools of tropical fish move through the reefs in constant motion. However, beyond its rich biodiversity, this archipelago quietly sustains one of the most important natural cycles in the region. Daymaniyat is a key nesting ground for green sea turtles in Oman. Each year, adult females return after long migrations across the ocean to lay their eggs on the very beaches where they were born. They use their flippers to dig deep nests, covering the eggs with warm sand before quietly retreating, leaving nature to take over. A few weeks later, hatchlings emerge from the sand and instinctively make their way toward the ocean, beginning a long cycle of growth and migration that can span decades. Kamsar is a remote village located at the northern tip of Oman, separated from the rest of the country by rugged mountains and the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. This isolation has shaped a community unlike any other in Oman. The people here speak Kumzari, a rare language influenced by Persian, Arabic, and other coastal cultures, reflecting centuries of contact yet long periods of separation. The village itself is built tightly along narrow coastal strips, where houses rise directly from the rock, adapted to limited space and steep terrain. There are no roads connecting Kamsar to the mainland. The only way to reach the village is by speedboat. Daily life here is closely tied to the sea, the waves, and the boats that move between them. Fishing remains the primary source of livelihood, shaping both the rhythm of life and the identity of the community. Wadi Bani Khalid appears where the desert unexpectedly surrenders to water. Deep within Oman's eastern mountains, springs flow year-round through a landscape shaped by heat, stone, and time. Clear turquoise pools gather beneath towering cliffs, creating one of the country's most remarkable natural oases. For centuries, travelers crossing the harsh interior relied on these waters for survival. Palm trees cluster along the valley floor, their roots reaching into moisture hidden beneath the desert. Fish drift through the still pools, while swallows circle above the canyon walls. Yet this peaceful scene was carved by violence. Rare storms rush down the mountains, sending flash floods through the wadi with tremendous force. The same water that sustains life also reshapes the landscape. In a land defined by aridity, Wadi Bani Khalid stands as a reminder that survival in Oman has always depended on finding water where almost none should exist. Today, it also attracts visitors seeking beauty and tranquility. Misfat al-Abriin clings to the side of Oman's mountains like a village suspended between earth and sky. For more than 1,000 years, people have lived among these steep cliffs, building stone houses that rise layer upon layer above terraced fields. Water is the reason this settlement exists. Ancient Falaj irrigation channels carry spring water through the village, nourishing pomegranate trees, date palms, and crops in a landscape otherwise dominated by rock and drought. Narrow pathways wind between mud brick walls and shaded courtyards. Life moves slowly here, yet survival has never been easy. Every harvest depends on water carefully shared among families. In a region shaped by scarcity, Misfat al-Abriin stands as a testament to human ingenuity, proving that even the harshest mountains can become home when water, patience, and community endure. Oman does not try to impress at first glance. It does not overwhelm with spectacle or demand attention. Instead, it reveals itself slowly through the people who live in rhythm with the land, through traditions that have endured without needing to change, and through places where time feels layered rather than lost. From the silence of the desert to the cool air of the mountains, from ancient souks to remote coastal villages, what remains is not just beauty, but continuity. A way of life, shaped by adaptation, patience, and deep understanding of the environment. In a world that moves faster each day, Oman offers something increasingly rare, a reminder that identity does not have to be loud to be lasting. Sometimes it is the quietest places that hold the strongest stories. Russia does not unfold gently. It rises through volcanic wilderness, frozen oceans, collapsing empires, and cities buried beneath snow and memory. Across 11 time zones, colossal mountains, Arctic tundra, immense rivers, and endless forests shape one of Earth's most extreme landscapes. Imperial palaces stand beside Soviet monoliths, while isolated villages endure against permafrost, storms, and brutal winter silence. From the frozen streets of Yakutsk to Kamchatka's volcanic frontier and the ancient domes of Old Rus, every horizon feels immense, raw, and mythological. Russia is not simply a nation. It is a continent forged by cold, endurance, conquest, and geological time. Moscow rises from the Russian plain like a colossal monument forged through empire, revolution, industrial expansion, and relentless reinvention. Golden Orthodox domes burn beneath heavy winter skies, while Stalinist towers pierce the atmosphere like monolithic stone sentinels guarding the capital. The Kremlin dominates the city's core, its crimson walls carrying centuries of coronations, invasions, political transformation, military power, and imperial ambition. Beneath immense boulevards, Soviet metro stations unfold like underground palaces carved from marble, bronze, chandeliers, mosaics, and militant ideology. Orthodox cathedrals survive beside brutalist housing blocks and mirrored skyscrapers reflecting the restless velocity of modern Russia. Snow sweeps violently across Red Square, where merchants, soldiers, revolutionaries, and wandering crowds once shaped the heartbeat of a rising empire. Steam rises from crowded kiosks as elderly musicians perform beneath frozen arches stained by exhaust, smoke, and winter frost. The Moskva River cuts through the capital beneath industrial haze, while distant factory chimneys dissolve into pale northern light. Inside dim apartments and crowded avenues, generations endured war, political terror, economic collapse, and rapid modernization beneath the immense machinery of state power. Moscow feels immense and enduring, preserving the raw collision between imperial grandeur, Soviet permanence, and modern ambition within one unforgiving urban landscape. St. Petersburg rises from Baltic fog like an imperial mirage shaped by water, snow, artistic ambition, and centuries of political transformation. Frozen canals divide Baroque districts beneath iron bridges, glazed with pale northern light during brutal northern winters beside the Neva River. The Winter Palace dominates immense embankments, guarding royal treasures, conquered art, and the vast silence of the Hermitage Museum. Those same palace corridors later concealed paintings inside wooden crates, while siege, starvation, disease, and artillery devastated the city outside. Inside endless museum halls, generations of curators protected entire civilizations through revolution, occupation, fire, and wartime collapse. Snowstorms sweep across immense avenues where Dostoevsky wandered through debt, isolation, paranoia, and candlelit uncertainty beneath frozen skies. Horse carriages once crossed these boulevards beside imperial officers, poets, aristocrats, laborers, and political dissidents, shaping Russia's cultural memory. When summer finally reaches the Baltic coast, darkness barely arrives during the luminous white nights above drifting cathedral reflections and silver waterways. Old fishermen still guide narrow boats across silent canals before dawn, while cathedral bells echo through freezing morning air. St. Petersburg feels melancholic, yet monumental, preserving Russia's imperial soul within a northern landscape shaped by beauty, endurance, memory, isolation, and loss. Far beyond the imperial capitals of Western Russia, Yakutsk rises from Siberian permafrost like a remote outpost suspended beneath endless Arctic darkness. Temperatures regularly collapse below -50 degrees, freezing rivers, machinery, exposed metal, fuel lines, and human breath within moments during winter. Apartment blocks stand elevated above unstable ground, where ancient permafrost slowly shifts beneath frozen earth and fractured concrete foundations. The Sakha Republic stretches across immense taiga forests, diamond mines, tundra plains, frozen rivers, and isolated Arctic wilderness shaped by violent continental climate. Horse breeders guide resilient Yakutian horses through blizzards, while fishermen carve through meters of river ice, searching desperately for survival and food. Locals preserve mammoth tusks uncovered from thawing permafrost beside markets filled with frozen fish, reindeer meat, animal pelts, and smoked Arctic game. Smoke rises endlessly from power stations and chimneys against pale blue horizons buried beneath crystalline frost and suffocating cold silence. During winter nights, entire streets disappear beneath dense fog created by industrial heat colliding violently with sub-zero air. Children walk through darkness wrapped in fur, while truck engines remain running constantly to avoid freezing solid overnight. Yakutsk feels harsh and primordial, preserving one of humanity's most extreme urban existences within the unforgiving silence of deep Siberia. South of Siberia's frozen silence, the Caucasus rises abruptly through Dagestan like a fractured wall separating worlds, climates, religions, languages, and civilizations. Ancient stone villages cling precariously to mountain cliffs carved by earthquakes, avalanches, erosion, warfare, and centuries of geographic isolation. Narrow roads twist beside immense canyons, where rivers cut violently through the raw geology of the Caucasus Mountains beneath migrating storm clouds. In villages like Gamsutul and Gunib, abandoned terraces and weathered towers still overlook vast alpine valleys shaped by conflict and migration. Mosques echo with prayer calls, drifting across rugged peaks where Islamic traditions endured through invasion, empire, and fierce tribal resistance. Shepherds guide flocks across dangerous ridgelines, while craftsmen carve daggers, forge metalwork, weave carpets, and preserve ancient mountain customs. Golden eagles circle above steep ravines as icy winds descend through isolated stone settlements before darkness consumes the valleys below. Tea houses filled with stories carried through generations of warfare, migration, honor culture, clan identity, and survival within unforgiving terrain. At sunset, fog swallows entire villages, while narrow mountain paths vanish beside collapsing cliffs and roaring rivers. Dagestan feels untamed and deeply ancestral, preserving one of Russia's most resilient mountain cultures within the colossal wilderness of the Caucasus. Beyond the rugged Caucasus and the ancient mountain villages of Dagestan, Siberia opens once again into the immense silence of Lake Baikal, the deepest freshwater lake on Earth. Ancient tectonic forces continue pulling the surrounding continental crust apart beneath this colossal Siberian rift system formed millions of years ago. During winter, transparent ice stretches endlessly across the lake, fractured by thunderous cracks and towering frozen pressure ridges glowing electric blue beneath sunlight. Fishermen cross the immense frozen surface beside snowmobiles, and abandoned Soviet vehicles trapped beneath crystalline layers of ancient ice. Buryat communities preserve shamanic traditions along isolated shorelines where prayer ribbons whip violently through Arctic winds and drifting snow. Nerpa seals surface through breathing holes, while dark taiga forests descend toward freezing water surrounded by snow-covered cliffs and volcanic rock. At sunrise, frozen vapor drifts across the lake like smoke rising from another planet entirely. Lake Baikal feels primordial and almost extraterrestrial, preserving one of Earth's oldest ecosystems through cold, geology, isolation, spirituality, and immense geological time. Far beyond the frozen stillness of Lake Baikal, Kamchatka erupts from Russia's Pacific frontier like a volcanic wilderness untouched by modern rhythm or civilization. More than 300 volcanoes dominate the peninsula, their snow-covered cones rising above lava fields, blackened valleys, glaciers, ash plains, and fractured tundra. Several peaks remain violently active, releasing smoke, magma, ash, and geothermal pressure through one of Earth's most unstable tectonic collision zones. Boiling rivers cut through scorched terrain where geysers burst endlessly beneath clouds of sulfur, steam, and volcanic haze drifting toward the Pacific Ocean. Brown bears gather beside salmon streams during migration season, while sea eagles circle above storm-battered cliffs and wind-swept coastlines below. Remote settlements survive through fishing, hunting, endurance, and adaptation against earthquakes, isolation, freezing storms, and brutal subarctic winters lasting for months. Helicopters cross enormous wilderness, where glaciers descend slowly toward the ocean beneath constant volcanic smoke and shifting Arctic weather systems. In certain valleys, the ground itself trembles beneath hidden geothermal chambers buried deep below layers of volcanic stone and ash. Kamchatka feels prehistoric and untamed, preserving one of the planet's last truly raw landscapes through fire, ice, geology, isolation, and survival. The Altai Mountains unfold through southern Siberia like an ancient crossroads shaped by ice, migration, wind, and forgotten civilizations moving across Central Asia. Glaciers descend from jagged peaks into turquoise rivers, cutting through immense grasslands, alpine valleys, pine forests, and untouched mountain wilderness. Nomadic herders still guide horses, yaks, sheep, and cattle across highland steppes beneath enormous skies and violent mountain storms rolling across Siberia. Petroglyphs, carved into dark stone cliffs, preserve traces of Scythian tribes, shamanic rituals, ancient burial grounds, and forgotten Silk Road movement. Golden eagles circle above isolated camps, where smoke rises slowly from traditional felt yurts before freezing mountain nightfall arrives. The Katun River surges violently through dense forests fed by melting snow, glacial runoff, and ancient Siberian ice fields. Horse riders cross vast meadows covered with wildflowers, while distant snowstorms gather silently around the surrounding mountain ridges and valleys. Legend says certain peaks were once believed sacred by Turkic nomads, who viewed the Altai as the birthplace of spiritual worlds. Kazan rises beside the Volga River as a historic crossroads between Slavic Russia, the Turkic world, Islamic culture, and centuries of imperial expansion. The white walls of Kazan Kremlin overlook immense riverbanks, where Orthodox cathedrals stand beside soaring mosque minarets beneath drifting winter fog. Centuries of Mongol expansion, Tatar identity, Russian conquest, trade, migration, and religious coexistence remain layered across the city's architecture and memory. The Kul Sharif Mosque dominates the skyline with turquoise domes, reflecting across boulevards, frozen streets, and ancient stone courtyards beside the Kremlin. Tatar families preserve traditional cuisine, language, craftsmanship, poetry, and embroidery through crowded markets filled with tea, pastries, smoked meats, and handmade textiles. Winter snow covers colorful wooden houses, while river fog drifts slowly through quiet districts before dawn arrives over the Volga. Church bells echo beside Islamic prayer calls, blending centuries of cultural identity into one of Russia's most distinctive urban landscapes. At night, warm restaurant lights illuminate frozen streets where generations preserve traditions despite conquest, political transformation, and imperial control throughout history. Far beyond the forests, mountains, and frozen plains of Siberia, Vladivostok emerges above the Pacific like Russia's final frontier at the edge of Asia. Steep hills descend toward icy harbors where naval ships, cargo ports, fishing vessels, and military docks dominate the mist-covered coastline and surrounding bays. Suspension bridges stretch across enormous inlets beneath violent ocean winds blowing from the Sea of Japan toward the rugged Pacific frontier. The city developed as a strategic maritime fortress, linking Imperial Russia to Pacific trade routes, naval expansion, and East Asian commerce. Soviet apartment blocks rise beside Orthodox churches and weathered streets layered with Russian, Korean, Chinese, and Japanese cultural influence over generations. Fishermen unload crab, cod, and salmon before dawn, while seabirds circle above dense fog, drifting slowly through the harbor below. Old Soviet submarines remain docked beside rusting shipyards, where generations once worked through freezing storms and military secrecy during the Cold War. At sunset, enormous cargo ships disappear gradually into pale ocean haze beneath endless Pacific cloud formations and violent northern winds. Vladivostok feels distant and windswept, preserving Russia's maritime frontier within a rugged Pacific landscape shaped by isolation, military history, commerce, migration, and cold ocean horizons. West of Russia's immense frontiers and frozen wilderness, the Golden Ring towns preserve an older world shaped by faith, wood, medieval memory, and isolation. Suzdal, Vladimir, and Yaroslavl emerge through frozen fields like remnants of ancient Rus, buried beneath snow, smoke, and winter silence. Onion domes rise above snow-covered monasteries where church bells echo endlessly across rivers locked beneath thick layers of ancient ice. Wooden cottages lean beside narrow lanes lined with frost, chimney smoke, weathered Orthodox chapels, and centuries-old village cemeteries buried beneath snowdrifts. In Vladimir, white limestone cathedrals still carry traces of Mongol invasion, royal processions, medieval pilgrimage routes, and early Russian statehood. Horse sleighs cross silent streets while elderly villagers preserve icons, folk songs, embroidery, wood carving, and deeply rooted Orthodox traditions. At dusk, candlelight flickers softly through monastery windows as snowfall buries the surrounding countryside beneath pale blue northern silence. Local legends still speak of wandering monks, hidden relics, and miracle icons carried across forests during times of invasion and collapse. The golden ring feels timeless and deeply spiritual, preserving the fragile soul of old Russia through snow, faith, memory, endurance, and rural tradition. Russia is not defined by scale alone. It is defined by endurance carved into ice, stone, volcanoes, rivers, and generations shaped by unforgiving landscapes. From imperial capitals and frozen Arctic cities to volcanic frontiers, ancient monasteries, and isolated mountain worlds, every region reveals a different face of survival and identity. Across Siberian silence, Pacific storms, orthodox bells, and nomadic grasslands, one truth remains constant. Life here adapts to extremes rather than resisting them. Russia feels immense, ancient, and almost mythological, a continent suspended between memory, wilderness, and time itself. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. Russia is not defined by its cities. It is defined by the villages that survived where most humans never could. Across frozen Arctic coastlines, buried taiga forests, ancient steppe, and isolated mountain valleys, entire worlds continue existing beyond the reach of modern time. Wooden churches rise through northern fog, while nomadic riders cross snowbound grasslands shaped by migration, ritual, and endurance. In places where winter can freeze breath in seconds, people still preserve languages, folk songs, spiritual traditions, and ways of survival carried through centuries of isolation. From the sacred domes of Kizhi to the brutal silence of Oymyakon, every settlement reveals another face of Russia untouched by softness. This is not the Russia of empires or skylines. It is the Russia of memory, wilderness, survival, and lives shaped entirely by cold, distance, and time. Oymyakon exists beneath a sky so hostile that breath crystallizes before touching the ground. Buried deep within the Sakha Republic, this isolated settlement survives through endless darkness, permafrost, and temperatures capable of freezing exposed skin within minutes. Ancient valleys trap dense Arctic air between surrounding mountains, creating one of the coldest permanently inhabited places on Earth. Wooden houses stand above frozen soil on elevated stilts, while thick smoke drifts endlessly from coal furnaces burning through the polar night. Water pipes cannot function beneath the permafrost, forcing residents to haul blocks of ice and melt them beside iron stoves each morning. Local hunters travel across snowbound forests, searching for elk, sable, and Arctic fox beneath pale blue twilight. Yakut elders still preserve oral traditions describing spirits hidden within rivers, storms, and sacred mountains surrounding the village. Legend says the land punishes arrogance, rewarding only patience, silence, and endurance. Children walk through blizzards wrapped in layers of fur while eyelashes freeze into delicate white crystals beside reddened faces. The cold shapes every movement here with absolute precision and caution. Beyond the settlement, the wild horses of Yakutia roam across frozen plains buried beneath enormous fields of snow. Short, muscular, and covered in dense winter coats, these ancient horses survive temperatures far below -50 degrees Celsius. They scrape through thick ice, using their hooves to reach buried grass hidden beneath the snowpack. Herders guide them across the tundra beside reindeer caravans, moving slowly through violent Siberian winds. Golden sunlight briefly floods the white landscape before disappearing once again into endless Arctic dusk. Oymyakon feels ancient and monolithic, preserving human survival at the absolute edge of endurance, isolation, memory, and cold. Suzdal rises from the Russian countryside like a preserved fragment of medieval memory untouched by industrial time. Ancient monasteries and white stone cathedrals emerge above frozen meadows beside the slow currents of the Kamenka River. Church bells echo endlessly across empty fields and drifting snow. Far from the colossal rhythm of Moscow, Suzdal preserves the silence and spiritual gravity of old rural Russia. Wooden cottages lean beside narrow roads lined with birch trees, smoke, and weathered fences buried beneath winter frost. Horse-drawn sleighs still move quietly through the village during heavy snowfall, their runners scraping softly against packed ice. Inside small kitchens warmed by iron stoves, local families preserve recipes carried through generations of harsh winters and failed harvests. Black bread, fermented vegetables, smoked fish, and steaming soups continue shaping daily life across the frozen countryside. Beyond the village center, ancient Orthodox monasteries stand behind thick walls darkened by centuries of war, fire, and devotion. Candlelight flickers across sacred icons, while monks continue rituals preserved through invasion, famine, and imperial collapse. Legend says hidden underground passages once connected several monasteries during Mongol raids and periods of political unrest. During spring, flooded grasslands surrounding Suzdal reflect cathedral towers like mirrors stretching beneath enormous northern skies. Farmers gather hay across open fields, while cranes migrate above forests of birch and pine. Elderly artisans continue painting wooden crafts and embroidery, inspired by old Slavic folklore and religious symbolism. As winter festivals arrive, torchlight illuminates snow-covered streets filled with folk songs, fur-lined coats, and drifting wood smoke. Suzdal feels timeless and deeply sacred, preserving the endurance of old Russia through ritual, silence, craftsmanship, and memory. The Telengits wander across the Altai Mountains like guardians, preserving one of Siberia's oldest nomadic cultures. Jagged peaks rise above immense valleys, where glaciers, rivers, and violent winds continue shaping the landscape. Remote grasslands stretch beneath enormous skies, while horses move slowly through morning fog and frozen rain. Far from industrial Russia, Telengit families still follow seasonal migrations shaped by weather, livestock, and mountain survival. Circular yurts stand beside alpine rivers filled with snowmelt descending from the high Altai ridges each spring. Inside the camps, elders preserve throat singing, wood carving, and oral legends carried through countless generations. Local hunters once believed sacred spirits protected certain valleys hidden beyond forests of cedar and Siberian pine. Ancient petroglyphs remain scattered across exposed cliffs, blackened by centuries of storms, smoke, and winter erosion. Beyond the grazing routes, Altai mountain sheep climb dangerous cliffs, suspended above ravines and fractured stone plateaus. Massive curled horns crown the males, while thick coats protect them from brutal Siberian temperature shifts year-round. Golden eagles circle overhead, searching for vulnerable lambs separated from the herd during violent mountain snowstorms. Telengit herders carefully observe these animals because their movements often reveal approaching weather changes across the mountains. During winter migrations, wolves move silently beside isolated camps, illuminated by firelight and drifting Arctic snow. The Altai feels ancient and untamed, preserving nomadic endurance through migration, ritual, memory, and unforgiving wilderness. Every frozen trail carries echoes of survival, isolation, and resilience. Tatar villages emerge across the grasslands of Tatarstan, like living remnants of ancient Turkic civilization, preserved beside rivers, forests, and endless steppe. Wooden homes painted in turquoise, emerald, and white stand beneath crescent moons and weathered mosque minarets. Morning fog drifts above the Volga basin while distant prayers echo softly through narrow streets lined with birch and pine. Unlike northern Russian settlements, Tatar communities preserve a rhythm shaped by Islamic traditions, horse culture, craftsmanship, and agricultural survival. Women prepare fragrant meat pastries, honey desserts, and steaming soups beside iron stoves burning through severe winters. Inside village mosques, carved wooden interiors and handwritten Qurans preserve centuries of spiritual devotion and cultural endurance. Some families still speak the Tatar language at home, despite generations of forced assimilation and political pressure. During Sabantui festival, villages erupt with music, wrestling matches, horse races, and traditional dances beneath colorful banners and enormous summer skies. Children race across open fields, while musicians perform ancient melodies using the kore flute and string instruments beside crowded food stalls. The celebration originally marked the end of spring planting, preserving agricultural traditions rooted deeply within Tatar identity and communal life. Beyond the villages, golden wheat fields bend beneath violent winds, sweeping endlessly across the Eurasian plains. Tatar villages feel resilient and deeply rooted, preserving faith, language, celebration, and memory across centuries of survival and cultural transformation. Taiga villages remain buried deep within Siberian forests, where endless conifers swallow roads, rivers, and human sound. Dense pine, cedar, and larch trees stretch across frozen valleys shaped by permafrost, storms, and ancient glacial movement. During winter, darkness lingers for nearly entire days, while Arctic winds sweep through collapsing wooden fences and snowbound rooftops. Far beyond the roads, isolated families survive through self-sufficient living, raising reindeer, fishing frozen rivers, and gathering firewood deep within the Siberian taiga. Reindeer are raised for transportation, meat, fur, clothing, and survival throughout the long and brutal winter season. Daily life revolves around wooden homes, constant firewood gathering, preserving food for winter, repairing tools, and enduring months of darkness and extreme cold beside the silent forest. Many villagers preserve traditions connected to animism and old Siberian folklore carried through generations of isolation and survival. Beyond the permanent villages, nomadic reindeer herders continue moving across the northern forests and tundra, following ancient migration routes. Groups such as the Nenets and Evenki travel through brutal conditions using sleds, portable camps, and deep knowledge of seasonal weather patterns. Their lives remain connected to reindeer, frozen rivers, and survival within landscapes where temperatures can fall below -40 degrees. Children learn early how to recognize wolf tracks, shifting ice, and dangerous weather patterns moving across the forest. The taiga feels raw and monolithic, preserving human endurance through silence, cold, memory, and profound geographical isolation forever. Far above the canopy, migrating cranes cross crimson sunsets before disappearing again into enormous northern silence completely. Teribirka stands at the edge of the Barents Sea like a forgotten Arctic outpost, consumed by wind, salt, and isolation. Jagged cliffs descend into freezing water, where violent northern storms crash endlessly against black coastal rocks. Far above the shoreline, pale winter sunlight barely reaches the frozen tundra stretching across the Kola Peninsula. For generations, Pomor fishermen survived here through cod fishing, whale hunting, and dangerous voyages across unforgiving Arctic waters. Local families still preserve stories about sailors disappearing into blizzards beyond the enormous gray horizon during brutal winter storms. During polar nights, darkness consumes the settlement for weeks, while green auroras move silently across the northern sky. Small wooden homes glow dimly beneath snowdrifts as freezing winds sweep through empty roads and frozen harbors. Beyond the village, Arctic foxes roam across rocky hills and coastal tundra, buried beneath layers of snow and sea ice. Their thick white fur protects them from brutal temperatures, while sharp instincts guide them through the hostile northern wilderness. The foxes scavenge along frozen shorelines, searching for fish remains, seabirds, and scraps abandoned by storms or predators. Teribirka feels raw and monolithic, preserving human endurance beside one of Earth's coldest and most unforgiving coastlines. Each winter, drifting snow erases pathways completely, leaving only lighthouse beams, distant waves, and the relentless silence of the Arctic through endless darkness. The Scythians once ruled the Eurasian steppe like nomadic empires, carried endlessly across grass, snow, and fire. Immense plains stretched from the Black Sea to southern Siberia, where mounted clans migrated beneath violent storms and enormous skies. These ancient horse warriors survived through mobility, hunting, archery, and deep knowledge of the unforgiving steppe environment. Greek historians describe the Scythians as fearless riders capable of disappearing into the grasslands with astonishing speed and precision. Their culture revolved around horses, which shaped warfare, spiritual rituals, trade routes, and daily survival across the open wilderness. Burial mounds, known as kurgans, still rise from the steppe, preserving frozen bodies, gold ornaments, weapons, and sacrificed horses beneath layers of earth. Archaeologists discovered tattooed Scythian remains buried within Siberian permafrost beside carved jewelry inspired by wolves, deer, and eagles. Shamans once performed rituals beside massive fires, while tribal leaders gathered inside felt tents during seasonal migrations across the plains. Some legends describe Scythian women fighting beside men in battle, inspiring later stories surrounding the Amazons of ancient mythology. During brutal winters, entire clans crossed frozen grasslands beside wagons, livestock, and mounted warriors wrapped in animal fur. Although the Scythians disappeared centuries ago, traces of their world still remain scattered across the Eurasian wilderness through ruins, legends, burial grounds, and ancient steppe memory. Kizhi village rises from the mist of Lake Onega like a preserved fragment of medieval Russia, suspended between water, timber, and silence. At its center stands the legendary Kizhi Pogost, recognized by UNESCO as one of the world's greatest wooden architectural complexes. The Church of the Transfiguration towers above the shoreline with 22 layered onion domes, constructed entirely from carved timber. Remarkably, the cathedral was built almost entirely without metal nails, using traditional Russian woodworking techniques preserved through generations. Massive pine logs interlock with extraordinary precision, allowing the structure to survive brutal winters, storms, and centuries of isolation. Legend says the master builder completed the church using only one axe before throwing the tool into the lake forever. Villagers continue preserving Karelian traditions through wood carving, embroidery, folk music, and ancient agricultural customs rooted deeply within the north. Deep in the frozen forests of Russia, where winter rules for most of the year, lives one of the taiga's most mysterious predators, the wolverine. Known as the beast of the taiga, this powerful creature survives in some of the harshest landscapes on Earth. Small compared to bears or wolves, yet fearless beyond its size. The wolverine can travel across endless snowfields, climb icy cliffs, and defend its territory with astonishing aggression. For centuries, hunters and indigenous communities of Siberia have respected the animal as a symbol of endurance and wild northern spirit. Hidden from human eyes, it moves silently through the forests of the Russian north, a ghost of the wilderness. In Russia's vast taiga, where nature still feels untouched and ancient, the wolverine remains a reminder that true wilderness still exists. Russia's villages do not simply preserve history. They preserve ways of surviving that much of the modern world has already forgotten. Across Arctic coastlines, frozen forests, ancient islands, and endless steppe, generations endured through cold, isolation, migration, craftsmanship, and faith carried quietly across centuries. Some communities learned to live beside permafrost and polar darkness. Others preserved sacred songs, wooden cathedrals, nomadic trails, and traditions rooted deeply within the land itself. These places feel distant from modern time, yet profoundly connected to something older and more permanent than civilization alone. In Russia's remote villages, survival became culture, and isolation became identity. Even now, the silence of these landscapes still carries echoes of memory, endurance, and human resilience against unimaginable wilderness. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. Around 50 million years ago, the Indian plate crashed into the Eurasian plate, pushing an ancient seabed upward into the highest mountain range on the planet. Since then, the Himalayas have become the roof of the world, while Nepal has stood like a cultural gateway into a kingdom of ice, rock, wind, and dreams, reaching for the sky. Within that wall of mountains, Everest is not only a peak, it is a symbol of human ambition, a place where every path leads toward majestic beauty, but also toward the freezing price of survival. Everest Base Camp appears at an altitude of around 17,600 feet, like a temporary city set among snow, rock, and prayer flags flying in the wind. For trekkers, this is the final destination, but for climbing expeditions, it is the true beginning. From this base, humans leave the familiar world behind and step into a land where breaths grow shorter, nights grow colder, and every meter higher must be paid for with strength. Just above the camp lies the Khumbu Icefall, a living maze of moving ice. Giant seracs, deep crevasses, and ladders stretched across icy gaps make this one of the most dangerous sections on the South Col route. The glacier does not stand still. It drifts, cracks, collapses, and breathes through the sound of deep fractures inside the mountain. The ice here can move nearly 1 meter each day, turning yesterday's path into a new trap by the next morning. After Khumbu, the Lhotse face rises like a massive blue wall. This steep ice slope climbs upward, cold and slippery, forcing climbers to cling to fixed ropes and pull their bodies step by step through strong winds and thin air. Here, Everest is no longer scenery. It becomes a harsh negotiation between willpower, technique, and the limits of the body. The higher the route climbs, the narrower it becomes, until the Hillary Step appears like the final doorway before the summit. This rock face was once a famous technical bottleneck near the top of Everest, where climbers had to pass one by one through thin and dangerous air. After the 2015 earthquake, the terrain in this area is believed to have changed, but its symbolic meaning remains, the final test before the moment humans touch the roof of the world. Then the summit of Everest, or Sagarmatha, opens at the official height of 2,9031 feet, re-announced by Nepal and China in 2020. Standing there, the Earth seems to end beneath the feet, while the universe begins right before the eyes. The air is painfully thin, the wind cuts across the skin, and victory does not sound like cheering. It is silent, freezing, fragile, as if the mountain only allows humans to stand there for a few minutes before they must leave. But behind the glory lies Rainbow Valley, where a bright name hides a heartbreaking truth. Against the white snow, the colorful clothing of climbers who never returned creates haunting streaks of color. This place reminds the world that Everest does not only hold photographs of triumph, it also holds lives, dreams, and irreversible decisions. As the journey descends, Thukla Pass becomes a heavy silence. Memorial stones stand among the mountain winds, carved with the names of those who left their youth, courage, and sometimes their fate to Everest. After all the ice, snow, and summits, this place makes the story more human. Everest is not measured only in meters. It is also measured by those who passed through it, those who returned, and those who remained forever. Finally, Lukla Airport appears like the closing gate of the journey's circle. The Tenzing Hillary runway is only about 527 meters long, set among high mountains, strong winds, and sloping terrain, making it famous as one of the most challenging airports in the world. For many people, Lukla is where the Everest dream begins. But after passing base camp, the Khumbu Icefall, Lhotse Face, the Hillary Step, Sagarmatha, Rainbow Valley, and Thukla Pass, Lukla is no longer just an airport. It becomes the point of return from another world. A place that reminds us Everest is not simply the highest mountain on Earth, but a story of a living planet, dreaming humans, and the cold price of wanting to touch the sky. In western Nepal, Annapurna is more than a mountain. It feels like a warning, written in snow, stone, and silence. Annapurna rises to about 5.03 miles, or 8,091 meters, and is known as one of the most dangerous peaks above 8,000 meters. Its danger comes from steep slopes, unstable snow, sudden weather changes, and powerful avalanches. Climbers often describe it as magnificent but unforgiving, because conditions can change within minutes. Yet Annapurna is remembered not only for danger, but also for history. In 1950, Maurice Herzog and Louis Lachenal reached its summit with a French expedition. They became the first people to climb a mountain higher than 8,000 meters. Their success amazed the world and opened a new chapter in Himalayan exploration. But the descent brought severe frostbite, leaving both climbers with a heavy physical price. Their story became a symbol of determination, endurance, sacrifice, and the thin line between triumph and danger in the highest mountains on Earth. From Annapurna, the Annapurna Circuit passes through some of Nepal's most beautiful landscapes. The route stretches about 99 to 143 miles, or 160 to 230 kilometers, depending on the starting point. It crosses green valleys, forests, terraced hills, villages, river gorges, and the dry lands near Mustang. The circuit is more than a trekking trail. It is a journey through nature, culture, and history. Lower areas are filled with farms, rivers, and colorful prayer flags, while higher sections bring colder air, rugged terrain, and wide mountain silence. As travelers move upward, the scenery changes from subtropical valleys to alpine landscapes. For centuries, traders, pilgrims, and local communities used these paths to connect distant settlements. Today, trekkers follow the same routes and experience mountain life along the way. The trail shows how closely human life is connected to the natural environment in Nepal. The highest point of the circuit is Thorong La Pass at about 3.37 miles or 5,416 meters. Here the trek becomes more challenging. Most travelers start before sunrise, crossing frozen ground before strong winds rise later in the day. At this altitude, every step feels heavier and breathing becomes slower. The thin air reminds visitors that the mountains demand patience, respect, and preparation. Thorong La rewards perseverance. One side leads to Manang, while the other opens toward Mustang. Crossing the pass feels like entering a different Himalayan world. Snow-covered slopes, distant peaks, and endless skies create an unforgettable experience. For many trekkers, reaching Thorong La is one of the greatest achievements of the entire journey. Nearby, Tiliko Lake lies at about 3.06 miles or 4,919 meters above sea level. It is one of the highest lakes in the world. The trail passes dry slopes, loose rocks, and steep sections before reaching the lake. Then, the deep blue water suddenly appears among snow-covered peaks. The contrast between the lake and the surrounding mountains is striking. For many visitors, Tilicho looks like a piece of sky resting in the Himalayas. Its beauty is matched by silence. Standing beside the lake brings a rare feeling of peace. The still water reflects the surrounding landscape and creates a calm that is difficult to describe. Tiliko Lake shows that some of the Himalayas' greatest treasures are not peaks, but quiet natural wonders hidden among them. Farther east is the Khumbu region, home of the Sherpa people and the gateway to Everest. Dingboch village sits at about 2.74 miles, or 4,410 meters. It is an important stop for acclimatization before travelers continue higher into the mountains. Stone walls protect fields from strong winds, and traditional houses stand beneath towering peaks. Trekkers rest in lodges while adjusting to the altitude. But Dingbosch is more than a resting place. Families continue to farm and keep local traditions alive despite the harsh climate. Life moves slowly here, guided by nature and the seasons. Yaks graze in nearby pastures, and residents maintain a way of life shaped by generations of mountain experience. The village shows that the Himalayas are not only a place for adventure, but also a place of everyday life, resilience, and community. Above Dingbosch rises Ama Dablam, one of Nepal's most beautiful mountains. It stands about 4.23 miles, or 6,812 meters, high. Its name is often linked to the image of a mother and her sacred necklace. The ridges look like protective arms, while a hanging glacier resembles a pendant. This gives the mountain deep cultural meaning. Its elegant shape attracts photographers, trekkers, and climbers from around the world. Many consider it one of the most striking peaks in the Himalayas. Yet Ama Dablam is not easy. Steep faces, exposed ridges, and changing weather require skill and caution. The mountain reminds people that beauty and danger often exist together. Its graceful appearance hides a demanding nature, making it both admired and respected. Built on a mountainside, it is the main gateway to Everest. Trekkers come here to rest and acclimatize, while local people see it as the center of life in Khumbu. Markets sell food, handicrafts, and climbing equipment. Tea houses and lodges welcome travelers from around the world. Monasteries preserve Buddhist traditions that have guided mountain communities for centuries. Prayer wheels spin in the wind, and festivals bring people together. Sherpa culture can be seen everywhere. Stories of Everest are shared in tea houses and gathering places. The town combines traditional culture with modern tourism. The statue of Tenzing Norgay honors the important role of the Sherpa people in Everest's history. For generations, they have guided climbers, supported expeditions, understood dangerous weather, and protected mountain traditions. Namche Bazaar reminds visitors that many Himalayan achievements depend on the knowledge, experience, and dedication of local communities. From Annapurna and Thorong La to Tilicho Lake, Dingbosch, Ama Dablam, and Namche Bazaar, this journey connects more than famous places. It links Nepal's natural beauty with the lives and traditions of its people. Stone villages, prayer flags, mountain trails, monasteries, Sherpa culture, ancient trade routes, and everyday village life become part of one story. Every destination reveals a different side of the Himalayas, from dramatic landscapes to enduring cultural traditions. The mountains offer adventure, but they also support communities that have lived among them for centuries. travelers discover breathtaking scenery, as well as lessons about resilience, cooperation, and respect for nature. In Nepal, the Himalayas are more than scenery. They shape identity, faith, community, and the human spirit beneath the world's highest peaks. Together, the landscapes and cultures of Nepal create an experience that remains unforgettable long after the journey ends. After the fierce roots of Annapurna and Khumbu, the Himalayas reveal another face. This is no longer only about altitude, snow, ice, and footsteps testing physical strength. This is a land of silence, caves, monasteries, prayers, and secrets suspended on cliff faces. Upper Mustang appears like an ancient kingdom forgotten by time. Located in the rain shadow of Annapurna and Dhaulagiri, this region is dry, barren, and completely different from the lush green image often associated with Nepal. Red cliffs rise above the Kali Gandaki Valley, carved by wind into strange formations like fortresses, watchtowers, and natural citadels. Mustang was once called the Forbidden Kingdom because this region remained closed to foreigners until 1992, helping it preserve many traces of ancient Tibetan culture. Within this landscape of red, gray, and gold, the sky caves appear like great question marks carved into the cliffs. Thousands of man-made caves were cut high into the rock faces, some used as burial sites, some as meditation chambers, shelters, or living spaces for ancient communities. From a distance, they look like small windows opening from a civilization that withdrew into stone. No one is completely certain who created all of them, how they did it, or why so many caves were placed at such difficult heights. That uncertainty is what makes Upper Mustang more than beautiful. It is mysterious, dry, sacred, like an ancient book whose pages are still being turned by the Himalayan wind. From the red cliffs of Mustang, the story returns to the Khumbu region, where spirituality is not hidden in caves, but echoes through bells, chanting, and prayer flags. Tengboche Monastery sits on a mountainside at an altitude of about 3,867 meters, or 12,687 feet, along the famous route to Everest Base Camp. It is one of the most important Tibetan Buddhist monasteries of the Sherpa people, and also the largest monastery in the Khumbu region. If Upper Mustang makes people look up at cliffs to search for traces of the past, Tengboche makes them stop and listen to the present. From the monastery courtyard, the peaks of Everest, Nuptse, Lhotse, Amadablam, and Thamserku surround the horizon like a protective ring of snow. Amadablam, in particular, often appears behind the monastery like a sacred tower, making the scene both majestic and still. Climbers on the way to Everest often stop at Tengboche to rest, acclimatize, and receive blessings before entering harsher mountain terrain. In the thin air of Khumbu, prayer is no longer a distant ritual. It becomes a way for humans to face fear, nature, and the fragile limits of themselves. From Upper Mustang to Tengboche, the Himalayas do not tell stories only through mountains. They tell them through caves cut into red cliffs, through monasteries built on high slopes, through Tibetan culture, Sherpa memory, and living spiritual symbols among snow and ice. One place keeps secrets in stone. One place keeps faith in the sound of bells. And between these two lands, Nepal appears not only as the home of the world's highest mountains, but also as a spiritual realm where humans search for meaning before the vastness of earth and sky. After the snow-covered high mountains and monasteries hanging among clouds, the journey returns to the Kathmandu Valley like a step into the heritage heart of Nepal. This place is not majestic because of altitude, but deep because of history, religion, and the memory of ancient kingdoms. In this valley, Hinduism and Buddhism do not exist separately, but blend through every bell, every temple roof, every divine statue, and every circle of pilgrims walking around a stupa. Kathmandu Durbar Square begins the story like a stone and wood stage of old power. Within the square, palaces, temples, and ritual courtyards press closely together in a dense space, where every tiled roof, carved pillar, and wooden window holds traces of the Malla dynasties. This was once the political and cultural center of the Kathmandu Kingdom, where kings were crowned, festivals were held, and ancient urban life revolved around the palace. Inside this complex, Hanuman Doka Palace appears like a doorway into the royal past. The palace originated in the medieval period and was expanded over many centuries, standing out with the statue of the monkey god Hanuman guarding the entrance. Hanuman is not only the protector of the palace, but also a symbol of loyalty, strength, and shelter in Hindu mythology. From Hanuman Doka, the eye is drawn upward to Taleju Temple, a majestic multi-tiered structure standing within the sacred space of the square. The temple was built in the 16th century and is associated with the goddess Taleju Bhavani, the guardian deity of the Malla kings. What makes Taleju special is the feeling that it is both near and distant. It stands in the middle of the city, yet remains difficult to access because the temple opens to the public only one day each year during the Dashain festival. Not far away, the head of Kal Bhairav brings a completely different shade of Kathmandu. This huge stone image depicts Bhairav, the fierce form of Shiva, staring directly at those who stand before it with a terrifying face. In popular belief, Bhairav does not only represent destruction, but also the power that protects order, punishes falsehood, and reminds humans of a sacred force beyond ordinary life. Leaving the old square, Dharahara Tower rises as a symbol of memory and rebirth. The White Tower was once a striking landmark of Kathmandu, but it collapsed during the 2015 earthquake. The reconstruction of Dharahara was not only the restoration of an architectural structure, but also the rebuilding of the city's resilient spirit after disaster. From royal traces and ruined memories, the journey moves toward Budhanath, where the rhythm of life becomes slower, rounder, and more sacred. Buddha Stupa is one of the largest spherical stupas in the world and an important center of Tibetan Buddhism in Nepal. The Buddha eyes painted on the tower look out in 4 directions, as if observing every human movement below. Around the base of the stupa, monks, pilgrims, and local residents walk clockwise, fingers moving over prayer beads, lips reciting mantras, turning the whole space into an endless circle of prayer. From Budhanath, Kathmandu's spiritual current continues toward the Bagmati River and Pashupatinath Temple. The Bagmati is not only a river, but a sacred stream connected to birth, death, and liberation in Hindu belief. On its banks, Pashupatinath appears as one of the most important Hindu temples in Nepal, dedicated to Shiva in the form of the Lord of all beings. Here, cremation rituals take place beside the water, turning death into a public, sacred, and inseparable part of life. Smoke rises from funeral pyres, temple bells ring beside golden roofs, and the Bagmati quietly carries ashes, memories, and prayers out of the city. Within that dense rhythm, Rani Pokhari appears as a quiet pause. This historic pond lies in the middle of the noisy capital, reflecting a small temple, the sky, and the hurried movements around it. If Durbar Square is power, Budhanath is meditation, and Pashupatinath is life and death, then Rani Pokhari is Kathmandu's softer memory, a sheet of water preserving calm among traffic, markets, and crowds. From central Kathmandu, the journey moves to Bhaktapur, a city often described as a living medieval museum. Here, time seems slower on red brick squares, where potters, vendors, temples, pagodas, and palaces still exist together in an ancient rhythm of life. The 5-tiered Nyatapola temple rises powerfully like a sacred watchtower, showing the durability and refinement of Newar architecture. The Palace of 55 Windows preserves the noble beauty of a golden age, with a long row of carved wooden windows stretching across its facade. And the peacock window becomes a small but famous masterpiece, where newer wood carving reaches an almost unimaginable level of detail. Bhaktapur is not only a place to look at heritage, it is a place where heritage still breathes in brick courtyards, kitchen smoke, festivals, the hands of craftsmen, and daily life. Finally, Swayambhunath lifts the journey upward once again, but not to an icy summit. It rises to a tree-covered hill overlooking the entire valley. Known as the Monkey Temple, this is one of the oldest Buddhist sacred sites in Nepal, famous for its white stupa, golden spire, prayer flags, and Buddha eyes gazing in all 4 directions. The steps leading up to the temple feel like a path rising out of the city's noise. Standing at the top of the hill, all of Kathmandu spreads below, with rooftops, dust, temples, rivers, and distant mountains blending into one living image. From Durbar Square, to Hanuman Thoka, from Taleju to Kalbhairav, from Darahara to Budhanath, from the Bagmati and Pashupatinath to Rani Pokhari, Bhaktapur, and Swayambhunath. The Kathmandu Valley does not tell history in a single voice. It tells it through royal palaces, through Buddha eyes on stupas, through flames beside a sacred river, through carved peacock windows, and through bells ringing on a hill. This is the heritage heart of Nepal, where the past does not lie still in stone. It still lives, still prays, still burns, still reflects on water, and still looks down over the valley through the unmoving eyes of the gods. Leaving the temple roofs, stupas, and ancient squares of Kathmandu, Nepal begins to descend toward the south. From the high mountain valley, the journey shifts into a lower, hotter, greener space, where the Terai Plains open like a doorway into a very different Nepal. Here, the story no longer belongs only to stone, snow, and temples. It belongs to jungles, rivers, wild animals, sacred land, and modern roads, trying to connect two opposite halves of the country's terrain. The Kathmandu-Terai Expressway, also known as the Fast Track, is the clearest symbol of that connection. This strategic road is about 70 kilometers long and is designed to connect Kathmandu with Nijgad in the southern Terai region. Instead of winding for hours through curving mountain roads, the project cuts directly through hilly terrain with viaducts, tunnels, and highly engineered road sections. Modern tunnels open through the mountains, like a new passage between the Himalayas and the plains. High bridges cross valleys, ravines, and steep slopes, showing that Nepal is not only a land of ancient heritage, but also a nation trying to shorten the distance between its political center and its vast southern region. When this route is completed, Kathmandu and the Terai will no longer feel as distant as before. It is not only a transport project, it is a new artery carrying people, goods, culture, and opportunity through the complex heart of Nepal's landscape. Deeper into the Terai, the sounds of the city gradually give way to birds, insects, and the humid breath of tropical forest. Chitwan National Park appears like a surviving fragment of wild memory at the foot of the Himalayas. It is Nepal's first national park, recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site and famous for its rich ecosystem of forests, grasslands, and rivers. Among tall grasses and dense sal forests, the Asian one-horned rhinoceros moves slowly like a creature from prehistory. Bengal tigers hide in the shadows of the trees, rarely seen, but their presence gives the entire forest a tense and living atmosphere. Its golden-orange coat, marked with dark vertical stripes, allows it to disappear between tall grass, broken sunlight, and dense forest. Rare white Bengal tigers are not a separate species, but a genetic variation, famous for their pale fur and striking blue eyes. It is a symbol of power, mystery, and wild beauty. Bengal tigers live in many different habitats, from tropical forests and grasslands to mangrove swamps like the Sundarbans. They are pure carnivores, built for silence, patience, and sudden violence. Unlike pack hunters, a Bengal tiger usually hunts alone. It does not chase prey over long distances. Instead, it studies the land, moves against the wind, and uses cover to approach without being seen. Tall grass, shadows, riverbanks, and forest edges become part of its strategy. When the distance is close enough, the tiger explodes forward with terrifying speed. Its powerful body drives into the prey, while its jaws aim for the throat or neck to bring the animal down quickly. Deer, wild boar, antelope, buffalo, and boar are among its main prey. When food is scarce, it may hunt monkeys, birds, porcupines, or even other predators. But despite its strength, the Bengal tiger is under threat by poaching, shrinking forests, and conflict with humans are pushing this magnificent hunter closer to silence. In the rivers, long-snouted gharials lie still on sandy banks, almost motionless, revealing their ancient shapes under the sun. Chitwan is unlike the high mountains, where humans look upward to feel greatness. Here, one must look carefully into grass, mud, water, and forest shade to sense life hiding within. Jungle safaris, dugout canoes gliding across the water, and footpaths leading deep into the forest turn the Terai into a completely different world of Nepal. If the Himalayas are the country's stone backbone, then Chitwan is the wild heartbeat of the lowlands. From the forests of Chitwan, the journey continues toward Lumbini, where Nepal's story touches a deeper layer of meaning. In the quiet plains, Lumbini does not overwhelm with altitude or the violence of nature. It is sacred because of the simplicity of a birthplace. This land is honored as the birthplace of the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama. At the heart of Lumbini stands Maya Devi Temple, marking the site associated with the birth of the Buddha. Inside and around the temple are ancient archaeological remains, brick foundations, a sacred garden, and traces of many centuries of pilgrimage. A marker stone identifying the birthplace makes the whole space grow silent, as if the entire history of Buddhism has been reduced to a single point on the earth. Nearby, the Ashoka Pillar stands as Lumbini's most important historical evidence. Erected by Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE during his pilgrimage, the stone pillar records the birthplace of the Buddha and turns religious memory into historical testimony. Within that space, the World Peace Pagoda rises in pure white. It is not only a religious structure, but a symbol of harmony, awakening, and the shared longing for peaceful coexistence. From Maya Devi Temple to the Ashoka Pillar, and then to the World Peace Pagoda, Lumbini does not tell its story through spectacle. It tells it through stillness, pilgrim footsteps, distant bells, and the feeling of standing before the origin of a teaching that crossed national borders. Surrounding this sacred core is Lumbini's complex of international monasteries. Here, many Buddhist nations and communities around the world have built temples, monasteries, and stupas carrying their own cultural marks. Walking through the international monastic zone, Lumbini feels like a small map of world Buddhism. Each temple has its own architectural language, but all point toward the same shared center, the memory of the Buddha's birth, and a message of compassion beyond every border. From the Kathmandu-Terai Expressway to the forests of Chitwan, from sacred Lumbini to the international monasteries, the southern plains reveal a Nepal that does not live only on mountain peaks. It also lives in tropical forests, in the eyes of rhinoceroses, in the shadow of Bengal tigers, in rivers where gharials rest, in Ashoka's ancient stone pillar, and in the prayers of millions of pilgrims. The Terai is where Nepal lowers its altitude, but expands its depth. Here, mountains connect with plains, wilderness with spirituality, modernity with antiquity, turning the journey through Nepal into a fuller story of land, forest, people, and enlightenment. After the humid forests of the Terai and the sacred land of Lumbini, Nepal lifts its terrain again into softer belts of hills. No longer as harsh as Everest, and not as flat and wide as the southern plains, Nepal's hill regions hold a beauty of their own. This is where snow peaks still appear on the horizon, but human life feels closer through stone villages, lakes, terraced fields, temples, and adventurous roads. Gandruk village begins this journey with the peace of an old Gurung settlement in the Annapurna region. Located about 32 kilometers from Pokhara, Gandruk is famous for its stone houses, dark slate roofs, white walls, and stone-paved lanes climbing along the mountainside. The architecture here is not separate from nature. It steps with the terrain, clings to the slopes, and opens into small courtyards, narrow terraces, and pathways looking straight toward Annapurna, Hyunchuli, and Makhaputre. In Gandruk, beauty does not lie in grandeur. It lies in morning kitchen smoke, in footsteps on stone, in the traditional dress of the Gurung people, and in the feeling of a community that has learned to live in harmony with the mountainside for generations. From that stone village, the road down to Pokhara opens into a softer, brighter, freer world. Pokhara lies beside Fewa Lake, where the water reflects green hills, small boats, white clouds, and sometimes the shadow of Makapuchre on clear days. This city is often seen as the adventure capital of Nepal, because from what seems like a peaceful lakeside space, people can step into a wide range of powerful experiences. On the water, boats drift slowly past the small Tal Barahi temple in the middle of the lake. In the sky, paragliders fly across the hillsides, making Pokhara one of Nepal's most famous paragliding destinations. Pokhara, therefore, carries two breaths at once. One is the stillness of Fewa Lake. The other is the freedom of gliders, trekking routes, climbing journeys, and adventures beginning from this city. From Pokhara, the gaze is pulled upward to Pumdikot, a sacred hill overlooking the entire valley. Here, the giant statue of Lord Shiva has become a major pilgrimage and viewpoint site. The Shiva statue stands about 51 feet tall, placed on a large white base, bringing the total structure to around 108 feet. And from this area, one can see Fewa Lake, Pokhara Valley, the Himalayas, and the World Peace Pagoda. If Pokhara is the city of water and adventure, then Pumdikot turns that whole landscape into a picture seen from above. Lord Shiva sits in the mountain wind, calm and majestic, as if watching over the city, the lake, and the distant snowy peaks. In that moment, adventure is no longer only movement. It becomes the silence that follows after reaching a higher viewpoint. Leaving the Pokhara region, the journey moves toward Sailung in Dolakha district, a quieter place with a rare kind of beauty. Sailung is often called the land of 100 hills because its landscape spreads out in round, soft, green, rolling grass-covered hills. At an altitude of more than 3,100 meters, Sailung does not overwhelm with cliffs or heavy snow. It enchants through rhythm. Hill follows hill, curve follows curve. Clouds drift across the grasslands, and sunrise can lift an entire sea of clouds beneath the feet of those who stand watching. In Nepal, a country often remembered through sharp mountain peaks, Sailung feels like a softer dream. It shows that the Himalayas are not only fierce, but also hold green hills that open like waves, peaceful and almost unreal. From that natural beauty, the story closes in the town of Gorkha, where Nepal's historical memory begins to take the shape of a nation. Gorkha is not only a hill town, it is the origin of Nepal's unification in the 18th century under Prithvi Narayan Shah. On the hilltop, Gorkha Durbar looks down over the valley like a palace that is both sacred and powerful. This old palace is tied to the Gorkha royal family, with temples, stone courtyards, wooden roofs, and a strategic position controlling the surrounding lands. From Gorkha, the story of scattered kingdoms gradually became the story of a unified Nepal. This place is also linked to the Gurkha spirit, a symbol of courage, endurance, and military reputation known far beyond Nepal's borders. If Gandruk is the soul of the mountain village, Pokhara is the breath of adventure, Pumdikot is the sacred viewpoint. Sai is the dream of green hills. Then Gorkha is the memory of nation building. These 5 places do not only form a beautiful route, they reconnect a Nepal balanced between life, landscape, and history. A Nepal with stone villages on the slopes of Annapurna, a blue lake beneath paragliders, a Shiva statue on a hilltop, a sea of clouds drifting through Sailung, and an ancient town where the idea of a nation once began. In these hill regions, Nepal is no longer only a place where humans conquer high mountains. It becomes a place where humans learn to live with slopes, look farther from hilltops, and remember that every adventure must finally return to culture, community, and origin. Nepal is far more than the summit of Everest. It is the product of a story that began millions of years ago, when tectonic plates collided and pushed the Himalayas upward from an ancient seabed. Across its towering mountains, rushing rivers, dense forests, and sacred landscapes, the forces of nature continue to shape both the land and the lives of its people. In Nepal, altitude influences survival, while faith helps define identity. Each region reflects a unique balance between human communities and the natural world around them. The country is ancient yet constantly evolving, fragile yet remarkably resilient, wild yet deeply human. Perhaps that is what makes Nepal so unforgettable. Beyond its famous peaks lies a deeper story, one of adaptation, endurance, and connection. It is a place where the relationship between Earth and humanity remains visible in everyday life, continuing beneath the timeless roof of the world. Long before borders were drawn and empires rose from stone, 2 great plates collided beneath the edge of a continent. The earth buckled, mountains climbed into the sky. Volcanoes opened scars across the land and filled the air with fire. To the east, ancient seas dissolved entire worlds beneath the surface, carving hidden rivers through limestone and darkness. To the west, the Pacific hurled storms against a coastline that refused to stand still. For millions of years, pressure shaped a landscape suspended between creation and collapse. Yet this was no ordinary land. Here, cities would rise beside active volcanoes. Deserts would preserve the footprints of forgotten travelers. Jungles would swallow temples once built for kings who believed they could speak to the gods. Even today, the ground remains restless beneath millions of lives. This is Mexico. A nation forged where fire, stone, memory, and survival continue to reshape one another. Mexico City does not begin with skyscrapers. It begins with a lake that no longer exists. Every morning, more than 20 million people wake beneath the same sky, cross crowded streets, ride packed trains, and disappear into the rhythm of the largest city in North America. Few realize they are living above the memory of a lost world. Long before the traffic, the billboards, and the endless sea of concrete, Lake Texcoco filled this entire valley. Its waters stretched to the horizon, reflecting volcanoes crowned with snow and clouds. The lake was not merely part of the landscape, it was the landscape. Then something extraordinary happened. A city rose from the middle of the water, not on the shore, not beside the lake, but from its very heart. According to Aztec tradition, the place was chosen after a sacred vision of an eagle standing upon a cactus. A sign from the gods, a promise of destiny. That image still survives on Mexico's flag today. The city they built was called Tenochtitlan. Canals carried families where roads now carry cars. Canoes drifted through neighborhoods that would one day vanish beneath stone and concrete. Markets filled with voices, colors, and goods from across an empire. When Spanish explorers first saw the city shimmering above the water, many struggled to believe their own eyes. Some compared it to Venice. Others believed it surpassed the greatest cities they had ever known. Then everything changed. The Spanish arrived. War swept across the lake like a storm. The empire fell. Temples were broken apart, stone by stone. Canals disappeared beneath earth and rubble. A new city rose from the ruins of the old. Mexico City still stands there today, but the lake never truly left. Its absence became a presence. Its memory settled beneath every street, every church, every plaza, and every home. The soft lake bed continues to compress beneath the weight of the modern metropolis. In some districts, the ground has sunk several feet within a single generation. Churches lean as if carrying the burden of centuries. Roads fracture. Historic buildings slowly drift out of alignment. The city is still negotiating with the landscape that gave it life. Yet even as the ground slowly sinks, the city continues to pull the world's attention toward its ancient basin. And now, billions of eyes will turn here as Mexico City hosts the opening match of the FIFA World Cup. The spectacle will unfold beneath floodlights, giant screens, and the roar of tens of thousands of voices. Few will realize that beneath the stadiums, avenues, and crowds lies the buried heart of an empire once surrounded by water. What appears to be solid ground is the floor of a vanished lake, and beneath the noise, the lights, and the restless movement of millions, the water still remembers where it once touched the sky. A stone pyramid rises above the jungle canopy. It appears almost impossible, as if the forest opened for a moment and revealed a memory it had been hiding for centuries. This is Chichén Itzá, one of the greatest cities ever built by the Maya. Long before Europe emerged from the Middle Ages, Maya astronomers were already tracking the movements of planets and predicting celestial events with remarkable precision. They measured time through the sky. The sun, the moon, and the stars shaped their calendars, their agriculture, and their understanding of existence itself. At the center of the city stands El Castillo, a pyramid designed with such precision that during the equinoxes, shifting shadows create the illusion of a serpent descending its staircase. For the Maya, this was not architecture. It was a conversation with the cosmos. But knowledge alone did not define this civilization. Faith demanded sacrifice. Deep beneath the jungle, natural sinkholes known as cenotes connected the surface world to the realm of the gods. Archaeologists have recovered human remains, jewelry, gold, and ceremonial offerings from their depths. Many were placed there as part of sacred rituals. Some never returned. Then the city began to fade. The reasons remain uncertain. Drought, conflict, political instability, and environmental pressure may all have played a role. A civilization that once commanded vast territories slowly fragmented. Its monuments remained. Its people endured, but the city was abandoned to silence. For centuries, vines climbed the stone. Roots split walls apart. The jungle reclaimed what human ambition had built. Today, the pyramid still rises above the trees. A monument not only to a civilization that mastered the heavens, but also to the forest that patiently waited to take it back. After leaving Chichén Itzá, head to the cenotes of Yucatan. A shaft of sunlight pierces the darkness. Blue water glows beneath the jungle floor. Natural sinkholes connected to one of the largest flooded cave systems on Earth. 65 million years ago, a massive asteroid struck the nearby coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. The impact released unimaginable energy. Forests burned, the climate changed, and the age of the dinosaurs came to an end. The collision fractured the limestone beneath the region. Over millions of years, water slowly dissolved the rock. Caverns expanded. Ceilings collapsed. The earth opened. What remained were thousands of cenotes scattered across the peninsula. Some appear as clear pools beneath the sun. Others descend into vast underwater chambers hidden in darkness. For cave divers, they are gateways into a submerged world. A labyrinth of flooded tunnels stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the forest. But for the Maya, these waters carried a different meaning. They were entrances to the underworld, places where the living could communicate with gods and spirits. Faith drew people to their edges, so did sacrifice. Archaeologists have recovered human remains, jade ornaments, gold, and ceremonial offerings from their depths. Many were lowered into the water as sacred gifts. Some were never meant to return. Today, beams of light still descend through the water, exactly as they did centuries ago. A silent reminder that beneath the jungle lies a world shaped by catastrophe, carved by time, and filled with echoes that refuse to disappear. Farther south, Mexico tells a different story. Not through volcanoes or lost cities swallowed by jungle, but through people. In Oaxaca, the past was never buried. It remained alive. High above the valleys stands Monte Alban, a city built by the Zapotec more than 2,000 years ago. Its stone plazas overlook mountains that stretch toward every horizon. Long before the Aztecs rose to power, Zapotec rulers observed the sky, recorded history in carved monuments, and governed a complex society from this mountaintop stronghold. Empires came and went. Yet the mountains protected something larger than kingdoms. They protected memory. Today, Oaxaca is often described as the most culturally indigenous region in Mexico. More than a dozen native languages are still spoken across the state. Ancient traditions survive not inside museums, but within everyday life. The markets begin before sunrise. Vendors arrive carrying food, textiles, pottery, and knowledge passed from one generation to the next. Hands move across wooden looms exactly as they have for centuries. Threads become patterns. Patterns become stories. Each color carries traces of a community, a landscape, or a forgotten ancestor. But nowhere is the relationship between past and present more visible than during Dia de los Muertos. As darkness falls, cemeteries fill with candlelight. Families gather beside graves. Music drifts through the night air. Food is shared. Flowers cover the earth in waves of orange. What appears to be mourning is something else entirely. For a brief moment, the boundary between the living and the dead feels less certain. The celebration is not about loss. It is about continuity. The belief that memory can outlive death itself. Its roots reach deep into the ancient world. Long before Christianity arrived in the Americas, Aztec beliefs viewed death not as an ending, but as another stage of existence. The fate of a soul depended less on morality than on the manner of death itself. Centuries later, Spanish Catholic traditions merged with these older ideas. Two worlds collided. Neither disappeared. The result became one of the most distinctive cultural traditions on Earth. Photographs are placed beside candles. Favorite foods return to family tables. Names are spoken aloud once more. The dead are not treated as distant memories. They are welcomed home. For one night, absence becomes presence, and memory becomes a bridge strong enough to cross generations. In many parts of the world, modernization erased what came before. Oaxaca resisted. The old languages remain. The old rituals endure. The old stories continue to be told. And as candle flames flicker across ancient mountains, Oaxaca feels less like a place preserved in time and more like a civilization that never agreed to disappear. If Oaxaca preserves memory, northern Mexico reveals scale. For millions of years, rivers carved through stone, cutting deep into the Sierra Madre Occidental. Layer by layer, the earth opened into a vast labyrinth known as Copper Canyon. Despite its name, it is not a single canyon, but a network of 6 major canyons spread across the mountains. Together, they cover an area even larger than the Grand Canyon. Ridges fade into the horizon. Rivers shimmer far below. Distances seem almost impossible to measure. For generations, these remote landscapes sheltered the Tarahumara, or Raramuri, whose name means those who run. Long before modern athletics, they crossed these canyons on foot, traveling extraordinary distances through some of Mexico's most challenging terrain. Their greatest strength was never speed, but endurance. Today, another journey winds through the mountains. The El Chepe Railway, one of North America's most spectacular train routes, crosses bridges, tunnels, and steep canyon walls. Below, the rivers continue their slow work. The cliffs keep eroding. And in the immense spaces of Copper Canyon, survival remains a story measured not in miles, but in generations. Where the canyons end, fire returns. Above the valleys of central Mexico stands a mountain that refuses to sleep. Popocatépetl, one of the most active volcanoes in North America. Ash still rises from its crater. The ground still shifts beneath it. The volcano was born where tectonic plates collide beneath Mexico. Pressure builds, rock melts, the earth opens, Popocatépetl stands among the giants of the Trans-Mexican volcanic belt. Yet geology is only part of its story. According to Aztec legend, the mountain was once a warrior. His beloved princess became the neighboring volcano, Iztaccíhuatl. Even in death, he remained beside her. Today, the two peaks still face one another across the horizon. A love story written in stone and fire. Below them, millions live in the shadow of eruption. The volcano threatens. The volcano nourishes. And smoke continues to drift above a valley where life and danger coexist. Beyond the volcanoes, the mountains become a canvas of color. Houses spill down steep hillsides in shades of red, yellow, blue, and orange. From a distance, Guanajuato appears almost unreal, as if the mountain itself has been painted by hand. But beneath the colors lies a city built on silver. In the 16th century, rich silver deposits transformed Guanajuato into one of the most important mining centers of the Spanish Empire. Fortunes emerged from the surrounding hills. Churches rose, palaces followed, and wealth flowed across the Atlantic toward Europe. The city grew inside a narrow valley where space was scarce. As rivers flooded the streets, engineers forced the water underground. Over time, tunnels replaced riverbeds. Today, underground roads still wind beneath the city. Yet Guanajuato is remembered for more than silver. In 1810, the struggle for Mexican independence erupted here. Rebels stormed a fortified granary in one of the revolution's defining battles. Today, sunlight washes across colorful facades above ground. History moves quietly below. If Guanajuato is painted with color, San Miguel de Allende is shaped by light. As evening approaches, the city begins to glow. Golden sunlight spills across stone facades and narrow cobbled streets. Time appears to slow. At the center rises a pink stone silhouette unlike anything else in Mexico, the Parroquia de San Miguel Arcángel. Its soaring towers resemble something from a European fairy tale, yet they stand in the heart of colonial Mexico. The city emerged during the Spanish colonial era as an important stop along the trade routes that connected silver mines to the wider empire. Merchants arrived. Wealth followed. Churches, mansions, and plazas transformed the hillside settlement. But unlike many historic cities, San Miguel escaped large-scale modernization. Its architectural character endured. Its streets remained human in scale. Its skyline remained untouched. Over time, artists began arriving from around the world. Studios filled old buildings. Courtyards became galleries. History found a new purpose. Today, the city feels suspended between past and present. Stone walls still reflect the same evening light they reflected centuries ago. And as the sun disappears behind the hills, San Miguel de Allende becomes less like a city and more like a scene that refuses to fade. Where the desert reaches the sea, life should become scarce. Instead, it explodes. Along the coast of Baja California, barren mountains descend into turquoise water. Rock, sand, and cactus dominate the land. Yet beneath the surface, another world begins. The Sea of Cortez holds one of the richest marine ecosystems on Earth. Jacques Cousteau famously called it the aquarium of the world. The name endured because few places contain such abundance. Whale sharks drift through nutrient-rich waters. Sea lions patrol rocky islands. Dolphins race across sheltered bays. Humpback whales arrive from distant oceans. But one of the sea's most extraordinary inhabitants is far less famous, the mobula ray, sometimes called the devil ray. For much of the year, they move through the Gulf in vast schools. Hundreds, sometimes thousands. Together, they form a living cloud beneath the water. Then something remarkable happens. Without warning, entire groups launch themselves into the air. Dark wings break through the surface. Bodies twist above the waves. The sea erupts with the sound of hundreds of impacts. Scientists still debate exactly why. Communication, courtship, parasite removal, social behavior. No single explanation fully accounts for the spectacle. The mystery remains. Their tendency to gather in large groups makes them vulnerable to fishing nets, vessel strikes, and growing human activity. What appears to be an endless ocean can become surprisingly fragile. And in the Sea of Cortez, where desert and ocean collide, thousands of mobula rays still rise into the air like fragments of a dream, reminding the world that some of nature's greatest wonders survive only as long as they are allowed to remain wild. Life persists against odds. Predators follow currents. Schools of fish turn the water into living silver. Migration routes connect distant oceans to this isolated sea. As evening light fades across desert cliffs, a whale surfaces through still water, carrying the breath of an entire wilderness. Beyond the ancient cities, the landscape grows quieter. Turquoise water stretches toward the horizon. Mangrove forests weave through endless channels. Lagoons shimmer beneath the tropical sun. This is Sian Ka'an. Its name means origin of the sky. One of the largest protected wilderness regions in Mexico. Here, fresh water and salt water merge into a vast ecological mosaic. The boundaries between land and sea begin to dissolve. For centuries, Maya traders traveled these waterways. Canoes carried goods along coastal routes, linking distant settlements across the Yucatan Peninsula. The channels became highways. The lagoons became crossroads. Today, other travelers move through this wilderness. Crocodiles glide through mangrove shadows. Dolphins patrol shallow bays. Manatees drift beneath the surface like relics from another age. Much of the ecosystem remains remarkably untouched. Yet even this refuge is changing. Rising seas push farther inland. Stronger storms reshape fragile shorelines. Coral reefs struggle beneath warming water. The landscape adapts as it always has. But the pace grows increasingly difficult to ignore. And across the turquoise lagoons of Sian Ka'an, one of Mexico's last great wildernesses, quietly records the unfolding story of a changing planet. Not all lost cities vanished beneath jungle. Some remained exposed beneath the open sky. North of modern Mexico City lies Teotihuacan, a sacred city later called the place where the gods were created. Between the 1st and 7th centuries, it grew into one of the largest urban centers in the ancient world. Its builders remain partly mysterious. Broad avenues cut across the landscape with remarkable precision. Pyramids rise according to a carefully planned geometric design. Every structure appears connected to a larger symbolic order. For centuries, pilgrims walked these streets seeking meaning. Its vast stone geometry still suggests a civilization reaching toward the heavens. On the cold mountain slopes of central Mexico, an Oyamel fir forest stands motionless in the mist. From a distance, it does not look very different from other mountain forests. But in winter, this place becomes the final destination of one of the most mysterious journeys in the natural world. From Canada and the northern United States, millions of monarch butterflies fly south. They travel thousands of miles, crossing wind, rain, plains, cities, and deserts. Most of them have never seen Mexico before. No butterfly leads the way. No personal memory tells them where they must stop. And yet, they still find their way here. Inside the forest, they cling to tree trunks and cover the branches in a burning shade of orange. When the air turns cold, they remain silent like dry leaves. Their tiny bodies conserve every last trace of energy, waiting for winter to pass. When sunlight breaks through the canopy, the entire forest begins to move. Wings open one by one, trembling, then lifting away from the trees like living ash rising out of the darkness. That beauty is more fragile than it appears. If winter becomes unusually warm, the butterflies use up their energy too soon. If milkweed disappears in the north, the next generation will have nowhere to begin. The Monarch Butterfly Biosphere Reserve doesn't simply protect a species of butterfly. It protects a migratory memory stretching across an entire continent, an ancient instinct. Puebla lies in the shadow of Popocatépetl, where volcanic fire shaped the land and generations of people left their mark in stone, tile, and faith. Founded along the route between Veracruz and Mexico City, it began as a strategic outpost of Spanish power in the New World. Over time, however, Puebla became far more than a stop on a trade route. It grew into a living archive of Mexico, where European Baroque architecture blended with indigenous craftsmanship and where churches, streets, and kitchens preserved centuries of cultural exchange. Nearby, in Cholula, a Catholic church rises above an ancient pyramid. Beneath the grass rests the memory of Mesoamerica, while behind the church stands Popocatépetl, still sending smoke into the sky. In one view, Puebla reveals three worlds: ancient civilization, colonial history, and raw nature. In 1862, the hills around the city became the stage for a defining battle. Mexican forces led by Ignacio Zaragoza halted the advance of the French army, transforming Puebla into a symbol of resistance. Since then, the city has been remembered not only for its architecture and cuisine, but also as the place where a smaller nation stood against an empire and refused to yield. Today, Puebla's story survives in Talavera tiles, the rich aroma of mole poblano, the historic Palafoxiana Library, the sound of church bells, and the distant silhouette of the volcano. Puebla is not simply a city to see. It is a city to read, one layer at a time. Where the Gulf of Mexico meets the Yucatan Peninsula, stone walls face the sea. This is Campeche. One of the few fortified cities in the Americas. Its colorful streets appear calm today. But for centuries, danger arrived from the horizon. During the colonial era, ships loaded with silver, timber, and valuable goods sailed from its harbor. The wealth attracted pirates. Raids became so frequent that massive defensive walls and bastions were built around the city. Cannons watched the coastline. Lookouts scanned the sea. The attacks eventually faded. The walls remained. Today, Campeche preserves a rare chapter of maritime history. And as sunset washes across its fortifications, the city still appears ready for an enemy that never comes. Farther inland, the stone changes color. Golden pink walls glow beneath the highland sun. This is Morelia, a city shaped by the ambitions of colonial Spain. Built largely from local quarry stone, its streets became a showcase of Baroque architecture and urban planning. Church towers rise above broad plazas. Aqueduct arches stretch across the landscape like a monument to another age. Yet Morelia is more than preserved architecture. It played a significant role in Mexico's struggle for independence. Several key figures of the movement were born here. Ideas traveled these streets long before armies marched. And as evening light settles across the cathedral facades, Morelia feels less like a city and more like history carved into stone. Beyond the colonial heartlands, another city rose from the promise of silver. Zacatecas clings to the sides of a steep valley beneath rugged hills. Its streets climb toward the sky. Church towers emerge from stone and shadow. Above them stands Cerro de la Bufa, a rocky summit that watches over the entire city. Everything changed in 1546. Prospectors discovered rich silver deposits beneath these mountains. The finding triggered a rush of wealth and ambition. Miners descended into the earth. Fortunes emerged from darkness. Zacatecas soon became one of the most important mining centers in New Spain. Silver from these hills helped fuel an empire that stretched across oceans. Today, cable cars glide above rooftops and narrow streets. Yet the city still carries the memory of the mines below. And as evening light settles across Cerro de la Bufa, Zacatecas remains suspended between the riches of the earth and the heights above it. Between the mining cities and the central highlands, history takes a different form. Stone arches rise across the horizon. They seem too large for the landscape around them. This is Querétaro, a city where engineering helped shape the future of a nation. Its famous aqueduct stretches across the valley with more than 70 arches carved from pink stone. Built in the 18th century, it carried water to a growing colonial settlement. Yet Querétaro is remembered for more than architecture. In 1810, it became one of the centers of the conspiracy that sparked Mexico's independence movement. Ideas traveled quietly through its streets. Revolutions often begin that way. And beneath the aqueduct's shadow, history still appears unfinished. Beyond colonial streets, another story unfolds beneath painted domes above. Long corridors echo through a complex built for shelter care. This is Hospicio Cabañas, one of Mexico's great cultural landmarks. Sunlight crosses vaults and arches shaped centuries before the present. Yet the walls tell a far more restless story today. Between 1937 and 1939, artist José Clemente Orozco transformed them. He created 57 frescoes filled with conflict, change, and struggle. The most famous rises inside the central dome above all. A figure emerges from flames, surrounded by motion and fire. The Man of Fire remains one of the 20th century masterpieces. From below, the painting appears almost alive in constant transformation. Flames spiral upward as if the ceiling itself were burning. Outside, the city of Jalisco continues across the horizon beyond. And beneath the dome, fire becomes memory carved into plaster. Then the road bends toward a place that should not exist. Mist drifts through the rainforest. Waterfalls disappear beneath hanging vines. Stone staircases climb into the trees and end in empty air. Nothing here follows ordinary logic. This is Xilitla. Hidden within the mountains of the Huasteca region. At its heart lies Las Pozas, a surreal landscape where imagination was poured into concrete. Columns rise without purpose. Arches frame fragments of sky. Balconies hang above rushing water. The entire place feels less like architecture and more like a dream that somehow became real. Its creator was Edward James, an English poet and patron of the Surrealist movement. He arrived in Mexico, searching for a place where fantasy could escape the limits of paper and canvas. At first, he filled the land with rare orchids and exotic animals. Then disaster struck. A severe frost destroyed much of the garden he had spent years cultivating. Rather than surrender, James chose a different path. He began building in concrete. Structures that could survive what flowers could not. Over the following decades, staircases, towers, gateways, and platforms emerged from the rainforest. Yet, Las Pozas was never designed to conquer nature. It was designed to coexist with it. The jungle continued to grow, roots wrapped around pillars, moss-covered walls. Streams flowed beneath the structures and through them. The forest became a collaborator. And in Xilitla, that uncertainty is the point. Edward James did not build a garden to control nature. He built a dream. Far along the Yucatan coast, the landscape changes color. Not blue, not green, pink. Shallow lagoons glow with shades of rose, crimson, and orange. The scene appears almost artificial, yet the colors are real. This is Rio Lagartos and Las Coloradas, a place where biology, salt, and water combine to create one of Mexico's most unusual landscapes. Rio Lagartos forms the wild heart of the region. Mangrove forests spread across sheltered waterways. Crocodiles drift through muddy channels. Sea turtles nest along remote beaches. Above them, thousands of American flamingos gather in the shallows. They are the true architects of the landscape's color story. Flamingos are not born pink. Their color comes from carotenoid-rich organisms found in the salty waters they feed upon. The brighter the birds, the healthier the ecosystem that supports them. Pink becomes evidence, a signal that life is thriving. Nearby, the salt ponds of Las Coloradas intensify the spectacle. Extreme salinity allows microscopic organisms to flourish, turning entire pools into vivid shades of red and pink. Together, birds and water seem to reflect one another. In recent years, more than 14,000 flamingo nests have been recorded across the reserve. A reminder that this is more than a striking image. And beneath the pink waters of northern Yucatan, an entire ecosystem continues to reveal its health through color alone. As the last light fades across the Yucatan Peninsula, flamingos gather in the shallows. Their reflections merge with pink water shaped by salt, sunlight, and microscopic life. Farther west, deserts meet the sea, and mobula rays still rise above the waves. Volcanoes continue to breathe ash into the sky. Ancient cities remain beneath modern streets. Jungles close around, forgotten stone. Across Mexico, fire, water, time, and memory continue their patient work. Empires rose, empires fell. The land endured. What survives today is not a monument, but a landscape still becoming. And as darkness settles over Rio Lagartos, thousands of flamingos stand motionless, their colors fading into evening shadows. Beneath them, the water holds the final traces of light. Above them, the sky grows silent and deep. Between the two, Mexico drifts into night, carried by wings, tides, stone, and time. More than 70 million years ago, an asteroid slammed into the Earth, wiping out nearly all life on the planet and carving out a massive crater in ground that would one day cradle the foundation of the youngest, yet most powerful nation in the modern world. Beneath the feet of millions of tourists, a volcano still sleeps, patient and unnoticed. In the desert, heat can turn deadly in a matter of hours, a landscape indifferent to the people who cross it. Trees still standing today were already alive before the Roman Empire ever rose to power, quietly outlasting empires, wars, and centuries of human ambition. Glaciers once carved canyons a mile deep, leaving scars written across the land in solid rock. And fault lines still tremble beneath the country's largest cities, a reminder that stability here has always been borrowed, never permanent. a nation barely 250 years old, standing on ground shaped over hundreds of millions of years. This is the United States. In the high country of Wyoming, the ground hides something most visitors never think about. Beneath Yellowstone National Park sits one of the largest active volcanic systems on Earth, a supervolcano capable of altering the planet's climate if it ever fully erupted. It last did exactly that 640,000 years ago, and it has been quietly recharging ever since. Walk across this landscape, and the evidence is everywhere, if you know where to look. Old Faithful erupts with mechanical precision, sending boiling water 60 feet into the sky, roughly every 90 minutes. A geyser so reliable, it earned its name from pioneers who first witnessed it in the 1870s. Nearby, the Grand Prismatic Spring burns in colors that look almost artificial, deep blue at its center, fading into rings of orange, yellow, and rust red. Each color produced by heat-loving bacteria that thrive in water hot enough to cook flesh. The ground itself breathes. Mud pots bubble and hiss. Fumaroles exhale sulfur into the cold mountain air. Step off the marked boardwalks here, and the crust can give way entirely, plunging a careless foot into water just below boiling. Park rangers have pulled more than one visitor from these pools, some of them fatally scalded within seconds. But Yellowstone is not only fire. It is also one of the last strongholds of true American wilderness. Gray wolves, hunted to extinction here by the 1930s, were reintroduced in 1995 and have since rebuilt entire packs that hunt elk across the valley floors. Grizzly bears patrol the tree line, capable of outrunning a sprinting human and tearing through solid wood with a single swipe. Deep inside Yellowstone, where steam rises from the earth and winter can silence an entire valley, the bison still walks like an animal from the beginning of America. He is not fast-looking. He is not elegant. He is built like weather. A wall of muscle, horn, and dark winter fur moving across a volcanic land that never truly sleeps. For most animals, Yellowstone winter is a sentence. Snow buries the grass. Ice locks the rivers. Cold turns every breath into smoke. But the bison lowers his massive head and pushes forward. His skull becomes a plow. His shoulders become an engine. Slowly, he sweeps the snow aside, uncovering the frozen grass hidden beneath. This is how he survives. Not by escaping the season, by fighting through it. In summer, the valleys change. The herds gather on open grasslands beneath mountains and geyser steam. Then the rut begins. The males grow restless. They roll in dust. They scrape the earth. They bellow across the valley with a sound so deep it seems to come from underground. Two bulls face each other. For a moment, nothing moves. Then the ground shakes. Nearly a ton of muscle crashes into another. Skulls collide. Horns lock. Dust rises around them like smoke from a battlefield. This is not anger. This is selection. Only the strongest earn the right to continue the bloodline. But the bison's greatest enemy was never winter. And it was never another bull. It was us. Once, bison moved across North America in numbers so vast they darkened the plains. Then rifles, railroads, and expansion cut them down almost to silence. By the end of the 19th century, the animal that once ruled a continent had nearly vanished. Yellowstone became one of its final strongholds. Today, every bison that crosses these valleys carries that history in its body. Each hoofprint presses into volcanic soil. Each breath rises into the freezing air. Each herd moving beneath the geysers feels like a piece of the old world refusing to die. In Yellowstone, the bison is not just wildlife. He is survival made visible. Besides, scientists estimate that if Yellowstone's supervolcano erupted at full force today, ash would bury much of the central United States and dim sunlight across the entire planet for years. It hasn't happened in human memory. It will happen again. Nobody knows when. The same fire that built this wilderness now hums quietly beneath the most powerful nation on Earth. And almost no one visiting the boardwalks above ever stops to think about what's sleeping just a few miles beneath their boots. Winters here turn brutal fast. Temperatures regularly drop below -30 degrees Celsius, and bison have been recorded using their massive skulls like snowplows, sweeping aside drifts more than a meter deep just to reach the dead grass underneath. Steam rises off the thermal pools even in the coldest months, turning sections of the park into a strange winter dreamscape where frost coats every tree branch in white while boiling water churns just feet away. Rangers call it a landscape of fire and ice living side by side, neither one ever fully winning. Every year, more than 4 million people walk these boardwalks, most never realizing that the entire park sits inside the caldera of the very supervolcano they came to photograph. Seismographs across the region register thousands of small earthquakes annually, the ground constantly shifting, constantly reminding geologists that Yellowstone has never truly gone quiet. It is simply resting. South and west, the land falls away into one of the most violent acts of erosion on the planet. The Grand Canyon stretches 277 miles long and plunges over a mile deep, carved by the Colorado River over roughly 6 million years. But the rock at its base is far older still, nearly 2 billion years old, almost half the age of the Earth itself, exposed in layers like the pages of a book no human language could ever fully translate. Stand at the rim at sunrise, and the canyon changes color by the minute, rust red sliding into gold, then violet as shadows pool in its depths. Below, the river that built all of this looks deceptively small, a thin ribbon of green-brown water nearly a mile beneath the viewing platforms where tourists snap photographs without ever feeling its true scale. Further south, the land turns hostile in an entirely different way. Death Valley holds the record for the hottest temperature ever reliably recorded on Earth's surface, 56.7 degrees Celsius, 134 degrees Fahrenheit. The ground here can reach temperatures hot enough to fry an egg within minutes. Some visitors have died from heat exhaustion in under 6 hours. Even with water in hand, the dry air pulling moisture from the body faster than it can be replaced. The valley earned its name from a group of pioneers in 1849 who became lost trying to cross it on their way to the California goldfields. Only one of them is recorded to have died here, but as the survivors finally escaped, one reportedly turned back and said, "Goodbye, Death Valley," and the name stuck for nearly 2 centuries. Yet even this furnace holds life that refuses to surrender. The Sidewinder rattlesnake moves across scorching sand, using a strange looping motion that minimizes contact with the burning ground. The Gila monster, one of the only venomous lizards on Earth, can survive for months on a single meal, stored as fat in its thick tail. And scattered through these deserts, ancient native communities, the Navajo, the Hopi, the Havasupai, have lived in rhythm with this brutal land for over 1,000 years, far longer than the nation that now claims it. The Havasupai people still live deep within a side canyon of the Grand Canyon itself, accessible only by an 8-mile hike down switchback trails, where turquoise waterfalls cascade through red rock in a scene that feels imported from another planet entirely. They call themselves the people of the blue-green water, a name earned over centuries, long before the United States existed as an idea. Between the canyon and the valley, the desert hides one more contradiction. Joshua trees twist upward from cracked earth, some living for over 1,000 years in a landscape so dry it receives less than 5 inches of rain annually. At night, the same desert that kills by day turns hauntingly beautiful, the absence of humidity and city lights revealing star fields so dense that early astronomers built some of their most important observatories directly into these mountains. Heat and silence, it turns out, are perfect conditions for looking into deep space. Even now, search and rescue teams in Death Valley and the surrounding deserts respond to dozens of heat-related emergencies every summer. Hikers who underestimated a landscape that offers almost no mercy and very little warning before the body begins to fail. Yet the same desert that kills without warning has also drawn humans back to it for centuries, not in spite of the danger, but almost because of it. Petroglyphs carved into canyon walls by ancestral Puebloan peoples date back over 1,000 years. Spirals and animal figures etched into rock faces that still bake under the same merciless sun today. Archaeologists believe some of these markings recorded solstices and seasonal cycles, a desert calendar carved in stone by people who had no choice but to master this land's rhythms or perish. Modern engineers have tried to tame fragments of this same desert with mixed success. The Hoover Dam, completed in 1936 across the Colorado River, holds back Lake Mead, once the largest reservoir in the United States by volume, supplying water and electricity to millions of people across Nevada, Arizona, and California. But decades of drought have pulled the lake down to levels not seen since it was first filled, exposing old shorelines, sunken boats, and even human remains along banks that used to sit deep underwater. a slow-motion reminder that the desert always eventually reclaims what it lends. North along the coast, the land grows trees that make the redwood forests feel like cathedrals built by something other than human hands. Sequoia trees in California's Sierra Nevada can live more than 3,000 years, meaning some of these trees were already centuries old when the Roman Empire was founded, and they were still standing when it fell. The largest of them, General Sherman, weighs an estimated 2.7 million pounds, making it the most massive living single-stem tree on the planet. But California's beauty rests on a fault line that never fully sleeps. The San Andreas Fault runs nearly 800 miles through the state, the boundary where the Pacific and North American tectonic plates grind against each other in a slow, relentless struggle. Seismologists have warned for decades of the Big One, a major rupture overdue along sections of the fault, one that could devastate cities built directly on top of it. San Francisco already knows what that looks like. In 1906, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake leveled much of the city and triggered fires that burned for 3 days, killing an estimated 3,000 people. Today, skyscrapers rise on the same ground, engineered with base isolators and flexible steel frames designed to sway rather than shatter. A modern gamble against an ancient force that has not gone away. Offshore, the cold Pacific current sustains some of the richest marine life on the continent. Gray whales migrate along this coastline twice a year, traveling over 10,000 miles between Alaska and Mexico, one of the longest migrations of any mammal on Earth. Sea lions crowd the docks of coastal towns, barking through the fog, indifferent to the tourists who come to photograph them. It is a strange kind of confidence, building a global technology and entertainment empire directly on top of a fault line that geologists say could rupture catastrophically at any moment. But this is America's pattern again and again, building its boldest ambitions on top of its oldest, most unstable ground. Further inland, the Sierra Nevada itself was built by the same tectonic violence that shapes the coast. A granite spine thrust skyward over millions of years, now capped in winter by snowpack that supplies drinking water to over 25 million Californians. Every spring, that snow melts into rivers that carve through the same granite the sequoias have rooted into for millennia. An entire state's water supply balanced precariously on a seasonal thaw that climate scientists warn is becoming less reliable with each passing decade. And just beneath the surface calm of California's coastline, marine biologists track an entirely different kind of giant. Great white sharks patrol these waters in numbers few visitors ever suspect, drawn to seal colonies that gather along rocky outcrops within sight of beachside towns. It is a strange contradiction even by American standards. Surfers and software engineers sharing the same ocean with one of the planet's most efficient predators, separated some days by no more than a few hundred meters of cold Pacific water. East of the Rockies, the land flattens into one of the largest grassland ecosystems on Earth, stretching from Texas to the Canadian border. Before European settlement, this prairie supported an estimated 30 to 60 million bison, a population so vast that early travelers described herds taking days to pass. This same region produces some of the most violent weather on the planet. A stretch of land nicknamed Tornado Alley, running through Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, experiences more tornadoes per square mile than almost anywhere else on Earth. Warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico collides here with cold, dry air sweeping down from Canada, and the result can spin into funnels powerful enough to lift a house off its foundation and scatter it across a field a mile away. The deadliest tornado on record in 1925 carved a continuous path of destruction nearly 219 miles long. For the people who farm this land, storm shelters dug into the earth are not a luxury. They are survival infrastructure, used every spring when the sirens wail across small towns built directly in the path of the wind. But the prairie carries an older wound than weather. This same land was once home to dozens of native nations who depended on the bison for nearly everything: food, shelter, tools, clothing. In the 19th century, the United States government forcibly removed many of these nations from their ancestral territory. A series of events, including the Trail of Tears, in which thousands of Cherokee, Choctaw, and other peoples died during forced marches westward. The bison herds were deliberately hunted toward extinction in the same decades, a strategy aimed at breaking native resistance by destroying the animal their entire way of life depended on. Today, Conservation herds slowly graze again across protected stretches of prairie, a quiet, partial restoration of something the nation itself once tried to erase. The plains hold one more extreme few outsiders associate with the region. In winter, the same flat, open ground that breeds tornadoes in spring becomes a corridor for blizzards, and ground blizzards so severe that visibility can drop to zero in minutes, stranding travelers on highways that stretch for miles without a single building in sight. Locals call it a whiteout, and every winter, search teams across the Dakotas and Nebraska are dispatched to find vehicles buried under drifting snow, sometimes with their drivers found alive days later, sometimes not. It is a landscape defined entirely by sky. No mountains to block the wind, no forests to soften the storms. Just grass and horizon stretching in every direction, and weather systems that can turn from calm to lethal faster than almost anywhere else in North America. Beneath all of that violent weather, the plains also hide one of the country's quieter engineering feats. The Ogallala Aquifer, a vast underground reservoir stretching beneath 8 states, holds water that took thousands of years to accumulate, now pumped to the surface to irrigate roughly a third of all groundwater used for irrigation in the United States. Farmers here have built an agricultural empire on top of an ancient, largely non-renewable resource, drawing it down far faster than nature can refill it. A slow crisis playing out beneath fields of wheat and corn that feed a significant share of the country's food supply. It is, in its own way, the same story the whole continent keeps telling. A nation drawing extraordinary strength from resources laid down long before it existed, often without asking how long that strength can last. Far to the east, on an island once home to the Lenape people, who called it Mannahatta, Island of Many Hills, a different kind of force took shape. Dutch traders arrived in the early 17th century, and within 3 centuries, this same patch of land transformed into the financial and cultural capital of the modern world. New York's skyline now rises in dense clusters of steel and glass, a vertical city built on bedrock solid enough to support some of the tallest structures ever engineered. The Empire State Building, completed in 1931 in just over a year, stood as the tallest building on Earth for nearly 4 decades. Beneath the streets, more than 472 subway stations move over 5 million riders a day through tunnels blasted directly into Manhattan's schist rock that has existed for over 450 million years. In the harbor, the Statue of Liberty has stood since 1886, a gift from France, her torch raised toward incoming ships. Between 1892 and 1954, over 12 million immigrants passed through nearby Ellis Island, many seeing her silhouette as the first sign that they had reached a new life. For generations, she became shorthand for an idea the country told about itself, a place where anyone could begin again. That idea has always coexisted with harder truths. The same city carries deep scars. On the 11th of September 2001, two hijacked aircraft destroyed the World Trade Center towers, killing nearly 3,000 people in a single morning, an attack that reshaped American foreign policy and security for decades afterward. Today, the National September 11 Memorial holds two reflecting pools exactly where the towers once stood, water falling endlessly into voids that never fill. Rebuilt beside it, One World Trade Center now rises 1,776 feet, a number chosen deliberately to echo the year of American independence. The tower stands as the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere, a deliberate act of defiance built directly on top of tragedy. This is the same pattern the whole continent keeps repeating. A nation barely 2.5 centuries old, building its tallest, boldest monuments directly on top of its oldest wounds, refusing to let the ground beneath it stay broken. Beneath all of this concrete and steel, New York Harbor still holds traces of the wilderness it replaced. Humpback whales, once nearly driven from these waters by centuries of hunting and pollution, have returned in growing numbers over the past decade, occasionally surfacing within view of the Statue of Liberty herself, feeding on schools of menhaden that have rebounded as the harbor slowly cleans itself. It is an unlikely image, a humpback whale breaching in the same water where container ships and ferries cross every few minutes, ancient and modern sharing the same narrow channel without either one fully noticing the other. Above it all, in winter, the city's skyline becomes one of the most photographed sights on the planet. Snow settling briefly on rooftops before the heat of 8 million lives below melts it away within hours. A city too restless to ever stay still for long. Across the river, the borough of Brooklyn alone now holds more people than most American cities combined, a density unmatched almost anywhere else on the continent, where 5 boroughs that were once separate towns and farmland fused into a single, sleepless organism over barely a century and a half. Central Park, 843 acres of deliberately engineered wilderness was carved out of swampland and bedrock in the 1850s, specifically so that the city's growing population would never lose all contact with open sky and green ground. An artificial wilderness inside the most artificial city in the country. South into Florida, the land dissolves into water. The Everglades form the largest subtropical wetland in the United States, a slow-moving river of grass barely 6 inches deep in places but 50 miles wide, draining south from Lake Okeechobee toward the sea. Early surveyors called it worthless swamp. Ecologists now call it one of the most biologically important wetlands on Earth. American alligators rule these waters, apex predators capable of bursts of speed on land that can outrun an unprepared human over short distances. Quietly, almost invisibly, the critically endangered Florida panther still moves through the cypress hammocks at the wetland's edge. Fewer than 200 estimated to remain in the wild, the last big cat population east of the Mississippi River. But the Everglades face an invader more destructive than any storm. Burmese pythons, released or escaped from the exotic pet trade decades ago, have multiplied into the tens of thousands, eating their way through the native mammal population so completely that in some areas, raccoon and opossum sightings have dropped by more than 90%. Wildlife agencies now hold public hunts each year, offering cash prizes to hunters who can remove the snakes by hand. A strange modern war against an ecological disaster decades in the making. Above all of this, hurricanes arrive with brutal regularity each summer and fall, spinning in off the warm Gulf waters and slamming into a coastline that has been rebuilt again and again after each storm. Florida sits directly in the path of more landfalling hurricanes than any other state in the country, a yearly gamble the entire region has learned to live inside. Yet even after the worst storms, the Everglades regenerate with startling speed. Mangrove forests along the coast act as a living buffer, their tangled root systems absorbing storm surge that would otherwise flood inland communities by miles. Scientists studying these wetlands describe them as one of the most effective natural defenses against hurricanes anywhere in the country, a slow, quiet, half-drowned forest, doing more to protect Florida's cities than most of the concrete seawalls built around them. Beneath the surface, manatees drift through the warmer inland canals each winter, gentle giants weighing up to 590 kilograms, gathering near power plant outflows for warmth, completely unbothered by the kayakers who paddle past close enough to touch them. It is one of the strangest juxtapositions in the entire country. Prehistoric reptiles, gentle sea cows, and invasive snakes from the other side of the world, all sharing the same slow river of grass that drains the bottom third of the state. Conservationists now call the Everglades one of the most ambitious ecological restoration projects in American history. A multi-decade, multi-billion-dollar effort to undo a century of canals and levees built to drain the swamp for agriculture and development. Engineers are slowly reversing the very channels their own predecessors carved 100 years ago, trying to coax the river of grass back into something closer to its original, unbroken flow. Proof that even a nation built on conquering wild land can eventually learn to give some of it back. Thousands of miles from the mainland, two states stretch America's borders into landscapes that barely feel like the same country. In the Pacific, the islands of Hawaii are still being born. Kilauea, one of the most active volcanoes on Earth, has erupted continuously for much of the past 4 decades, sending rivers of lava into the ocean that cool instantly into new black rock, expanding the island's coastline in real time. Locals describe watching the lava glow at night from their porches, an entire island still under active construction by the planet itself. At the opposite extreme, Alaska holds nearly a third of the entire ice contained in the United States, glaciers that have carved fjords deep enough to swallow skyscrapers. Polar bears hunt across sea ice that thins a little more with each passing year, and in the depths of winter, parts of the state experience weeks of near-total darkness. Followed in summer by the strange disorientation of a sun that barely sets at all. Both states share something the mainland rarely has to face directly: visible, accelerating change. Alaska's glaciers are retreating at some of the fastest rates recorded anywhere on the planet, while Hawaii's reefs bleach under warming seas. These two far-flung corners of the country, one built from fire, one preserved in ice, stand as the clearest warning signs of how quickly even ancient landscapes can be reshaped within a single human lifetime. In Alaska, brown bears gather each summer at waterfalls like Brooks Falls, where salmon leap upstream by the thousands, fattening the bears for a hibernation that can last 7 months without a single meal. It is one of the last places on the continent where a visitor can watch a food chain play out almost exactly as it has for thousands of years, untouched by roads or cities, governed entirely by season and instinct. In Hawaii, meanwhile, humpback whales migrate over 5,000 kilometers each winter from Alaska's cold waters to breed in the warm shallows surrounding the islands. Their songs carrying for miles underwater, audible to researchers tracking populations that nearly vanished under 20th century whaling before slowly recovering. Two states, two oceans apart from the mainland, both still defined far more by wild migration patterns than by any human calendar. Both islands and ice fields remind visitors of something the mainland often lets people forget, that the United States is not really one landscape, but dozens of them stitched together by politics and ambition, an empire of ecosystems that have almost nothing in common except the same flag flying over all of them. A desert that kills by noon. A swamp that drowns slowly. A glacier retreating by the year. A volcano building new coastline in real time. Each one operating on its own timeline, completely indifferent to the short, frantic history of the nation that claims it. And finally, at the country's political center, Washington, D.C., sits on land chosen deliberately in 1790 as neutral ground between northern and southern states, a capital built from nothing into the seat of the most powerful government on earth. The dome of the Capitol, the marble of the Lincoln Memorial, the quiet weight of Arlington National Cemetery, all monuments to a nation still arguing, even now, about what it is supposed to become. Seen from above, the city's avenues trace shapes some still read as pentagrams and Masonic symbols, a pattern historians dismiss as coincidence, but popular imagination has never quite let go of, since Pierre l'Enfant and many of the nation's founders were Freemasons themselves. And to this day, no building in Washington is allowed to rise above the Capitol dome, a law written into the city's skyline so that no tower, however tall American ambition grows elsewhere, will ever cast a shadow over the Republic's original symbol. Not far away, in California's Silicon Valley, the same restless ambition that once pushed wagons across deserts and rails across mountains now pushes the boundaries of computing, artificial intelligence, and space travel. NASA's rockets lift off the same Florida coastline that hurricanes pound every summer, a fitting symbol for a country that has always built its future directly on top of its most volatile ground, Across the country, scientists, engineers, and dreamers continue pushing into territory the rest of the world has not yet reached. From reusable rockets designed to land themselves back on the pad they launched from, to research labs mapping the human genome in buildings built on land that, 2 centuries ago, was still considered the edge of the known world. The same restlessness that drove wagon trains across deserts and rail lines across mountain passes now drives server farms and space telescopes, a national character that has never quite learned how to sit still. A nation barely 250 years old. Standing on a continent shaped by asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, ice ages, and fault lines that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. Young in its history, ancient in its bones, and still, after everything, still building. A nation barely 250 years old, resting on a continent shaped by asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, ice ages, and fault lines that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. Young in its history, ancient in its bones. A country that raised its tallest towers above its deepest wounds, built its boldest cities on its most unstable ground, and staked its entire future on forces it still cannot fully control. Beneath Yellowstone, the fire has not gone out, only fallen quiet. Beneath California, the fault lines have not stopped moving, only paused. Above the plains, the storms have not stopped forming, only waited for spring to return. And still, this restless, unfinished nation keeps building anyway, laying foundation after foundation on top of the very forces that could one day take it all away, refusing to stop, refusing to look away, refusing to believe that the ground beneath it will ever have the final word. This is America, still standing, still shaking, still rising. For the Amazon has been described as the lungs of the earth. But beneath that image exists an entire world shaped by survival, memory, and adaptation. Hidden beneath the canopy are rivers that flow through the sky, predators that move almost invisibly through flooded forests, and indigenous communities that have lived with the rhythms of this ecosystem for thousands of years. Nothing here exists alone. Every species, every river, and every cycle of life is connected through a system powerful enough to sustain an entire continent. the Amazon is not just a rainforest. It is one of the last places where the relationship between humans and nature can still be seen at its rawest scale. Flying rivers are one of the most important natural systems sustaining life across the Amazon and much of South America. Rather than flowing on the ground, these rivers exist in the atmosphere, formed through the massive release of moisture from the rainforest itself. Each large tree in the Amazon can release more than 1,000 liters of water vapor into the air every day through transpiration. Across the entire forest, this process generates around 20 billion tons of moisture daily, creating vast airborne corridors of humidity. These moisture flows travel across the continent. These atmospheric rivers eventually return as rainfall across vast regions of South America. Much of the rain falling over the Amazon is recycled moisture generated by the forest itself, rather than coming directly from the ocean. Without this continuous cycle of evaporation and rainfall, large parts of the rainforest would gradually dry out and lose the conditions needed to sustain life. Near the city of Manaus in Brazil, two massive rivers meet and flow side by side without immediately mixing, creating one of the most unusual natural phenomena on Earth. The Rio Negro appears almost black, colored by organic material from decomposing forest vegetation. Its water is warmer, more acidic, and flows relatively slowly. Beside it, the Rio Solimões carries a muddy brown color from sediment transported down from the Andes Mountains. This river is colder by around 6 degrees Celsius, flows nearly twice as fast, and has a much more neutral pH level. Because of these differences in temperature, density, speed, and chemical composition, the two rivers maintain a visible boundary for nearly 6 kilometers before eventually blending together. The scale of the Amazon system itself is equally difficult to comprehend. The river releases more than 200,000 cubic meters of water into the Atlantic Ocean every second, accounting for nearly 1/5 of all fresh water flowing across Earth's surface. At its widest point near the mouth, the river stretches over 300 kilometers across, with enough force to push fresh water far into the Atlantic Ocean. In 1500, members of the expedition led by Spanish explorer Vicente Yáñez Pinzón reported being able to collect and drink fresh water far out in the Atlantic Ocean before even seeing the South American coastline. This reflected the extraordinary scale and force of the Amazon River. And this immense flow of water has helped sustain one of the most biologically diverse ecosystems on Earth, where some of the rainforest's most extraordinary predators continue to survive. Among them is the harpy eagle, the most powerful bird of prey in the Amazon rainforest. With a wingspan reaching up to 2 meters, it is also the largest eagle in the Americas. Its talons can grow over 13 centimeters long, strong enough to crush the skull of prey instantly. Harpy eagles hunt from the highest trees, diving through the forest at speeds of around 80 kilometers per hour, while remaining almost completely silent. Unlike many eagles that hunt fish, they specialize in tree-dwelling mammals such as monkeys and sloths. They reproduce slowly, raising only one chick every 2 to 3 years and relying on untouched primary forest for nesting. In the wild, harpy eagles have almost no natural predators other than humans. Deep within the Amazon rainforest lives the jaguar, the largest big cat in the Americas and the undisputed apex predator of this ecosystem. Its spotted coat blends almost perfectly into the shifting light beneath the canopy, allowing it to remain nearly invisible inside the dense forest. Any animal activity attracts the jaguar's attention. He weighs up whether it could become his next victim. Jaguars will eat everything from fish to deer. He spends most of his time moving silently along the riverbanks, where animals regularly gather to drink, rest, or cross the water. This time, he spots something near the surface, a caiman edging close to the shore. Caimans are not the largest crocodilians, but they possess an incredible bite force. This is a formidable opponent. The jaguar lowers his body, placing each step carefully. Slow, silent. The distance closes. Then, in just seconds, he launches forward with explosive power. Unlike most predators that rely on a prolonged struggle, jaguars kill almost instantly, delivering a bite so powerful it can pierce straight through a caiman's skull in a single strike. After the brutal battle, the jaguar drags his hard-won prize onto the bank, slips back into the dense forest, and slowly enjoys the reward of the hunt. For many indigenous communities, the jaguar is more than a predator. It is seen as a spiritual presence closely connected to the power and consciousness of the rainforest itself. But beneath the rainforest canopy, survival is not shaped by predators alone. Hidden among roots, leaves, and fallen wood, smaller creatures maintain systems just as ruthless in their own scale. Bullet ants are feared by most creatures in the rainforest because of their powerful defense and extremely painful venom. With a body nearly 1 inch long, this species possesses one of the most painful stings on the Schmidt Pain Index. The pain is often described as waves of fire lasting for hours. For the Sate Mawe tribe, however, this pain carries a different meaning. During initiation rituals, young boys place their hands into gloves filled with bullet ants and endure repeated stings for at least 10 minutes to prove endurance and mental strength. If bullet ants represent raw power, leafcutter ants represent discipline and complex industrial organization. They function like a massive biological machine. Worker ants can carry leaf fragments many times heavier than their own body weight, transporting them into enormous underground colonies. These leaves are not eaten directly. Instead, they are used to grow a specialized fungus that serves as the main food source for the entire colony. This agricultural system has existed for millions of years, long before humans developed farming. Within a single colony, millions of ants perform highly specialized roles, sustaining one of the most complex social systems found in the rainforest. Beyond the dense rainforest, life begins to adapt not to trees and soil, but to water that constantly shifts and expands with the changing seasons. Boto dolphins are not born pink. They begin life with gray skin and gradually turn pink as they age. According to local legend, the Boto can transform into a handsome man dressed in white, enter riverside villages, seduce women during festivals, and disappear again before sunrise. Children with unknown fathers are often referred to as children of the Boto. During the rainy season, when river levels rise more than 10 meters, Botos move deep into flooded forests to hunt between submerged trees. Their teeth serve two different functions. The front teeth are used to grip prey, while the back teeth are designed to crush the hard shells of crabs and turtles. To rest while still returning to the surface for air, Botos are able to let one half of their brain sleep while the other half remains awake. For centuries, environments like these were believed to be shaped almost entirely by nature. But scattered beneath the forest and along its rivers, evidence began to reveal a very different history. One of the clearest signs of this is terra preta, an unusually fertile black soil created by pre-Columbian societies between roughly 450 BC and 950 AD. Rather than forming naturally, it was produced by mixing charcoal, pottery fragments, fish bones, ash, and organic waste into the nutrient-poor rainforest soil. As a result, terra preta became 2 to 3 times more fertile than surrounding soil and was even capable of regenerating over time. Today, this soil is estimated to cover between 3 and 10% of the Amazon basin, often concentrated along major rivers, suggesting that dense human settlements once existed throughout the rainforest. The Amazon also functions much like a vast cultivated garden rather than a completely untouched forest. Plants such as cacao and various nut trees became widely distributed with human assistance, gradually turning large parts of the rainforest into a long-term and sustainable food reserve. Centuries later, another resource hidden within the forest would draw global attention back to the Amazon once again. This time, the transformation arrived with industry, extraction, and unprecedented wealth. The wealth of Manaus came from the Pará rubber tree, Hevea brasiliensis. When the bark was cut, it released a white latex that could be processed into rubber. During the industrial era, rubber became an essential material for manufacturing tires, pipes, seals, and insulation for telegraph cables. Because the Amazon held a monopoly over this resource, money flowed into the region at an extraordinary speed, allowing rubber barons to live in extreme luxury. The clearest symbol of this prosperity was the Teatro Amazonas. Built entirely with imported European materials, the Opera House stood as an almost surreal display of wealth, surrounded by dense jungle. However, the wealth of Manaus was built on the suffering of indigenous people. Tens of thousands were enslaved, tortured, and killed during rubber extraction. It is estimated that between 90 and 99% of the indigenous population died from violence and diseases such as smallpox and measles after contact with Europeans. The collapse came suddenly in 1876, when British explorer Henry Wickham secretly smuggled around 70,000 rubber seeds out of the Amazon. They were later cultivated in Southeast Asia, where organized plantations produced cheaper rubber and destroyed the Amazon's monopoly. Manaus quickly fell into decline. Today, the Amazon basin is home to more than 300 indigenous groups, speaking dozens of different language families across the rainforest. Many communities maintain remarkably detailed knowledge of the environment, able to identify hundreds of plant species and track river systems, seasonal floods, and wind patterns through oral tradition passed down over generations. Life is closely adapted to the rainforest itself. Some groups build elevated homes to avoid flooding, travel mainly by canoe, and use natural pigments from forest fruits to paint their bodies. Food often comes directly from the surrounding ecosystem, including fish, cassava, fruits, and hunted animals. They often hunt using blow darts coated with poison extracted from toxic rainforest frogs, or paddle through narrow river channels in dugout canoes to catch fish hiding beneath submerged roots and flooded vegetation. more than 100 uncontacted indigenous groups are still believed to exist in Brazil. For many of them, isolation is a deliberate choice shaped by historical memories of violence, slavery, and disease during the rubber boom era. Illegal gold mining has poisoned rivers with mercury, affecting both wildlife and indigenous communities. Record droughts and rising water temperatures have already caused mass deaths among aquatic species. At the same time, human-made fires release enormous amounts of carbon that the forest spent thousands of years storing. And yet, the Amazon continues trying to keep itself alive. The forest still generates massive atmospheric rivers that carry moisture across South America. Nutrients are constantly recycled through fallen leaves, roots, fungi, and flood cycles, allowing life to regenerate with extraordinary speed. Even the ancient terra preta soil created by early civilizations continues to restore fertility centuries after its creators disappeared. Every species remains part of this larger system. Harpy eagles still patrol the canopy. Jaguars continue moving silently through flooded forests. Leafcutter ants recycle tons of vegetation every year, while pink river dolphins navigate submerged forests during seasonal floods. Together, they form an interconnected network that has sustained the rainforest for millions of years. The Amazon is still fighting to survive, but its resilience is not infinite. The future of this forest may ultimately depend on whether humanity understands one simple reality. As long as the Amazon continues to breathe, so do we. This is not a place you're supposed to visit. War, collapse, silence. That's what defines Yemen, or at least that's what you've been told. But that's not what you see. Cities still rise from earth and dust. Windows still catch the light at dusk. Voices still move through streets, low, steady, alive. Nothing here asks to be understood. Nothing tries to be seen. In the end, everything endures. Not beyond conflict, but within it. This is Yemen. Socotra is not an island. It is an isolated fragment of primordial Earth, severed from continents and preserved in raw, untamed silence. It is a monolithic archive of evolution, where life diverged into forms that exist nowhere else. It is a fragile equilibrium, where survival is etched into every root, every stone, every breath. Beneath Socotra, the ocean reveals a system both ancient and untamed. A marine world shaped by isolation, suspended between the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. Seasonal currents rise, forcing cold, nutrient-rich water upward, igniting dense biological life. Coral reefs expand into intricate living structures, saturated with color and movement. Schools of fish shift in synchronized bursts, silver and iridescent against fractured light. Predators move within them, reef sharks and rays, silent, precise, embedded in balance. Dolphins break the surface in fluid arcs, bodies cutting clean through open water. Their motion is rhythmic, instinctive, tied to migrations older than memory. Below, seagrass spreads across soft seabeds, where sea turtles descend and feed. Marine algae drift in suspended layers, feeding unseen chains that sustain the visible. Isolation preserves this fragile equilibrium. Here, life endures, interconnected, restrained, and quietly resilient against time and change. Detwa is not a lagoon. It is a tidal fracture, raw, exposed, and continuously rewritten by the ocean's breath. A crescent of white sand anchors a field of turquoise stillness. Waters remain shallow, mineral-rich, and unnaturally clear. Beneath the surface, limestone beds define its fragile geometry. When the tide recedes, the lagoon transforms into a living map. Narrow channels divide into shifting paths of sand and water. Juvenile dolphins glide through confined pools, precise and silent. Stingrays dissolve into the seabed, their forms nearly erased. Ghost crabs scatter in all directions, inscribing motion across wet terrain. Every movement is dictated by rhythm, advance, retreat, exposure. Further west, Shoab Beach exists at the edge of access. Reaching it requires passage across open sea, isolating it from land. The shoreline stretches wide, untouched, and intensely white. Water clarity reveals depth without distortion. Limestone cliffs rise in abrupt, monolithic walls, enclosing the horizon. Erosion fractures their surfaces into sharp, uneven plains. Light intensifies every edge, every contrast between stone and sea. Nothing here is permanent, only cycles, precise, indifferent, and absolute. Life on Socotra is not defined by abundance. It is shaped by endurance, quiet, deliberate, and unbroken. Along narrow coastal stretches, Fishing villages emerge from stone and salt. Structures remain minimal: wood, fabric, and weathered surfaces resisting constant wind. Boats rest on pale sand, their forms simple, functional, unchanged for generations. At first light, movement begins without urgency. Fishermen push into open water, reading currents through instinct rather than instrument. The sea is not conquered, it is negotiated, tide by tide. Nets return heavy or empty, both outcomes accepted without resistance. Fish are sorted by hand, laid across woven mats under sharp, unfiltered sun. Salt air thickens the process, preserving what cannot be consumed immediately. Nothing is wasted. Everything is measured. Further inland, herders guide goats across fractured limestone terrain. Water is scarce, carried, stored, and guarded with precision. Daily rhythms follow the land's limitation, not its promise. Language, gesture, and routine pass quietly between generations. No record, no archive, only repetition and memory. Here, survival is not dramatic. It is continuous. A practice refined over time until it becomes identity itself. Beyond these rhythms, the land folds inward, concealing what lies beneath. Callison Canyon remains hidden, carved deep within ivory limestone. Narrow walls rise abruptly, enclosing a confined, silent passage. Surfaces shift between smooth erosion and sharp fracture, recording ancient water flow. Light descends, in fragments, controlled and uneven. Below, pools gather in stillness, emerald and deep blue, unnaturally clear. Mineral composition defines their color, depth, and clarity. No current disturbs their surface. Water persists here, shielded from exposure. Temperature stabilizes within this enclosed system. Sound fades quickly. Movement slows. This is not landscape. It is a contained world, precise, silent, and preserved. The Dixon Plateau ecosystem exists within extreme limitation. Life here does not spread freely. It is contained, measured, and precisely adapted. Soil remains shallow, nutrients scarce, water irregular. Dragon's blood trees dominate, their canopy structures, reducing evaporation and shielding ground life. Frankincense and desert shrubs persist in fractured limestone gaps. Fauna moves with restraint. Goats traverse steep terrain with practiced balance. Bird species circle above, using thermal currents rising from heated rock. Insects remain small, resilient, adapted to dryness and exposure. Every organism operates within narrow margins. Growth is slow. Loss is permanent. This is not abundance. It is survival refined into equilibrium. Beyond the shifting tides, the land rises, older, slower, more deliberate. This is not a forest. It is an evolutionary anomaly, shaped in isolation, precise and enduring. Dragon Blood Tree Forest stands across Socotra's plateau, each tree lifting a dense umbrella crown into dry mineral air. Their form is not aesthetic, It is survival, capturing moisture, reducing evaporation, controlling exposure. Thick bark seals in life, while crimson resin flows beneath, a chemical defense hardened over millennia. Soil here is thin, fractured limestone holding little water. Wind moves freely, carrying heat across an exposed terrain with no excess. A herder passes between the trees, guiding goats through narrow paths worn into stone. He does not disturb the land. He reads it: shade, wind, silence. Nothing grows without reason. Nothing exists without adaptation. And within this still geometry, life persists, measured, ancient, and quietly absolute. White dunes rise along Socotra's southern coast, stark, luminous, and endlessly reshaped by wind. Zahek and Haif emerge where ocean currents collide with monsoon forces, driving immense flows of pale sand inland. Each grain moves in quiet persistence, building sharp ridges and soft depressions that shift without warning. Under relentless coastal winds, the surface never settles, only transforms. The dunes lean into dark limestone cliffs, intensifying the contrast between blinding light and deep shadow. Salt-heavy air drifts across them, carving fleeting patterns that dissolve almost as soon as they appear. Sound is muted here, absorbed by layers of fine sand in constant motion. Nearby, small settlements endure within this unstable terrain, adjusting to limited water and shifting ground. Paths disappear, landmarks fade, and orientation becomes uncertain. Here, the land resists permanence, existing only in transition, restless, exposed and forever becoming something new. Hajir Mountains rise abruptly from Socotra's interior, jagged and monolithic against an exposed sky. Ancient granite formations fracture under extreme heat, shaping steep ridges and narrow valleys. Clouds gather briefly, releasing scarce moisture that sustains rare endemic plants clinging to stone. Villages settle along lower slopes, where life adapts to isolation and limited resources. Paths wind through rock and shadow, carved by generations. Goatherds move at dawn, guiding animals across precarious ledges with quiet precision. Stories pass between them, of seasons when rain lingered longer, when springs flowed more freely. Children learn the terrain before they learn distance, reading stone like memory. Here, the land stands harsh, elevated, and enduring beyond time. From an island where evolution stands alone, the journey turns inland toward a city where time layers itself. This is not a city. It is a vertical memory of civilization, ancient, compact, enduring. Sana Old City rises from the highland plateau, its towers shaped from rammed earth and stone. Structures ascend, narrow and monolithic, their facades traced with white gypsum lines. Geometry here is not decoration but function, guiding light, strengthening form, defining identity. Windows soften harsh sun through colored glass. Air circulates through tight corridors, cooling interiors with restraint. Architecture does not dominate, it adapts across centuries. Streets compress into shadowed passages, markets unfolding within movement. Voices echo through walls, generations of life. Resources remain scarce, measured, and deliberate. Shibam, where stone once held memory in layered silence, now compressed into vertical necessity. This is not simply a city. It is a dense, monolithic response to survival, rising sharply from the desert floor like an earthen fortress. Dozens of mud brick towers stand tightly bound together, climbing 5 to 11 stories into the harsh, open sky. Behind these walls, life stretches across centuries. Founded over 500 years ago, Shibam grew along ancient trade routes linking the Arabian interior to distant coastal worlds. Merchants arrived, families remained, and generations learned to build upward when the land could offer nothing more. Floodplains encircle the city, sudden and unforgiving. Height became protection. Thick walls absorbed the day's heat, releasing it slowly into the cool desert night. Narrow streets compress into shaded corridors where air circulates, softening an otherwise relentless climate. Children move upward through dim stairwells. Elders rest within quiet, enclosed rooms. Daily life unfolds in vertical layers. Mud brick demands renewal. Wind erodes, rain dissolves, and each repair becomes memory made visible. Shibam does not resist the desert. It endures within it, fragile, deliberate, and continuously rebuilt through human persistence. As vertical forms dissolve into open horizons, the landscape softens, unfolding into a quieter, grounded expression of human presence. This is not a city. It is a foundation of knowledge, ancient, deliberate, and enduring. Zabid stretches across a coastal plain, shaped by heat, humidity, and time. Low structures of mud brick and coral stone sit compact and measured. Whitewashed walls glare beneath harsh sunlight, reflecting heat while protecting fragile interiors. Air moves slowly through narrow, shaded streets. Mosques rise modestly yet continuously, anchoring space with quiet permanence. For centuries, knowledge lived here, spoken, practiced, carried across generations. Water remains scarce, carefully drawn. Life unfolds with restraint, rhythmic, and enduring. As the land quiets, the surface breaks open, revealing something far older beneath memory and stone. This is not a well. It is a vertical void, ancient and unknowable. Bahout Well drops deep into Yemen's desert, a near-perfect shaft cut through pale limestone. Its true depth remains uncertain, swallowed by darkness. Moisture clings to cold walls, forming a fragile microclimate. Air rises uneven, heavy with minerals. Legends gather here, yet this abyss is purely geological, shaped by erosion and time. Where the earth once opened into darkness, the landscape rises again, shaped not by void, but by control over water. Marib is not a ruin. This is an engineering legacy, ancient, deliberate, and transformative. Marib stands at the edge of desert expansion, where survival once depended on precision. The Marib Dam, built from stone and earth, redirected seasonal floods into controlled irrigation. Channels extended outward, sustaining agriculture in an otherwise arid basin. Sediment accumulated, reinforcing structure over time. Maintenance became ritual, essential to continuity. Communities formed around water distribution, shaping patterns of settlement and cooperation. And in this system, something endured. Not abundance, but balance, held carefully against the desert. From desert control to stone elevation. This is not a palace. This is a vertical extension of the mountain, precise, balanced, and improbable. Dar al-Hajjar stands anchored to a solitary rock formation, its structure ascending in layered tiers. Built from stone and mud brick, it merges seamlessly with the cliff beneath it. Windows open outward, framing vast highland horizons and distant valleys below. Light enters selectively, controlled against heat and exposure. Gravity defines every line. Weight is distributed through thick walls and narrow foundations carved into rock. And in this elevation, something emerges. Not dominance, but harmony between architecture and the land itself. From stone rising in isolation, the landscape fractures again, lifting a settlement to the edge of collapse. This is not a village. This is a precipice of survival, fragile, suspended, and exposed. Hayd al-Jazil clings to a massive rock outcrop above a dry valley. Mud brick structures gather tightly, their weight balanced against erosion and gravity. Time weakens their foundations as wind and heat slowly strip the surface. The plateau below remains barren, marked by seasonal water flow that rarely sustains life. Access is limited, movement constrained by terrain and height. Homes lean into one another, distributing pressure across narrow space. Abandonment becomes inevitable as structures decay faster than they can be restored. And here, something fades. Not suddenly, but gradually. A settlement suspended between endurance and disappearance. Where cities rise and fall, life continues, threaded through uncertainty, carried by those who remain. This is not a place defined by conflict. This is a continuum of survival, resilient, human, and unbroken. At dawn, men move toward markets, their steps steady despite shifting realities. Fishermen read the sea as their fathers did, casting nets with inherited precision. Children navigate narrow streets, turning stone corridors into spaces of movement and play. Homes endure in mud, brick, and stone, their interiors shaped for shade, for gathering, for continuity. Walls hold heat, but also memory, layers of living carried across generations. Women prepare food, tend to families, sustain the unseen rhythms that hold everything together. Clothing reflects both environment and identity. Fabric flows loosely, protecting against heat, while patterns signal belonging and history. Architecture remains adaptive. Wind towers, thick walls, and enclosed courtyards regulate climate without reliance on excess. And within this reality, something persists. Not stability, but resilience. Life here does not wait for certainty. It moves within it, quietly, deliberately, and without pause. Yemen is not defined by conflict or ruin. It is defined by what endures. Across stone, desert, and wind, life does not vanish. It adapts. It persists. From vertical cities to silent mountain villages, one truth remains. Survival here is built on resilience, not certainty. For generations, people have not conquered the land, but lived within its limits, its rhythm. And in the end, Yemen is not something to explain. It is something to feel in the quiet strength of those who remain. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey touched you. A culture that endures quietly yet powerfully through time. Salalah feels like a contradiction made real. In the far south of Oman, where desert should dominate, the land turns unexpectedly green. During the Kharif monsoon, mist rolls in from the Indian Ocean. Hills soften into lush valleys, and waterfalls cascade down cliffs. Camels graze on open grasslands, moving slowly through a landscape that feels closer to Southeast Asia than Arabia. For a few fleeting months, Salalah becomes a different world entirely. But this transformation is only part of its story. Long before travelers came for its beauty, Salalah was known for something far more valuable: frankincense. Harvested from hardy trees that grow in the dry hinterlands, this resin once shaped the economy of entire civilizations. In ancient Egypt, it was used in embalming rituals believed to purify and preserve the body for the afterlife. In Rome, it burned during funeral ceremonies, its smoke carrying prayers for the dead. Across temples and empires, frankincense became a bridge between the human and the divine. Today, its scent still lingers in the air. And in Salalah, nature and history do not exist separately. They rise together, like mist over a land that has always lived between worlds. Wahiba Sands stretches across the southeastern expanse of Oman, a vast desert shaped by wind and time. Named after the Bani Wahiba tribe, who have lived here for generations, this sea of sand extends for nearly 12,000 square kilometers, where towering dunes rise over 100 meters high. Their forms are never fixed, constantly shifting under invisible currents, reshaping the landscape day by day. In this environment, life is built on experience passed down through generations. Bedouin communities have learned how to read the desert, recognizing wind patterns, tracking subtle changes in the sand, and navigating without fixed paths. Daily life is simple but precise, moving between temporary shelters, managing limited water, and adapting to extreme heat during the day and cold nights. In Wahiba Sands, the camel is a lifelong companion to Bedouin families, deeply woven into their daily survival and movement across the desert. More than just transport, it is an animal shaped perfectly for this environment. A camel can travel up to 40 kilometers in a single day across soft sand, and in extreme conditions, it can survive for more than a week without water. Its wide, padded feet prevent it from sinking into dunes, while its ability to regulate body temperature allows it to endure heat that can exceed 50 degrees Celsius. One of the most distinctive traditions of this region is camel racing, a practice that has existed for centuries among Bedouin communities. Originally, these races were a way to test the strength, endurance, and value of camels. But today, it serves as a cultural gathering where desert communities come together, exchanging traditions and maintaining long-standing social connections. Jebel Akhdar, known as the Green Mountain, rises more than 2,000 meters above sea level, where the climate shifts and the landscape begins to defy expectations. Steep mountains drop into deep canyons, and the air turns cooler, carrying a quiet contrast to the dry plains below. On this arid land, people have achieved what once seemed impossible. Lush gardens cling tightly to rocky slopes, forming terraces that carve life directly into stone. This is not a natural oasis, but the result of the ancient Falaj irrigation system, a network of channels that has existed for centuries. Water, scarce and precious, is carefully guided from mountain springs, flowing through narrow stone-lined canals that follow the contours of the terrain. Along these steep slopes, villages cling to the mountainside, their stone houses built into the rock as if they were part of it. Daily life follows the rhythm of the land, where tending terraces, maintaining water channels, and harvesting crops are not just tasks, but traditions passed down through generations. The Falaj system is deeply woven into this way of life, shaping how people farm, share resources, and remain connected to one another. Jebel Akhdar is also known for its damask roses, grown in small, high-altitude orchards and harvested by hand each spring. These delicate flowers are distilled into rose water, a tradition passed down through generations, used in perfumes, rituals, and everyday life. Nizwa does not present itself as a relic of the past. It feels like a place where history never truly left. More than 1,300 years ago, this city stood as the heart of Oman's early Islamic world, a center not only of political power, but of scholarship, law, and religious thought. And even today, that legacy still moves through its streets. At the center of daily life lies the Nizwa Souk, a long-standing tradition that continues to be preserved by local communities. This practice dates back centuries, when Nizwa served as a key meeting point for trade routes across the interior. For many nomadic families, this is not just a marketplace, but an essential part of life. After long journeys across harsh landscapes, they arrive here to sell livestock, exchange goods, and sustain their livelihoods. Rising just beyond the market is Nizwa Fort, its massive circular tower dominating the skyline. Built in the 17th century, under Imam Sultan bin Saif al-Ya'arubi, the tower spans over 30 meters in diameter. It was designed as one of the most advanced defensive structures of its time. From above, defenders could pour boiling oil, drop stones, and monitor every approach. Hidden passages, narrow staircases, and thick walls turned the fort into a calculated defense system. Muscat does not follow the path of its neighbors. There are no towering skylines or extravagant displays of modern wealth. Instead, the capital remains calm, grounded, and deeply connected to its past, preserving a sense of the old Arabian world that many cities have long left behind. As early as the 1st century, Muscat stood as a key trading hub linking India, Persia, and East Africa. Its strategic location made it a point of interest for competing empires, from the Portuguese to the Ottomans. Yet, despite centuries of foreign influence, the city was never erased. It absorbed these layers of history while maintaining its own identity, shaping a culture that still defines Muscat today. At the heart of this continuity stands the Sultan Qaboos Grand Mosque, one of the most significant architectural landmarks in Oman. Completed in 2001, after 6 years of construction, the mosque was built using over 300,000 tons of Indian sandstone and can accommodate up to 25,000 worshippers. Its design blends traditional Islamic architecture with refined modern craftsmanship. At the center of the main prayer hall hangs a massive Swarovski crystal chandelier, weighing over 8 tons and composed of thousands of intricately cut crystals. Below it stretches one of the world's largest hand-woven carpets, crafted by more than 600 artisans over 4 years, each knot tied entirely by hand. Bima Sinkhole, locally known as Hawiyat Najm, or the Falling Star Well, is one of Oman's most fascinating natural wonders. According to local legend, it was formed when a meteorite struck the Earth thousands of years ago, leaving behind a deep, perfectly shaped crater. The water below is a rare mix of freshwater and seawater filtered through underground channels, giving it a striking turquoise color that feels almost unreal. Scientists, however, explain it differently, as a natural limestone collapse formed over time. This contrast between myth and science adds to its intrigue. With no large-scale development surrounding it, the site remains quiet and largely untouched, preserving a sense of stillness and raw beauty. The Daymaniyat Islands remain one of Oman's best-kept secrets, often described as a hidden jewel of the Middle East. Scattered across the turquoise waters of the Gulf, this protected archipelago consists of 9 small islands, where the sea reveals an ecosystem of remarkable richness. The water here stands out with its striking turquoise hue. Beneath the surface, coral reefs stretch in intricate formations, creating a vibrant underwater landscape filled with life. Schools of tropical fish move through the reefs in constant motion. However, beyond its rich biodiversity, this archipelago quietly sustains one of the most important natural cycles in the region. Daymaniyat is a key nesting ground for green sea turtles in Oman. Each year, adult females return after long migrations across the ocean to lay their eggs on the very beaches where they were born. They use their flippers to dig deep nests, covering the eggs with warm sand before quietly retreating, leaving nature to take over. A few weeks later, hatchlings emerge from the sand and instinctively make their way toward the ocean, beginning a long cycle of growth and migration that can span decades. Kamsar is a remote village located at the northern tip of Oman, separated from the rest of the country by rugged mountains and the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. This isolation has shaped a community unlike any other in Oman. The people here speak Kumzari, a rare language influenced by Persian, Arabic, and other coastal cultures, reflecting centuries of contact yet long periods of separation. The village itself is built tightly along narrow coastal strips, where houses rise directly from the rock, adapted to limited space and steep terrain. There are no roads connecting Kamsar to the mainland. The only way to reach the village is by speedboat. Daily life here is closely tied to the sea, the waves, and the boats that move between them. Fishing remains the primary source of livelihood, shaping both the rhythm of life and the identity of the community. Wadi Bani Khalid appears where the desert unexpectedly surrenders to water. Deep within Oman's eastern mountains, springs flow year-round through a landscape shaped by heat, stone, and time. Clear turquoise pools gather beneath towering cliffs, creating one of the country's most remarkable natural oases. For centuries, travelers crossing the harsh interior relied on these waters for survival. Palm trees cluster along the valley floor, their roots reaching into moisture hidden beneath the desert. Fish drift through the still pools, while swallows circle above the canyon walls. Yet this peaceful scene was carved by violence. Rare storms rush down the mountains, sending flash floods through the wadi with tremendous force. The same water that sustains life also reshapes the landscape. In a land defined by aridity, Wadi Bani Khalid stands as a reminder that survival in Oman has always depended on finding water where almost none should exist. Today, it also attracts visitors seeking beauty and tranquility. Misfat al-Abreen clings to the side of Oman's mountains like a village suspended between earth and sky. For more than 1,000 years, people have lived among these steep cliffs, building stone houses that rise layer upon layer above terraced fields. Water is the reason this settlement exists. Ancient Falaj irrigation channels carry spring water through the village, nourishing pomegranate trees, date palms, and crops in a landscape otherwise dominated by rock and drought. Narrow pathways wind between mud brick walls and shaded courtyards. Life moves slowly here, yet survival has never been easy. Every harvest depends on water carefully shared among families. In a region shaped by scarcity, Misfat al-Abreen stands as a testament to human ingenuity, proving that even the harshest mountains can become home when water, patience, and community endure. Oman does not try to impress at first glance. It does not overwhelm with spectacle or demand attention. Instead, it reveals itself slowly through the people who live in rhythm with the land, through traditions that have endured without needing to change, and through places where time feels layered rather than lost. From the silence of the desert to the cool air of the mountains, from ancient souks to remote coastal villages, what remains is not just beauty, but continuity. A way of life, shaped by adaptation, patience, and deep understanding of the environment. In a world that moves faster each day, Oman offers something increasingly rare, a reminder that identity does not have to be loud to be lasting. Sometimes it is the quietest places that hold the strongest stories. Afghanistan is not empty desert. It is a raw and ancient world shaped by stone, wind, and survival. Colossal mountains split the horizon beneath brutal skies and endless dust storms. Forgotten empires once crossed these fractured valleys and monolithic passes. Blue lakes shimmer between barren cliffs, scarred by tectonic violence and time. Nomadic shepherds guide flocks across precarious ridges beneath snow-covered peaks. Ancient bazaars still breathe with poetry, copper, saffron, and smoke. From the towering Hindu Kush to the isolated Wakhan corridor, Afghanistan remains one of Earth's most untamed and enduring landscapes. Hidden within Afghanistan's barren highlands, Band-e-Amir appears like a chain of sapphire mirrors suspended between stone and sky. Mineral-rich waters glow with impossible shades of deep blue beneath colossal limestone cliffs shaped by ancient tectonic pressure. Natural travertine dams divide the lakes into isolated basins formed slowly through centuries of calcium deposits and flowing spring water. Harsh mountain winds sweep across the plateau while sparse grasses cling desperately to fractured rock and dry soil. Nomadic shepherds guide flocks along narrow ridges overlooking water, so clear it reflects every scar across the surrounding mountains. Golden eagles circle above the canyon walls, while silence expands across the vast volcanic landscape and endless Afghan horizon. Band-e-Amir feels sacred and untouchable, preserving a rare tranquility within one of the harshest and most ancient terrains on Earth. Beyond the surreal blue waters of Band-e-Amir, the landscape opens into Bamyan Valley, where history survives inside shattered stone and silence. Towering sandstone cliffs dominate the valley, their weathered surfaces carved by centuries of wind, erosion, and ancient trade routes. Enormous empty niches remain embedded within the mountainside, where colossal Buddha statues once watched over the Silk Road below. Cave networks stretch through the cliffs like fossilized chambers, preserving traces of pigments, smoke, and forgotten civilizations. Farmers cultivate narrow green fields beside glacial streams flowing through the harsh Afghan highlands and mineral-rich soil. pack horses cross dusty trails beneath jagged mountains, where caravans once carried silk, spices, and precious stone between empires. Golden light floods the valley each evening, illuminating fractured rock walls and weathered villages built from mud and timber. Bamyan feels wounded, yet enduring, preserving the memory of civilizations shaped by spirituality, survival, trade, and the relentless passage of time. Beyond the silent cliffs of Bamyan Valley, the road descends toward Kabul, a city suspended between mountain, stone, dust, memory, and endurance. Ancient hills surround the capital like weathered fortresses, their barren slopes glowing beneath harsh Afghan sunlight and drifting desert wind. The Kabul River cuts weakly through the valley, bordered by crowded markets, mud brick neighborhoods, and centuries of layered civilization. Narrow bazaars pulse with movement and color, where merchants sell saffron, carpets, hammered copper, dried fruit, and hand-woven fabrics beneath faded awnings. The scent of grilled lamb, cardamom tea, and burning charcoal drifts endlessly through labyrinths of stone alleys and timber stalls. Men gathered on the grassy fields, humming poems that had been passed down through generations of war and migration. Children laugh and race through the crowded streets and rooftops, while pigeons circle ancient mosques crowned with turquoise domes and cracked minarets. Calligraphy covers weathered walls beside caravanserais, once used by Silk Road traders crossing Central Asia's brutal mountain corridors. At sunset, the city glows beneath layers of smoke, dust, and amber light reflecting across shattered architecture and crowded streets. Kabul feels deeply scarred yet profoundly alive, preserving Afghan identity through hospitality, craftsmanship, poetry, music, memory, and the stubborn resilience of people refusing disappearance beneath the weight of history itself. Beyond the remote forests of Nuristan, Darul Aman Palace rises outside Kabul like a weathered monument, suspended between ambition, ruin, and endurance. Built during the early 20th century, the neoclassical structure once symbolized Afghanistan's vision of modernization and national identity. Its grand corridors, fractured columns, and scarred stone walls preserve echoes of conflict, fire, and political upheaval across generations. Dust drifts through cavernous halls, where shattered windows expose surrounding hills and endless Afghan skies. Restoration slowly returned dignity to the palace, reviving intricate architecture beneath layers of damage and abandonment. Darul Aman endures as a symbol of resilience and survival. Beyond the crowded valleys of Kabul, Panjshir opens through the Hindu Kush like a fortress carved from stone, river, and resistance. Emerald rivers rush violently between colossal granite cliffs shaped by glaciers, earthquakes, and centuries of mountain erosion. Stone houses stand beside roaring streams, while shepherds guide flocks across precarious alpine trails and wind-beaten ridges. Golden eagles circle high above the valley, scanning forests of pine and fractured mountain terrain below. The Panjshir River cuts through the landscape like a silver blade, fed by melting ice from the surrounding mountains. The people of Panjshir are known for their resilience, hospitality, and fierce sense of independence, carrying generations of mountain traditions through hardship and conflict. Despite the harsh terrain and long winters, communities remain deeply connected to family, honor, and the enduring rhythm of life in the highlands. Panjshir feels fiercely independent and deeply enduring, preserving Afghan mountain culture within one of Central Asia's most untamed and formidable landscapes. The Hindu Kush is a majestic mountain range stretching across Afghanistan and Pakistan, often called the backbone of Afghanistan. With snow-covered peaks rising above 4 miles, it has long served as both a natural fortress and a harsh land of survival. Throughout history, the Hindu Kush witnessed the marches of Alexander the Great, invading empires and modern wars. Its rugged terrain allowed isolated communities to develop unique cultures and traditions, shaping Afghanistan's remarkable diversity. At the same time, the glaciers and snowmelt from these mountains provide vital water sources for millions of people. To understand Afghanistan, one must first understand the Hindu Kush, because these mountains have shaped the nation's history, people, and destiny. Herat, the ancient jewel of Afghanistan, is a place where history, art, and the soul of the East meet. Once a vital city on the legendary Silk Road, Herat carries the beauty of turquoise domes, magnificent mosques, and colorful, bustling bazaars. The city is famous not only for its breathtaking architecture, but also for the resilience of its people through centuries of change and conflict. Its old streets echo with Persian poetry. The scent of saffron drifts through the air, and golden sunsets bathe the citadel of Herat in a magical glow. Herat is the cultural heart of Afghanistan, where past and present blend in perfect harmony. Mysterious, elegant, and deeply inspiring, the city remains a timeless symbol of beauty, wisdom, and enduring human spirit. Beyond the ancient artistry of Herat, Mazar-e-Sharif rises from Afghanistan's northern plains beneath vast skies and drifting desert winds. The city revolves around the Blue Mosque, a monumental sanctuary covered in luminous turquoise tiles and intricate geometric mosaics. Flocks of white pigeons circle above the shrine, while sunlight reflects across polished courtyards and towering minarets. Bustling bazaars spill through narrow streets filled with saffron, woven carpets, copperware, and the scent of spiced tea. Farmers cross the surrounding plains where fertile soil supports wheat fields, orchards, and grazing livestock beneath harsh continental climates. Mazar-e-Sharif feels ceremonial and enduring, preserving spiritual devotion, craftsmanship, and cultural identity beneath one of Afghanistan's most iconic architectural landmarks. Far beyond the crowded plains of northern Afghanistan, the Wakhan corridor stretches through the Pamir Mountains like a forgotten frontier of stone and sky. Jagged, snow-covered peaks surround narrow valleys carved by glaciers, avalanches, and violent tectonic pressure over millions of years. The Wakhan River cuts through barren highlands, where icy winds sweep endlessly across alpine grasslands and fractured cliffs. Nomadic Kyrgyz herders guide yaks through isolated mountain passes, surviving within one of Asia's harshest inhabited environments. Stone villages cling beside rivers fed by melting glaciers descending from the towering Hindu Kush and Pamir ranges. Marco Polo sheep roam across the windswept plateau, while golden eagles glide above remote valleys hidden from modern civilization. The Wakhan corridor feels timeless and untamed, preserving ancient mountain cultures within one of the world's most isolated landscapes. Beyond the frozen isolation of the Wakhan corridor, Nuristan emerges beneath dense cedar forests and towering mountains hidden deep within eastern Afghanistan. Violent rivers cut through narrow valleys where steep cliffs and heavy snowfall isolate villages for months each winter. Wooden homes cling precariously to mountainsides, their carved balconies reflecting centuries of distinct architectural tradition and survival. The forests shelter wolves, black bears, and snow leopards moving silently through mist-covered alpine terrain and ancient pine groves. Nuristani communities preserve unique languages, music, and oral traditions shaped by generations of mountain isolation and tribal identity. Terraced fields stretch beside roaring rivers, fed by glacial melt descending from the Hindu Kush peaks.